Graphic audio. A movie in your ears.
Al-Fallujah, Iraq.
The brushed aluminum plaque at the door welcomed new arrivals to the glorious leader Hussein Hospital, and shellacked on the metal, yellowing with age, was a photograph of the glorious leader himself, standing in that very lobby when it was brand new. He was surrounded by smiling doctors and 4 young girls in formal dress, raising gifts to him. Hussein beamed and smiled benevolently. Dr. Taha Izzat was one of the doctors in the photo, but he found it difficult to remember that day. He'd been a different, happier man then. More importantly, he had been hopeful back in those days, more than 14 years ago, before the war with the Americans. Before the endless years of sanctions when he couldn't get medicine or supplies or even enough food. If he couldn't eat, he had wondered again and again, what were the less than privileged eating? Izzat stopped short at the door to his office.
Colonel Al-Duri.
There will again be activity at the hospital. Did you hear me, Doctor?
What do you wish me to say? Do I have a choice here? You will do what you must. You will shut down the East Wing again, I assume?
Yes.
You will displace 40 patients for 3 days. You will not give us the supplies that we had agreed you would. And if I protest, you will make veiled threats to my personal safety for defying the glorious leader's will.
As long as you're clear on the procedure, I suggest you start clearing out the East Wing at once.
The operation was surprisingly short this time. The colonel arrived with just 10 men and 4 army transport trucks. 3 battered steel-wheeled cases were assembled and sent through the halls of the now abandoned East Wing again and again, moving something either from the trucks to the storage or vice versa. Izzat had realized long ago that some secret storage room had to exist beneath the morgue, and in fact, that was the motive for the building of the hospital all along. Colonel Muhi Al-Duri knew the most dangerous hours were those just ahead. A glance at his watch told him 2 hours remained until sundown. Their method of transport assured them a certain measure of safety, but Al-Duri knew they had many checkpoints to pass before they were truly safe. The longer Al-Duri considered it, the more he became convinced that he had made a gigantic mistake. He was a fool to think he could drive 4 army transport trucks right out of central Iraq. There was no way he wouldn't be noticed. They wouldn't escape Hussein's clutches. Continuing west out of the city, they reached Al-Ramadi a half-hour later. A handful of soldiers on a street corner turned to watch the convoy pass, gripping their automatic weapons by the barrel, frankly curious. The colonel gave a brief wave. The soldiers didn't wave back, but one of them leaned into the others and spoke quickly. Then they were gone from sight. Colonel Al-Duri shifted in his seat and pressed his leg against the door, feeling the hard weight of the snub-nosed .38 revolver strapped there. It was Kuwaiti booty, a flashy rich man's toy, forgotten by its previous owner in the flight before the Iraqi invasion. But it functioned. Colonel Al-Duri would fire it into his own brain if it was his final alternative to falling into Hussein's hands. That would be greatly preferred to the endless torture he would receive as a traitor. He couldn't help but check his watch, and almost swore out loud. Just 1 hour and 45 minutes had passed since departing the hospital, and they were still 200 miles from Syria. The convoy was finally stopped just west of the city of Hit. 3 soldiers were getting out of an army sedan with Russian-made AKs. They saluted smartly when they spotted Al-Duri's rank.
We had not expected to see any army convoys moving through here this evening.
I am not surprised. My operation is supposed to be kept quiet. My direct superiors do not even know where I am. This letter should tell you all you need to know.
From the office of the Vice Chairman of the Revolutionary Command Council.
The soldiers grouped around it, struggling through the words as Al-Duri took a few casual steps away from the vehicle and looked up and down the highway. They were at the edge of the Syrian desert. There were electric lights to the north and foot traffic a mile to the east. No one else was in the vicinity.
We will radio this in. It will take just a moment, Colonel.
That letter specifically calls for our unhindered passage. It is signed by General Tariq Ramadan.
We are under strict orders to radio in abnormal activity on this highway, Colonel. I am sorry.
Let me show you exactly what it is we are transporting. That will make it clear to you our need for radio silence. Here, follow me to the back of the truck.
What is the meaning of...
It took less than 5 minutes to stow the bodies in the trunk of the army sedan and move the car off the road into a depression where it was hidden from the highway. It wouldn't be found before morning.
In a world at war with terrorists, America needs a covert last line of defense. A special operations group, unbound by standard rules and procedures, and answerable only to the Oval Office. A team of battlefield commandos and cyber warriors takes the most direct approach, stemming the tide of global terrorism and high crime. As the court of last resort, they handle the dirty work no other government agency can touch. Graphic Audio presents Don Pendleton's Stony Man. Narrated by James Konachek. With performances by Terrence Aselford, David Coyne, Ken Jackson, Kate Torrey, Richard Rowan, Nanette Savard, Casey Jones, Mike Replogle, and Mort Shelby. Stony Man number 41, Silent Invader.
Aberdeen, Maryland.
Truman C. was situated 75 yards from the ACADS building, waiting for activity. Figures in hazardous materials suits began to emerge, one at a time. The last was a tall man who was studying a clipboard. He checked off items on his list, then stepped back into the building for a final look around. C saw him close the inner door, then the outer door, then check the seal on the outer door at least 3 times.
Come on.
What's the matter?
Nothing, Headley. They're finally locking it down. We'll be moving within 5 minutes. You got all the equipment?
Sure thing. Headley crawled backward, deeper into the trees, where the rest of the men had been hiding since they had cut the fence and bypassed the electronic perimeter system to the compound. The other men were impatient too. The tension was palpable. A slip-up during this operation would expose them to more than just the danger of getting caught. A mistake might result in the most horrible death imaginable. C gave the last man leaving a few minutes before dialing the cellular phone headset he was wearing.
What's our progress?
They're still in standby mode. What are they waiting for?
I couldn't tell you. They got the building locked up. There's no staff in sight.
Wait. Okay. They've started the procedure. Stage 1 commences. Burners are firing up. 2 minutes, 13 seconds to stage 2.
Right. Let's move out.
There was nothing else said and almost no noise as the 8 men crawled out of the trees and fanned out into a semicircle on the scrubby ground. There was no one else in sight. Who in their right mind would want to be in the vicinity now?
1 minute, 55 seconds.
They were cutting it close. In the trials, they had anticipated a 3-minute startup time. Something had accelerated the process. Maybe the ACADS facility had determined they didn't need as much fire-up time on their burners. Or maybe the Polari team had screwed up. C thought the latter was probably the case, and he was going to raise some hell about it when this whole thing was done. C inserted a specially designed tool between the door and the jamb, at once completing the alarm circuit and popping the bolt.
1 minute, 35 seconds.
C crossed the small vestibule in 2 steps, grabbing at the large hunting knife in his belt and stabbing at the plastic sealant tape around the interior door. The stuff was cheap and effective, and made a good fail-safe measure if all the other redundant measures somehow failed to contain the fumes that would soon erupt inside the building.
1 minute, 15 seconds.
Not much time. C stabbed at the calculator-sized electronic keypad on the door. C was already reaching for the door. The die was cast now. Headley had less than 1 minute to take control of the system, or the burners would flare to life and they'd be burned alive. If they tried to flee, they would be chased by an exploding cloud of catastrophically lethal gas. It would burn out their lungs, shut down their nervous systems, blind them, corrode the flesh from their bodies. Headley pushed past C into the interior, and for a moment, C saw him silhouetted against the grid of the wall and ceiling mounted gas burners. The burners mixed the oxygen and fuel like a rocket engine. Headley grabbed at the bundle of cables strapped by Velcro to his leg and feeding into the laptop strapped inside his backpack. He separated a single cable and popped the plastic cap off the plug with his thumb. The gold-plated connector glinted in the dim light as Headley pushed it solidly into a wall-mounted thermosensor. To see, the process appeared to be happening in slow motion.
40 seconds.
Headley had a handful of those sensors to connect. There was no way he was going to attach them all in the time they had left. For a fleeting second, C felt the urge to break and run. An urge such as he hadn't experienced in 2 decades of mercenary work, and in any number of dangerous, chaotic situations, he didn't move. He was a professional, and they were paying him well to act like one. Headley's hands were shaking as he grabbed the last cable, this one with a scuzzy connector. He found the port and inserted the connector, shrugging off the backpack in a single motion.
10 seconds.
Headley unzipped the pack carefully and peeled back the nylon as if he were making a bed on a lazy Sunday afternoon. And he was grinning like a fool. C wanted to grab him by the neck, shake him, and yell at him to get a move on. Time was running out.
7 seconds.
Headley lifted the cover of the thin laptop.
6 seconds.
He depressed a single key.
5 seconds.
The quartet of control panels on the notebook screen jiggled, and the black bars moved nonsensically. C knew with all certainty that there was a horrible problem.
4 seconds.
The electronics had failed. They had just heartbeats of life left.
We're in. Control, we are in.
We confirm that. Readings are good.
All right, let's get started.
And with a runaway success of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, quickly turning ABC into the #1 network in America, other channels are scrambling to find any program that can compete with the Juggernaut's 30 million
Turn
viewers
that
a
off,
night.
guys.
A
We got a
spokesman for
job to
ABC
do.
said. Jake Murtaugh pressed the enter key on his PC and watched a red box appear on his screen, with a white, slowly expanding word preceding. He felt vaguely uneasy about the whole process. The white words in the red box reversed out to red and white, then back to white and red, and a series of boxes began appearing on the screen to show him exactly what was happening. But the truth was, the computer was controlling it all. He was just a watcher. He had no input. Within seconds, there were 8 bar graphs growing on his screen. When he moved the mouse to expand the temperature monitor, the bar began to grow rapidly. That was normal. The process was underway. The actual hardware of the Aberdeen Chemical Agent Disposal System, ACADS, was contained in a retention area several acres in size, a full 300 yards from the nearest inhabited building. If accidental runoff somehow got through the non-porous concrete encasing the structure, it would be contained in the ground directly below the system, without reaching any local aquifer. If it went anywhere, it was believed it would sink far enough into the earth that eventually it would leach into Chesapeake Bay, by which time it would be too diluted to cause more than minor damage. That was the theory, anyway. That was what all the official reports on the site testified to. The theory here was that even if disasters struck inside the incinerator complex, such as broken pipes or other malfunctions resulting in major leaks, it would all stay inside the building, to be bled into external holding tanks without ever reaching the atmosphere. That was what the head of the establishment explained to the reporters from the Aberdeen Sentinel anyway, when they got nervous and nosy. Murtaugh knew it was all true. The facility couldn't be safer. Still, they were burning chemicals specifically designed to incapacitate and kill human beings. God help anyone who was exposed to them during the process. Moving the mouse, he swung the cursor from one box to another, monitoring the specifications of the process. It was all he could do. A pressure sensor rose slightly toward its higher limits, and the software signaled a response in one of the natural gas igniters, which reduced its BTUs to slow the process. Everything was as it should be. Everything was under control. If the screen in front of him could be trusted.
Bring in this truck.
Yeah.
With a shift of gears, Mike Crosell drove the Caterpillar bulldozer down the ramp from the rear of the flatbed semi and made a sharp left, coming to a halt at the base of the second ramp. 3 men jumped forward to attach the massive chain. One of them gave a brief wave, and Crosell started forward again, raising the blade on the front end of the bulldozer and steering it into the forest. The bed of what had once been a stone-hauling dump truck was dragged behind him. The path had already been scouted and marked with raw cuts in the tree trunks. There was nothing in the way that the bulldozer's treads couldn't push through. The blade crashed into saplings and undergrowth, creating a trail of vegetative ruin, and a steel dump truck bed further flattened the crushed forest. Crocell slowed a bit as the edge of the forest appeared ahead of him, but there was nobody in sight other than Polari's crew, hugging the face of the building. He accelerated again and dragged the dump truck bed in a half-circle that ripped at the sparse grass. It came to a halt 3 long paces from the entrance to the incinerator.
Okay, let's get a move on!
The man yanked at the rear of the truck bed, sending the makeshift gate flopping open. They grabbed at the dollies inside and wheeled them rapidly into the building.
How we doing?
We're doing fine. No worries.
Murtaugh stood and crossed to a secondary monitor. The readouts there were fine, normal, some minor fluctuations, but nothing unexpected, and the software was reacting to each up and down perfectly, adjusting the process with impeccable timing, just as he would have been doing had the incineration process been running without the new software. Only it was doing the job better than he ever could. The software could make tiny adjustments in microseconds before he even would have noticed a fluctuation starting. And Murtaugh was one of the best operators in the field.
Looks like I'm out of a job.
What's that, sir?
Nothing.
Murtaugh glanced out the window at the backside of the incinerator facility and froze in position.
What the hell?
What is it?
I thought I... Shit! That's smoke from the ACADs! Shut it down! Shut it down now!
Be careful with those barrels. That's 12. Only 5 barrels to go.
Uh-oh.
What?
They're initiating emergency shutdown.
What? Why would they do that?
I don't know.
You said they would be getting nothing but safe readings.
They have been getting safe readings.
So why would they go to emergency shutdown?
Maybe we've been spotted.
Bullshit!
I've done everything right. Don't give me shit.
Well, something's screwed up. Let's get out of here.
Pack it up! Wait, give me a second.
What are you doing?
Buying us time. They won't come anywhere near here yet. Not until they're absolutely convinced of the safety of the facility. I'm gonna make sure they don't think it's safe.
Headley's grin returned as he pulled up a new piece of software, one of his own devising, and started it with a tap of a key. At once, the software took control of the false readings from the primary piece of software and began sending out a very different routine of commands. Murtaugh felt a wave of nausea as virtually every digital readout suddenly went haywire. Murtaugh's eyes were glued to the screens, trying to make sense of what was happening, trying to see it in his head. But none of this made sense. This couldn't be happening.
Major malfunction. Evacuate now. Major malfunction. Evacuate now.
You heard her! Everybody, get the hell out! Now!
Caspian Sea.
The flag of Azerbaijan. Blue, red, and green horizontal bands, a crescent and white star with 8 points, was painted on the hull of the Tuscany II, along with the flags of at least 10 other countries, including the US and Canada. Yunus Akhmedov was proud to be on the vessel, proud to have his flag in the rich, strong company of the North Americans. Now, at least in this one thing, Azerbaijan worked with the North Americans side by side. In fact, the North Americans needed them. That, Akhmedov knew, was real power. They were out of sight of land, but the Azerbaijan city of Linkaran wasn't far over the western horizon. He squinted into the night and thought maybe he could even see lights from the city, but that couldn't be. Akhmedov went to his station, but he had little to do. They were at anchor. All the sea bottom tests were done during the day. He glanced over the purring instruments and rested uneasily against the stainless steel, controlled humidity storage container. It held soil samples taken from the ocean floor. Akhmedov didn't understand exactly what the multinational crew was looking for, but if what they happened to discover was a better way to access the mainland oil field, Akhmedov's people would get none of the profits. After all, they didn't own the ocean. But they did own, collectively, the vast tracts of lowland that, so far, had been designated the only easy access point to what was being called one of the most extensive oil deposits located in decades. Maybe there was a way to contaminate the samples. The thought fluttered through his head and was dismissed as outlandish, just as he had dismissed it 100 times before. Besides, they weren't even looking for oil. That's what one of the Canadian geologists told him. They were looking for a way to get at the oil. The watch said it was still 5 minutes before he was supposed to record the next list of readings from the analog instruments, but they weren't exactly fluctuating wildly. He decided to get a head start. The glow on the horizon distracted him again. There was a light out there in the ocean, and as his eyes adjusted, it focused into a single spot coming closer. An aircraft of some kind.
Iskander, check it out. Are we expecting company?
It looks like a chopper.
Maybe there's some emergency.
Why wouldn't they just call us? I see if I can raise them. Maybe you ought to get the captain.
Captain Jalalaglu knew he and his vessel had been chosen for this project because the multinational corporation behind the project wanted it to look as if they were truly partnering with the Azerbaijanis. He made it a point to prove to the researchers that he and his vessel were up to the task and up to their standards. He didn't want trouble.
Who are they?
I can't raise them.
Is the radio equipment working?
Yes, I'm sure it is.
Then switch channels.
I am doing so.
The helicopter slowed and came to a halt 100 yards or so from the research vessel, and even less distance from the surface of the Caspian. As the crew and the researchers watched from the deck, the craft rotated slowly in place, showing its broadside to the observers.
Is that... shit! That's an Iraqi flag! Send a mayday. We've been accosted by an Iraqi Air Force helicopter. Their intentions are unknown.
My God!
Get on it! Akhmedov, come with me.
What are they up to?
Checking us out. Maybe they think we're Iranian and they want to know what we're up to.
We're better than 500 miles from Iraq. This doesn't make sense.
Let us hope they don't stop to introduce themselves.
At that moment, the Iraqi helicopter changed its behavior. It turned directly at the vessel and accelerated to a modest speed, passing over the vessel's stern, and Jalalaglu headed for the bridge. A small, squarish object tumbled from the open hatch of the helicopter, and even before it hit the deck, another followed it. Then another as the helicopter covered the entire length of the vessel. For a fraction of a second, Jalalaglu considered that the chopper might be dropping them some type of supplies. Then the gas began pouring out of the objects.
My God! They're dancing us! The men are falling over! Mayday! Mayday! Save us! Send help! Oh, God!
Irkut, Azerbaijan.
The village, a couple of 100 miles northwest of Baku, was small and ramshackle, and on the verge of greatness. That was how Sardar Adeyev looked at things. The poor buildings, the empty plains. In a year or two, there would be mansions, because the people themselves now owned the land, and the land's newly discovered oil reserves were rich and plentiful. He had been drinking for hours. Every day was a celebration of the wealth that was coming their way. Adeyev stopped at his doorway and leaned against it, breathing deeply at the night air. It would be best not to show his wife just how drunk he really was. Adeyev crossed the street, trying to see with his hazy vision. Between two men stood a steel drum, topped off by some sort of machinery with electronic controls and glowing LED displays. While the machinery and controls looked new, the barrel itself seemed old. It was covered in dirt, and rust corroded the seams. The Arabic lettering painted on the side was so faded and chipped it was illegible. He wondered what they were up to. Then the thought occurred to him that he might be in danger, and he stepped quickly behind a neighbor's house. He stepped out again and approached the abandoned barrel cautiously. He peered at the electronic controls through his drunken haze. They were a mystery. Bending at the waist, he brushed at the dirt on the barrel and tried to make out the characters. The words were gibberish, but when he saw the skull and crossbones, he gasped and stepped away, realizing that somehow he was in danger. The entire village was. He had to get his wife and flee Irkut. Turning, Adeyev found one of the men standing in the street watching him, his rifle in his hands. Behind the man, Adeyev saw that another barrel had already been set up. How many barrels of their poison were they going to position in his village? What exactly was the machinery designed to do with the poison?
Let me go.
No one goes.
Adayev's killer helped station the 3rd, 4th, and 5th barrels along the main street of the tiny village. Adayev's body lay in the street undiscovered for a full hour. Then, at 3:30 a.m., within seconds of one another, the devices atop the barrels began to function.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
At least a half-dozen computer monitors were in the room, all apparently working with different types of software. But a close examination would have revealed that most of them were in the midst of various searches. The man in the wheelchair turned to one of the workstations. His fingers danced on a keyboard, stepping him through search results. One after another, he closed the results windows until he stared at a single paragraph of archived material, which he read through and quickly saved to a different hard drive on his local network.
Been up all night?
Hey, Barbara, what gave it away?
Kurtzman turned and looked up at the tall blonde woman. Her honey-colored hair was still damp from a shower, and the few traces of makeup she wore looked freshly applied. She was attractive, and might have passed for a ranch foreman in her cowboy boots, blue western shirt, and clean but well-worn jeans. She was in charge all right, but not of a bunch of cowboys.
You're wearing the same sweater you had on at dinner.
I caught the news late last night. Before I knew it, I got caught up in the activity. No way I would have slept.
Tell me about it. If we're lucky, it'll be the same thing Hal just called me about.
I have a feeling it is.
Aberdeen?
Aberdeen.
And the Caspian Sea?
Yep.
Wait, there's more?
Yeah, Irkutsk and Haydar, Azerbaijan.
Never heard of them.
Both strictly small-town Azerbaijan. Population just a couple hundred tops between the two of them. At least there used to be. Within hours after the attack on the research vessel Tuscany II in the Caspian, 5 drums of hydrogen cyanide solution were set off in each village.
Oh, God.
A UN hazmat team and the U.S. Chemical Biological Incident Response Force are on the way, but the body count stands at 176 confirmed. But that's not even all. Yesterday there was activity at the Glorious Leader Hussein Hospital in Al Fallujah, Iraq. It was a suspected hiding facility for Iraqi chemical weapons in the 1980s, but they thought it had been cleared out years ago. Yesterday, material was stolen from the hospital, and the Iraqis had placed a Priority 1 arrest on one of their own colonels, Muyi al-Dori.
He defected?
The implication, according to the Pentagon, is that he took his shipment of nerve agent to Irkutsk and Haydar, or delivered it to whoever took it to Azerbaijan.
Wait, why would he want to wipe out a small town in Azerbaijan? And what ties does it have to the killing of the crew of the Tuscany II?
Kurtzman folded his arms across his chest and leaned back in his chair, shaking his head. He was a big man, barrel-chested, powerful enough to earn himself the nickname the Bear. He had been a formidable man before a terrorist shot him in the spine and left him confined to the wheelchair. Instead of wallowing in sorrow, however, he decided to train his mind instead of his body. Operating the electronic intelligence gathering systems for the Stony Man Farm Sensitive Operations Group was where he excelled. He had been making maximum use of the internet years before the public even knew the definition of the word. He kept the farm's budget in flux by constantly updating and expanding the capabilities of its hardware. If there was anything labeled state-of-the-art, Kurtzman was busy with technology 5 years more advanced. The security clearance provided him by the U.S. government, combined with the security access he provided for himself, made Kurtzman's computer room a formidable information powerhouse.
Now for the big question. Could the hydrogen cyanide used in Irkutsk and Haydar and on the Tuscany II come from Aberdeen?
No. The events at the Aberdeen Chemical Agent Disposal System facility took place within hours of the attacks in Central Asia. Hydrogen cyanide was among the chemicals stolen from Aberdeen, but getting it halfway around the globe that fast would be impossible. Kurtzman? Yes, sir. Hal's chopper's coming in now. There's more to tell, but I might as well give it to you both when he's landed. That'll give me a few minutes to change my shirt.
Hal Brugnola sat at the conference table in the war room, chewing on an antacid tablet and staring at a styrofoam coffee cup on the table in front of him. Price was the next to arrive, and Kurtzman pushed through the door a minute behind her, in time to see Brugnola taking the key from Price that would unlock the handcuff on his right wrist. The other cuff was around the handle of a briefcase the big Fed rested on his lap. Inside were papers from the White House, some signed personally by the President of the United States. Couched in cryptic and even coded language, some of the papers, if they fell into the wrong hands, might very well spell disaster for the President and for the farm. Because the farm wasn't supposed to exist.
I see you've been spoiling the surprise for yourselves. This situation is getting out of hand, and quickly.
So the President believes there is a connection between all these events? Aberdeen, the Caspian Sea, Azerbaijan, Iraq?
Iraq? I wasn't aware of any Iraqi connection.
All right, I think I'd better start filling in everybody with what I know. Get everybody up to speed. Hal, you can fill in any gaps if there is information I'm not aware of.
Kurtzman started with a brief overview of the events in Aberdeen. The relatively low security of the Aberdeen operation meant there wasn't much the papers didn't know. They had even accurately guessed the makeup of the chemical weapons stores that were incinerated.
There's only one fact that I consider important that was omitted from the Post. The piece of earth-moving equipment used to haul out the chemicals was probably one reported stolen 8 days earlier from a construction facility in Pennsylvania, where it was being used to grade new construction of a Polari oil distribution facility.
Is this relevant?
Maybe.
Our intel on the Caspian situation is more or less identical.
Next, Kurtzman briefed them on the situation at the small Azerbaijani towns of Irkut and Haydar.
Akira's latest report says the UN Hazmat Team and the U.S. Marines Chemical Biological Incident Response Force will be landing in Baku in time to get a team into the towns within an hour. As expected, there's not much left in the way of hazardous materials. It's all been mechanically dissipated into the atmosphere. Very little was sprayed into the soil, which would have resulted in a lingering hazard. The body count is pushing 200, but the team isn't expecting to find widespread casualties outside the villages. They were both pretty isolated.
Thank God for small favors.
The Iraqi link?
Barrels used were all labeled as being of Iraqi manufacture. Apparent age of the barrels indicate they might date from well before the Gulf War. They've been sitting around for a while. What makes them special, however, was the equipment used to dissipate.
How do you mean?
The barrels were set up in town with some sort of unique computerized vaporizing machinery. Somebody actually set these things up. They drove into the middle of town with the barrels and staged them for maximum effect. After the gas was dissipated, all but one of the units blew themselves up. That's not exactly how the Iraqis were known to use their chemical bombs.
But we have to take into account that they weren't working in a wartime situation or bombing Kurds within their own borders. They were working secretively on foreign soil.
The machinery traces to North America. There's some pretty highly sophisticated pieces involved in their manufacture. We're trying to track it down now. The CPUs are programmable units from a West Coast company, but it's still too early to call there. At least one set of serial numbers on one of the components has been traced to a Toronto-based motor manufacturer. They were able to provide us with a list of buyers, and one of those buyers is a Polari Corporation subsidiary.
It's not good once the press gets hold, but it still sounds like a stretch if you're trying to establish a link.
Yeah, I know. We might have more when we can ID some of the buyers of the other components involved.
Do you think this is an issue of oil?
The President seems to think so. Azerbaijan is in the preliminary stages of opening vast oil fields. Once the fields reach the yields they're expected to reach, Iraq's oil supply, its only bargaining chip, suddenly becomes that much less consequential.
Wait. Aaron, the Tuscany II reported that the Iraqi chopper circled the boat completely before bombing it, right?
Right. Plenty of time to identify and report their assailant.
And the barrels used in the Azerbaijani killings, they were left with the Iraqi markings intact?
You're right, of course. If it is the Iraqis, they're sure not going to any effort to hide their identities.
So that, tied with what Aaron learned about Colonel Al-Duri's flight from Iraq, makes me think we've got some sort of faction at work, using Iraqi equipment without their approval.
But who? It's just not clear what, if any, entity can possibly benefit from these attacks and thefts. And I don't think there's any connection between the heist at Aberdeen and these events. This new information is going to have to be taken into consideration before the President gives the go-ahead for any mission.
Stryker is in the Commonwealth of Independent States.
What's he doing there?
He's been following a private agenda for the past couple of weeks.
Where is he now?
Right now, it's 0717. He's en route to Baku. He'll land within the hour. He made the decision to go himself.
I'll keep that in mind. Phoenix, Abel?
I've called them in. They'll be standing by, unless you've got something you'd like them to start on.
Not now. Not yet. Let me get some direction from the President first. At this stage, where would we even start? Aw, shit. Check this out.
What?
It's an electronic inventory system for a Silicon Valley company called Custom 12 Cybernetics. Look here. They recently delivered 6 8-megabyte user-programmable electronic control systems to Frederick Andershot of OS Systems Technologies, Toronto.
What does this mean?
OS Systems Technologies makes the exact CPU used in the ear-cook machinery. Not exactly a high-tech item. I got that much brain power in my HDTV. But OS is a Polari Corporation subsidiary. And this is a highly specialized gas dispersion component. Some zoos use it to create specialized atmospheres in indoor rainforest environments, that kind of thing. Anyway, these were purchased by a guy named Willard Wilson, representing Jackson Innovating Enterprises in Jackson, Colorado, a Polari subsidiary. And I've got more. They're printing out now.
How many more?
A total of 5.
5 components. That's no longer a weak link. Somehow, somebody at Polari is involved in the massacre at Urkuk and Hadar.
But why kill all those people? There's still no motive.
Polari's an oil conglomerate. You can bet petrodollars have got something to do with it.
We need to investigate this. We need to get Abel in the field on this ASAP.
So we got a mission?
Yes, we do.
Rhine-Main Air Base, Frankfurt, Germany.
Airman First Class John Samuels put his girlfriend on the flight to Boston at 8 p.m. She was a ballet dancer, and Boston was her home. He knew he would never see her again, and he was feeling very sorry for himself. He bought a bottle of German wine and went back to his apartment on the U.S. military base. His balcony looked out on the tarmac of the Frankfurt airport, and he watched a pair of Lufthansa 747s maneuver as he drowned his sorrows. By midnight, he was a little drunk and completely depressed.
Samuels, this is your commanding officer. You trained with CBIRF?
CBIRF?
Chemical Biological Incident Response Force. Damn it, boy, are you trained?
Yes, sir, 2 weeks.
Good. Get your act together and get packed. You're heading out with a CBIRF team in 20 minutes.
Yes, sir. Is this a drill of some sort, sir?
No way, Samuel. This is a response to a chemical emergency in Central Asia. We've got a transport plane on the airfield ready to lift off. We need you to go down with them and to shoot footage of the operation. I have 3 half-inch videotape cameras, plus a high-8 being delivered to the aircraft, plus a full travel kit.
You want footage of a chemical terrorist attack on Armed Forces News?
Your footage is going to get wider distribution than that. We need footage to prove this attack didn't use chemicals stolen from the U.S. We need you to prove we aren't to blame, then.
Schwartz, Blancanales, and Lyons noticed the change in the altitude of the Cessna 750 simultaneously. It slowed into a wide, miles-long turn to the northwest, and before they could get an explanation from Grimaldi, he was on the intercom system from the cockpit.
Looks like our immediate plans have changed. Abra's on the line.
Lyons here.
Can you conference on that equipment, Carl?
Just a second. Guys?
Schwartz here.
Blancanales.
Good. I've just instructed Jack to alter course for Minneapolis. We've got a target there we need to hit immediately.
What's in Minneapolis?
A software designer named Glenn Willett. He was primarily responsible for the design of the software used by the new incinerators in 4 U.S. Chemical Agent Disposal Systems, or CADS. Bear and Akira have discovered a couple interesting facts that point to his involvement in the heist at Aberdeen.
Such as?
The software was responsible for giving the Aberdeen team the false readings. It was designed specifically to give a temporary piece of auxiliary code to be implemented over normal operations. While it fed highly detailed readings of an incineration process that wasn't occurring, the infiltrators could shut down the actual incineration and start loading the chemical barrels and crates into their transport. But that's not the only clue pointing to our programmer. Mr. Willett has suddenly become a very wealthy man. According to several new savings accounts he has opened throughout the country. Far too wealthy to be explained away by the fee he's getting from Uncle Sam for the CAD software. Bear thinks we'll reach an even $1 million when all the accounts are located.
$1 million? I should have gone into computer programming.
There's a sense of urgency here. We found there's another test of a new CAD scheduled for tomorrow.
Seems foolhardy to go ahead with it considering recent events.
Yes, it does. But the President is insisting that the U.S. chemical weapons storage facilities are secure. The media is getting a little wild with the news from the Middle East. He's in a high-pressure situation, but the only reason he's proceeding is because the CADs we're talking about is on the Johnston Atoll. Even a major malfunction won't endanger the U.S. public.
The danger isn't from a major malfunction during the incineration. It's from what will be done with the weapons if they're stolen.
That's why we need to learn the nature of the software used to break into the CADs. Then we can protect the system.
All right, we'll see what we can come up with.
Edina, Minnesota.
On the tarmac at the airport in Edina, they transferred enough gear into the Bronco for what was assumed to be a low-risk infiltration. Schwartz drove them into the outskirts of Minneapolis proper and followed the map into a suburban area around a lake and country club. Although the homes were crammed together on small lots, they were large and expensive. They found their street and turned into it, driving slowly past the address they were looking for.
Pretty ritzy neighborhood for a computer programmer, isn't it? I'm seeing a lot of Beamers and Lexuses in the driveways. Maybe, maybe not. He's obviously at the top of his field. Let's not prejudge him. I don't want us shooting up some innocent man or his house. I got that. Or his neighbors. There's a lot of civilian activity around here. You're right. Let's walk softly. I don't want a round fired until we know we're in a dangerous situation.
That's rich coming from you, Iron Man.
Yeah, I know. But I'd like these people to be able to go on with their lives without even knowing we were here. Got it?
Yeah, we'll do our best.
Rosario politician Blancanales strolled up the walk wearing the semi-permanent polite smile of a religion salesman, carrying a slim briefcase. In a houndstooth sports jacket and an open-collar shirt, he had a clean-cut look that wouldn't arouse suspicion in this well-manicured suburb. Blancanales earned the nickname Paul for the ability to debate, pontificate, and negotiate his way out of any troubled situation. But, unlike your typical politician, Blancanales was more than equipped for any hostile situation, should words fail him. His gaze was straight ahead, but out of the corner of his eye he spotted Lyons moving swiftly to the rear of the house, and Schwartz waiting in the street at the bushes, ready to approach the front if and when the opportunity, and the need, presented itself.
Oh, shit! Who's that?
I'm checking. Hold on.
What's he look like?
Just some salesman.
Good afternoon. It's a beautiful day.
The man standing at the door was in his late 30s, frowning with almost exaggerated concern at Blancanales.
I'm Eric Krohn with the Plains All Saints mission. I'm wondering if I might have a few minutes of your time to talk to you about the state of your immortal soul.
The door was open wide enough for Blancanales to see a neat front room with a lone man in a red and blue windbreaker sitting on the couch, peering suspiciously back at him. One glance was enough for Blancanales to determine why he wore the windbreaker. The bulging handle of a firearm strapped across his abdomen underneath it was plainly visible. Another man emerged halfway from a kitchen toward the back of the house. The one visible hand held a can of beer, but the other hand was carefully kept out of sight.
Not interested!
Well, would it be all right if I just left you some of our literature? Here, let me just get it out of my briefcase.
That got their attention. The tension level in the house went up markedly. The man on the couch sat rigid and put his hand on his stomach, and the guy in the kitchen took a step forward, as if on the verge of yanking out the gun and blasting Blancanales where he stood. Only his hand, and whatever was in it, was hidden now behind the kitchen wall. The Able Team Commando pushed the colorful glossy brochures at the man at the door.
Here you are, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Bless you! We've got at least 2 hard men inside. The guy who answered the door didn't appear to be packing.
Roger. Get that, Iron Man?
Yeah, this must be the place. I'll create a distraction in 10 seconds. That'll give you guys a chance to position yourselves in the front. We go in 1 minute.
Affirmative. Gadgets, we meet at the assigned location.
Affirmative.
Blancanales walked behind a large, sculpted bush, shrugged out of the sports jacket, and deposited the briefcase on the sidewalk. Schwartz was there a moment later with a Beretta 92F for him. Schwartz was going in with a 93R, also silenced. Lyons had repeated that they were in a heavily populated civilian neighborhood, and the last thing they wanted was the panic that a firefight would cause. The suppressed weapons would go a long way toward that end, although they were still fairly audible. Both Able Team warriors carried high-powered, non-suppressed alternative hardware, should the situation demand it. Keeping the neighborhood peaceful wasn't a goal worth getting killed over. After Lyon's distraction, he crab-walked under window level to the opposite side of the building and waited for a reaction. He, too, was armed with a Beretta 92F, suppressed by Cowboy Kissinger back at the farm. It was a fine weapon, firing a 9mm parabellum round, and would probably be up to the job required. But just in case there were more players inside than those spotted by Blancanales, Lyons was sporting a Galil arm rifle as well. There was movement at the mini-blind over the rear kitchen window, although Lyons was too close to the wall to see who looked out. Bingo. At that moment, he estimated they had reached the 60-second mark. They ran up the driveway and crossed to the front of the house. A quick look through the gaps in the blinds showed them figures hurrying to the rear of the house to investigate Lyon's distraction, but it was impossible to tell if any of the players remained in the living room out of their sight. They kept low, under the door, and stood flat against the wall on either side of the front door.
Paul.
Blancanales looked to where Schwartz was pointing and saw a woman stepping out of the house across the street. She spotted them and froze on her front porch. There was no mistaking the large handguns or the weapons on their shoulders.
Shit.
Blancanales gestured with a finger across his lips for the woman to be quiet, then waved her back into the house. Looking like she was about to pass out, she stepped back inside and closed the door.
Think we'll have the MPD joining us shortly.
Let's try to get in and out by then. Let's go.
Blancanales aimed the Beretta 92F at the doorknob. Schwartz jumped into the front room, sweeping it at eye level with a 93R. Blancanales stepped in beside him, aiming low. There were no targets. They advanced in long strides across the living room, bringing the kitchen into view, and a man with a Glock automatic handgun stepped around the corner. He spotted the Able Team commandos and aimed the weapon, but was too slow.
Jim! Fuck you!
Blancanales went right and Schwartz went left. Panicky or not, with a shotgun, the hard man's aim didn't have to be good. Blancanales snatched at a windbreaker and displayed it to Schwartz, who nodded. Blancanales tossed the jacket underhand into the hallway. Schwartz reached around the corner, having drawn a bead. Lyons saw the back screen door start to open and then close again when activity erupted at the front of the house, right on time. He approached the screen door and peered through it, then fell back to avoid being seen. Lyons' field of vision included just one man, who was backing toward the door. The programmer, he guessed. He looked scared to death and ready to flee. The man in the sweats froze, then disappeared from the door. The Able Team leader stepped inside just in time to see the man in sweats making a grab for the fallen shotgun, lying on the kitchen floor with two sprawled bodies. Lyons aimed the 92F and fired.
Ow! Shit! Oh, don't shoot! Please, don't shoot me!
Hands up.
The man in the sweats raised his hands slowly and turned to face Lyons with a quivering lip. Lyons stepped through the rear door and waved the man into the corner of the kitchen.
Clear! Check upstairs!
By the time Lyons was finished putting plastic handcuffs on his prisoner, Blancanales and Schwartz finished their upstairs suite, finding it empty.
We need to get a move on. We were spotted by the neighbors coming in. Shit. Let's go! Get in.
What? But I don't know what it...
Here, let me help you.
No, but I don't want to... Ow!
Watch your head.
Gadget's here. We got our man and we're returning now.
Good. Casualties?
We took out 2 armed guards. We raised a racket, I'm afraid. The local law enforcement was arriving on the scene as we left.
I'll give them a story. We'll be sending in the FBI to investigate.
Fine. Meanwhile, we'll see what answers our man can provide us.
Blancanales, in the back seat with the prisoner, found the handcuffed man reluctant to leave his floor-hugging position. Blancanales dragged him onto the seat.
Okay, Mr. Glenn Willett. Let's have it.
Well, who are you guys? You're Americans.
Well, you're a quick one.
Americans can't treat other Americans like this. We've got laws in this country. We have rights.
Like the right to use chemical weapons on innocent people? The right to start wars?
I had nothing to do with that, I swear.
Mr. Willett, as far as we are concerned, you're an accessory to mass murder. That makes you less than dirt.
No, I had nothing to do with that. I was only involved in Aberdeen so far. None of those chemicals have been used yet.
They will be, eventually, on somebody. On some innocent family. Maybe on a whole innocent town. If it makes a difference to you, it might very well be used on an American town. Maybe on somebody you know. Then would it qualify as murder in your eyes, will it?
I didn't know this would happen.
Either way, you're a murderer. A murderer of men, women, and children.
Lyons had been silent as they drove, facing forward. Now he turned slowly, his eyes boring into the red eyes of their blubbering victim.
He's not going to talk, is he? Doesn't look like it, Iron Man. All right. We don't have time to torture him. Let's just kill him and dump him.
Fine.
No, wait!
Lyons rested the Beretta 92F on the back of his seat.
If you have something to say, you have 3 seconds to start. 1.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you everything, right? Okay, everything.
They were linked with the farm by the time their Cessna reached cruising altitude.
Is he cooperative?
Yes. He decided it was in his best interest.
So what's the story?
He was approached by a man named Theodore Rybel. He says he doesn't know who Rybel is, or what organizations he might represent, but he was flashing around large sums of cash. He told Willett he had learned that he was organizing the software development for the CAD's facilities and wanted to buy access to the software. Willett says he refused until they offered him the sum of $2 million.
Huh. Has it all been paid? We've found just under $1 million so far.
Right. Half was paid on delivery. The other half would be paid in $250,000 increments. One payment each time Rybel completed a successful raid of a CAD's facility.
So Aberdeen was just the start of a series of 4 raids? How could they realistically expect to have 4 successful raids without drastic preventive measures being taken to stop them?
Willett apparently asked the same thing. Rybel said they planned to sabotage the facilities as they left, to point investigators in the wrong direction. Make it seem as if it were more of a standard break-in or an inside job.
So how's it work?
Willett built a back door into the software. If you know how to find it, it can take you right past the security system into the heart of the programming. Then he designed another piece of software to make use of this access port, giving the user root access. It also enacts a real-time simulation of the incineration process for the CAD's controllers. Sounds pretty sophisticated. The simulation is designed to react realistically to any control adjustments the CAD's people might make. Since they're essentially flying on controls only, they would never know the difference.
In Aberdeen they did.
Only because somebody happened to glance out the window and saw smoke from the bulldozer. That was a stupid mistake on the part of the thieves. The software was running perfectly. I think we can make use of him here.
You want me to turn around?
No. Keep going. I want Abel in Colorado. Lyons, you and Abel have transportation waiting, and your first target is still the one we discussed earlier.
Got it.
Jack, I'd like you to start back as soon as Abel has deplaned. I'm sure we can make use of Mr. Willett's unique knowledge on this end.
Is Johnston Atoll still planning on starting up its incineration program tomorrow?
As far as we know, although the President has been urged by parties on all sides to call it off. Now that we have Mr. Willett, the situation has changed dramatically.
In fact, as soon as we're done here, I'd like to get on the phone with Willett. I'd like to start investigating how to use his built-in software vulnerability against this threat.
Sure thing. We all done here?
I think so. Let me know when progress is made on the ground.
I will.
Lyons walked back to Willett, who was slumped in his seat with his head in his cuffed hands. He turned to see one of the big men pull something from his jacket.
Ah! Oh, it's a headset.
Willett, I'm not going to shoot you on the plane. It might punch a hole in the cabin and cause us to depressurize. I have a friend in Washington who would like to talk with you about your work. Will you cooperate with him fully?
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course.
Lyons placed the headset on Willett and plugged the jack into the telecommunications panel on the armrest.
Talk.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Willett. I have some questions to ask you about your ingenious CAD software.
White House, Washington, D.C.
What's the situation now?
We've got Willett at his home in Minneapolis. The FBI is combing the place now, but their preliminary reports show no ID on the bodyguards my men took out. Willett himself came through unscathed.
Why were your men on his trail without my authorization?
We were simply performing some detective work. Nothing extra legal. We didn't go in firing, not until Willett's bodyguards fired on us. And we might have broken this thing open.
Fine. Is Willett cooperating?
Yes, sir. He certainly is. He's been on the phone with my computer people for an hour. He's already explained how to find and bypass the encryption he planted in the CAD software. This code is what allows the perpetrators to shut down the incineration process before it begins, without alerting the operators. Then they can get inside and clear the place out while everybody else is keeping their distance.
You know the Johnston Atoll CADS is supposed to perform its inaugural run tomorrow.
Yes?
Think your computer people can be ready to monitor and stop the situation should it go bad?
If we get the executive go-ahead, we can. We've already set the wheels in motion. We can set Willett up at a safe house location in the D.C. metro area and tie him into the farm. We'll have computer people at both the safe house and the farm tied into Johnston. We can have it done in just a few hours. We monitor the JCAD startup from here. If we see evidence of tampering, we shut everything down at once.
What about stopping the theft of more U.S. chemicals?
I can get one of our teams on site before the scheduled startup. How much good they'll be able to do if and when a break-in occurs is unknown, because we don't know how the break-in will even happen. The JCADS is supposed to be the most secure of the new CADs.
Fine. You have my go-ahead. Have you been reading the papers? They're all running with the story that these weapons came from American soil. The Times of London called me ineffectual. The French papers are saying I've lost total control of the nation's infrastructure. Even the Russians are on my case. Sure, they can't handle their inventory of nuclear warheads, but at least they haven't killed anybody yet.
U.S. chemicals haven't killed anybody either. None of the inventory from Aberdeen was involved in any of the Azerbaijan massacres.
So what? It's still the same type of chemicals. We still haven't recovered all the containers stolen from Aberdeen. And there were Americans killed on the Tuscany too. It's a foregone conclusion the U.S. chemicals will be used to kill more Americans or be used to kill more innocent, poverty-stricken Azerbaijanis. I'm going to get more bad press, and my credibility with the American people will evaporate.
What about the Iraqi connection?
They're playing up the U.S. thefts. And they're pointing out that they simply don't have a motive for the attacks.
Nobody appears to.
Somebody does. Somebody is guilty. Find them.
Time to reload. Stony Man is continued on the next CD.
Denver, Colorado.
The Jeep Grand Cherokee was loaded with enough gear to keep the combat team in the field and highly functional for weeks. Then Able Team and Grimaldi pointed their vehicles in opposite directions and sped away. By the time the Stony Man pilot's jet was refueled and taxiing for takeoff, the Cherokee was speeding west on the interstate highway that eventually headed out of the Rocky Mountains and into Utah. They didn't go nearly that far, turning off at Frisco, Colorado, a major ski town that was running at a much slower pace now that there was no snow on the ground. The road took them through the Hoosier Pass, and shortly thereafter they headed off the highway.
And what are we looking for, precisely? Price didn't say. A facility belonging to a Polari Corporation subsidiary called Upgrade Systems. And we're going there because... Because the chemical stores taken at Aberdeen have to go somewhere. They'll probably be processed in North America before they're taken to whatever field of operations they're needed in, for whatever they're needed for. This has been pinpointed as a likely place for that processing. Why here? It was Carmen who located it.
Lyons was referring to Carmen Delahunt. She was an ex-FBI cybernetics expert on Kurtzman's team, and easy to pick out in the crowd because of her fiery red hair.
The entire computer room staff was combing the Polari businesses, including those that are tenuously linked to the main corporation. Upgrade Systems was established and funded by a group of businessmen a year ago, but these guys never used any of their own money in the venture. They took low-interest loans from a banking group that Polari owns, built the facility out in the middle of nowhere, ran the business for a month, then closed shop suddenly, claiming they couldn't make a go of it. They never paid off the loans, and the bank never tried to collect. So now the building is sitting there empty.
But it's not.
Carmen accessed the utility records on the place. For months it was using just enough heat and electricity to keep the place from freezing, and the security system operational. 2 days ago, its energy use shot up to operational levels. Something's going on there.
They drove past the padlock gates of Upgrade Systems, which was outside a small Colorado town sitting on a big patch of level ground. The drive-by showed them no sign of activity inside the building. They parked in a patch of pines on the side of the road a mile to the south and began to hike back. reaching the 8-foot chain-link fence around the grounds as the sun was hiding behind the clouds. In the chilly shadows of the overcast sky, they spotted lights glowing from the rear windows of the building. The fence wasn't electrified, and they made quick work of locating a hidden corner and cutting an entrance. Then they crossed the scrubby ground to the side of the building, just briefly exposed in the cold light of the roof-mounted security lamp as the day grew darker.
Let's be sure we've got the chemicals inside before we start taking this place down. And if we do find the chemicals, be damned careful. You guys know what that stuff can do.
The others nodded grimly.
Paul, see if there's a point to scope out the place from above. Gadgets, you're with me.
Blancanales responded with a quick nod and draped the M16A2 M203 over his shoulder as he grabbed at the aluminum ladder bolted to the side of the building. The stocky commando ascended quickly and disappeared onto the roof 20 feet above them. Lyons and Schwartz crept along the side of the building and peered around the corner where they had glimpsed at least one truck and semi-trailer parked. Now they made out a second vehicle, which they realized was running at idle. Lyons pointed to the vehicles, and Schwartz shot off across the open space, taking advantage of the deserted condition of the parking area. Schwartz came to a halt against the far side of the first truck, where the front wheels of the semi hid his feet. He paused just long enough to listen for a reaction to his bold run, heard none, and a quick touch to the truck cowl told him the engine was cold. He stepped onto the stair into the cab and glanced inside, finding it empty. He circled to the rear of the trailer and found the doors open and the trailer barren.
Iron Man, still clear up front?
Go ahead.
Schwartz raced across the open space to the rear of the second truck. This time the doors were closed and padlocked. He stepped quickly around the driver's side of the trailer and made his way to the cab. His suppressed 93R gripped at shoulder level and stepped up for a look inside. It too was empty and locked. But a steaming cup of coffee sat in the cup holder.
Iron Man, they're moving this truck out soon by the look of things. They'll probably come around your side of the building. Better clear yourself from sight.
Affirmative. You're more vulnerable than me. Get out of there.
I'm getting...
Schwartz crept back along the side of the trailer and paused at the rear set of tires, examining the ground, which was bare, light-colored dirt. Rain had soaked the ground not long before the trucks had arrived. The dried tracks were clear behind both vehicles, and a third set of tracks pointed to another truck, now gone.
Gadgets, you've got company.
Schwartz raced away from the trucks, creeping behind a large, flat garbage receptacle surrounded by weeds. Two men approached, both wearing shoulder holsters that they weren't bothering to conceal. Their manner was without urgency. Schwartz hadn't been spotted. That was a relief. Able Team needed to procure some serious intel before they started taking down the operators. They needed to get inside. One of the men took out a screwdriver and quickly removed Colorado license plates from the trailer. Schwartz memorized the plate numbers quickly before they were taken off, then memorized the new set of Oregon plates that replaced them. One of the men then jumped into the cab. Two more men emerged from the building and jogged around the side. Schwartz hoped Lyons had made it to concealment, because the men were within 1 yard of his last position. Rosario Blancanales carefully moved over the roof, following the two newcomers. He couldn't see Lyons, but the newcomers didn't either. They jogged to the gate and unlocked it, untwisting the chain. One of them ran into the road, then waved to the slow-moving truck. The truck accelerated from sight, while the two men rewrapped the chain and locked the gate. They paced back to the rear of the facility and entered.
Iron Man?
I'm in front, in the bushes.
Blancanales leaned over the roof and watched the silent shadow of Lyons step out of the tangle of overgrown shrubbery, which had once been planted to decorate the front office section of the building.
Have you got a vantage point?
Yeah, I'm heading there now. Several sets of skylights have been covered to avoid alerting passers-by to their activity. Give me a second.
Blancanales crouched at the edge of one of the skylights, which had been covered with thick black plastic and black painted canvas. The materials had been nailed into the roof. He made quick work of cutting a flap in the material with his knife. Light burst out at him. Below, a vast manufacturing facility was in full operation. What it had been designed to produce was impossible to tell. Now the operation was largely manual. A dozen workers were standing on either side of a slow-moving conveyor belt, assembling components of small, football-sized devices. The conveyor disappeared into a tubular steel frame covered with thick, clear plastic. Inside was a pair of figures in full-body hazmat outfits. Blancanales couldn't make out what they were doing, but he could guess. Behind them were barrels and pallets of containers, each marked with skull and crossbones and poison warnings in multiple languages.
Eureka.
Can you tell how much of the material is still here?
No. I'd guess all the original containers are here, but they're remaking bombs or some other dispersion devices out of them.
We can guess at least part of them were in the truck that just left. I've seen evidence of a third truck. We'll deal with that later. Right now, let's move in and shut this place down.
There's a complication. The guys working the lines look like Mexican illegals. I'll bet they bust them in for this. I'm seeing bunks and eating areas. I wouldn't be surprised if these poor guys are being kept locked up in here for the duration to keep them out of contact with the locals.
We'll have to be especially cautious until we know. If they're loyal to the Polari group, they might be armed. If they're not armed...
If they're not, we should consider them innocent bystanders. Those guys probably have no clue who their employers are or what it is they're manufacturing.
All's right.
Blancanales moved from one skylight to another, taking in the lay of the interior and describing it in detail to his teammates.
The only part of the interior I'm not seeing is the office. I think that's where the Polari supervisors are housed. I haven't seen anywhere else that might have living quarters, and I seriously doubt they're bunking on the factory floor with the workers.
All right, we're gonna go in. Remember, no explosives, not even a flash. No matter how removed you think you are from the chemical stores. Even if one of those containers gets blown, this place could transform into a morgue in less than a minute. That means us, the workers, the bad guys, everybody. Got it?
I've got it.
I got it.
Schwartz stepped from behind his trash bin and crossed the back lot to the rear door, carrying his leathered 93R and a Heckler & Koch MP5A3 submachine gun with a curved 30-round magazine as his primary entry weapon. The lax level of security told him the inhabitants were confident they would go unmolested as long as nobody knew they were there. The door, he guessed, would be unlocked. He swept the loading bay right to left, finding it empty. Crossing to the door into the factory, he found it open an inch. He peered through, finding the scene matched the mental picture he already had of the place, and made his entry. He leveled the MP5A3 at the nearest man. The man spotted Schwartz and grabbed for a 9mm pistol secured under his armpit. The move cost him his life. Schwartz headed for the cover of a 5-foot tool cabinet, spotting 3 men on the opposite side of the factory coming his way. He waited behind the tool chest for a 3 count, then stepped out just far enough to level the HK at the spot he'd expected the new arrivals to fill, and just far enough from the workers to provide a margin of safety. Blancanales watched 3 more gunmen emerge from the front of the factory, and one of them dropped into a firing stance with what looked like an AK. Schwartz's awareness of the newcomers was questionable, so Blancanales aimed his M16A2 M203 for the blast. The 2 remaining gunmen recoiled as their companion's head popped like a balloon. Then one of them aimed his own automatic weapon at the source of the fire. For a fraction of a second, Blancanales found himself looking directly down the barrel of a gunman's rifle. The survivor had ducked back into the door from whence he'd come. Lyons would have to deal with him, and whoever else was still hidden in the front office section of the facility. Blancanales scanned the interior of the factory for other threatening figures. The only survivors were the cowering workers, and Schwartz, who exited carefully from his shelter, nosing into a few hiding places with the muzzle of the HK. Then he gave a thumbs up in his teammate's direction. Blancanales jogged to the ladder and headed down. During Schwartz's backdoor attack, Lyons was preparing to enter through the front. The only problem was that there was a lock on the door. Problem solved. After waiting for any defense, Lyons entered through the front and found an empty reception area. He started back to the unexplored offices when a lone figure with an AK stumbled in from the factory, his eyes wild with fear. Lyons used the 92F in his left hand, firing rounds into the newcomer's knees. Lyons ran forward as the assailant tried to draw the AK on him. The man's right hand was now as useless as his legs, and he hugged the carpet for the second time in a few seconds. Lyons pushed the AK away from the fallen figure and held the Galil over its head. so that when the man peered up, eyes showing white like a terrified mongrel, the first thing he saw was the business end of the weapon.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
Barbara Price had just entered the war room when the call came through.
It's Carl. Abel's secured its target.
Did they find the chemicals taken from Aberdeen?
Let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
She pressed a button to put Lyons on the speaker.
You've got an audience, Carl.
Who's all there?
Phoenix, plus Hal, Bear, and, well, me.
I guess I ought to feel honored. We've got this place locked up. There were several casualties among the enemy, and one survivor. He might not walk again, however. There are also 14 Mexican immigrant workers who we think were bussed up from Southern California.
Tell me they're all unharmed.
Not a scratch, Hal. Paul is questioning them now, but we're pretty sure they don't even know what they were doing here. I don't even think they realized they were working with dangerous chemicals. They were paid well to do the work on a no-questions-asked basis.
The Aberdeen chemicals?
Some of them are here, but as we were casing the place, a semi left. We presume with another supply of the weapons they were preparing here. There's also evidence of a third semi that left here since the last rain.
He read off the license plate numbers, the new and the old, that Schwartz had memorized. Kurtzman jotted them down.
We'll try to track them down.
You'll need the state police to help you with that. Can we trust the Colorado troopers to spread the word on this set of numbers without using radio? I'd bet those guys have scanners on board.
Probably. Once we track down the truck, we can keep an eye on it from the air. They'll never know we're watching.
And it will lead us right to their next distribution point. I thought exactly.
How long has it been since the truck left the facility?
43 minutes.
Right. Carm, start tracking. I'll be with you in a moment.
Yes, sir.
We're finishing up here. You've got feds on the way?
Yeah, and a hazmat team. You'll want to be out of there in about 20 minutes.
Good. We will be. Then what?
I'll call you as soon as I know.
Bragnola had just returned from his latest meeting with the president.
Do we have the word?
Yes. The president is in a sticky spot. The media's saying it's foolhardy to risk American lives in the inaugural run of the Johnston Atoll chemical agent disposal system without having caught the people responsible for the Aberdeen fiasco. On the other side of the fence are those who are ready to pounce on the administration if it backs down to the terrorists.
Isn't it, though? Foolhardy, I mean.
Price looked at Thomas Jackson, T.J. Hawkins. Outside of Akira Tokaido, Hawkins was the youngest man on the farm and the newest arrival. He was ex-Delta Force, a soldier who proved himself in Somalia when he saved a village from a murderous rampage of a local warlord.
We've got an inside edge with Willett. He'll be in a safe house in Arlington, helping us to undermine any sabotage attempts at tomorrow's JCAD's inaugural run. He's instructing Akira in the methods he used to compromise the incineration software. By the time the startup begins, the farm should be online with JCADs. We'll be able to monitor and control all activity, including infiltration attempts.
The plan is to have Phoenix Force on the atoll when that happens.
You'll have just about enough time to get there and get staged. Any other questions?
There were none.
You're dismissed. Everybody get a good night's sleep. I have a feeling you won't be getting another chance for a while.
Barbara Price was awakened that night at 2 a.m. when the truck ID'd by Able team was spotted in Colorado. A few quick phone calls got the Wyoming State Police involved. They picked up the truck just across their border and put a surveillance chopper on it. When she got up in the morning, her first order of business was to get the Oregon State Police involved, because the truck had traveled into that state. Others hadn't had as restful a night. Akira Tokaido had been working with Glenn Willett throughout the night at the Arlington Hilton. Their room was packed with PCs that were connected to the computer room at Stony Man Farm. Aaron Kurtzman spent the night with them, in a sense, tied in via an open phone line from the farm and assisting them over a secure link. Jack Grimaldi was heading west yet again during the midnight hours. Playing taxi driver, he commented wryly to himself. The pilot seat of the Citation X, he was convinced, was starting to take on the shape of his rear end. Meanwhile, Phoenix Force was sleeping in their reclined seats, lulled by the steady roar of the turbofans. The slim Stony Man pilot offloaded his passengers in Denver in the middle of the night, where they were catching a Delta red-eye to Oahu. Then he and his company-supplied co-pilot each grabbed one of the reclining seats in the Cessna's cabin and took advantage of the few hours they had until Able Team arrived in the morning. Able Team arrived before dawn, and Grimaldi had them in the air minutes later. They gathered around the front fold-out table and dialed up the farm, getting on the speakerphone with Barbara Price as she was reading the overnight reports.
The Oregon State Police reported into us about 5 minutes ago.
They managed to keep an eye on that truck for us?
Yeah, he left the interstates and headed into some depopulated country in the western middle of the state. The truck stopped on an isolated section of road about 20 miles southeast of a little town called Flat Willow.
Is that as precise as they got?
That's as precise as we need. It took Carmen about a minute to determine that there's an old factory and landing field on that road, on property now owned by Polari Oil.
A landing field?
Supposedly abandoned. There hasn't been activity on that field since the 1970s, as far as any official records indicate. But it wouldn't have taken much effort to repave it and make it serviceable.
We going into Portland?
Yes. From there, we've got a Black Hawk helicopter to transport you to the scene. Jack will pilot the chopper, but the Army has insisted on providing a co-pilot.
The Oregon troopers be willing to pull out?
They've been instructed in no uncertain terms to stay out of your way.
Right, but you know as well as I that sometimes their curiosity just gets the better of them.
We'll just have to wait and see.
How long until we land in Portland?
Half-hour tops, guys.
All right. Let's be ready to move.
The dark insect-like appearance of the Sikorsky UH-60L Blackhawk contrasted starkly with the sleek, white lines of the Citation X as she came to a halt a stone's throw away. As soon as the jet halted, Blancanales popped the hatch and, joined by Grimaldi, hustled across the asphalt with their packs to the waiting helo. Grimaldi found himself trading off one less than trusting co-pilot for another. While he left Green and the Cessna corporate jet to await their return, he found himself shaking hands with an unenthusiastic Army pilot.
Captain Hassan.
Jack.
Can't say I'm too happy to be turning my aircraft over to some guy who's not even a military pilot, but I'm told you'll have a clue what to do in the cockpit.
Yeah, at least a clue.
Grimaldi entered the cockpit without entertaining further discussion. The members of Able Team strapped themselves in. The Blackhawk rose smoothly and swiftly. Then Grimaldi aimed the chopper north for the flight into the big skies of Oregon. Grimaldi soon had Captain Hassan appeased as to his capability, and when he had skirted the urban and suburban areas of Portland, he increased his speed to 160 miles per hour. They hugged the treetops as they came to within a few miles of the Polari compound, landing on a grassy plain in the middle of a long stretch of forest. Able Team hit the ground running, and the Stony Man pilot took the Blackhawk into the air again, heading out of the neighborhood at top speed. The hope was that even if the sound of the helicopter did reach the Polari compound, it would come and go quickly enough to give the impression of a passing chopper. Lyons took the lead, taking his teammates through the dense forest. Their pace was steady and strong, meant to eat up the miles without taxing the commandos for the real work that would follow.
Wings to Able 1.
Go ahead, Wings.
We're parked.
Roger.
Grimaldi had planned to put down the Blackhawk in a secluded area, well out of earshot, but close enough to be able to provide rapid assistance should it be needed.
I'm gonna get real bored here real fast.
We'll keep you posted, Wings.
Able Team came to a halt at a tree line, looking out over what had to be several thousand acres of gently rolling grassy plain. 100 yards from the trees was an 8-foot barbed wire jutting another 1.5 feet from the top. A collection of low buildings stood another 100 yards inside the fence.
Well, look at this. Somebody replaced the rusty wire with some brand new extra shiny wire.
Now, why would they do something like that?
This way.
They marched along the tree line for another 5 minutes before finding what they judged would be the optimal approach point. Here, the bulging tree line allowed them to get an extra 40 feet closer to the fence, in an area where they were visible from only a single window from the distant buildings. They saw their first hint of activity as a garage door opened on one of the buildings. Inside, several people were moving around the rear end of a semi-truck trailer.
There's our friend from Colorado, I'd bet.
A small cart was driven out of the loading dock, towing a flatbed trailer. It was stacked with something, but covered by a tarp. The driver steered directly for the nearby hangar and touched the button that opened a garage-sized section of multiple doors set side by side. The quick glance inside showed them a very large, low-set prop aircraft.
They're loading up.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
But they are going to a lot of trouble to keep all their activity under cover.
They'll have figured out something has gone wrong in Colorado by now. My guess is they're trying to get this shipment aboard and out of here. Which means we need to get in there ASAP.
First we need to prevent that aircraft from getting off the ground. I take the hangar.
What's your intention?
I'm not sure yet. Hopefully I'll get inside and shoot up the controls. That would be the safest option.
Alright, but be damn careful. One good blast and God knows what we'll be blowing into the air. Let's all keep that in mind. Any explosions or fires could blow...
Yeah, shoot a barrel and die a horrible death.
Yep. Sounds like you got it. And Paul, you'll be with me.
Sure thing, boss.
Right. Paul, you got the wire cutters?
Yep. Let me just check. Non-electrified. There. All done.
Right. Now we have to go all at once. We'll be going without any cover, so move fast. Ready?
Ready.
Ready.
All right. Go!
Gadgets slithered through the narrow opening and into the open field beyond, then shot to his feet with Blankenalis right behind him. By the time Lyons came through after them, Schwartz had reached the building and flattened against it, covering the others as they joined him. They waited for a few seconds for signs they'd been spotted. Then Schwartz took off around the corner, crouching as he passed under the shaded window and the door window, which was covered with newspaper. Then he crossed the distance to the hangar, coming to a halt against the wall next to the door. Schwartz keyed his transceiver.
I'm here, but I can't stay long. I'm still in the line of sight from the window of the other building. I think I'll try along the back way for another entrance.
Go. Paul and I are gonna find a way in here.
Schwartz jogged the length of the hangar. He peered around the corner and found more empty, scrubby grassland. There were two entrances, one sized for aircraft, one for humans, both of which were closed. He stepped to the smaller door and found its small window also covered with newspaper. Schwartz twisted the knob slowly and applied steady pressure with his shoulder, forcing it open just an inch. He peered inside, trusting to chance that no one was watching the door or standing behind it, even now targeting him. Inside, the abundant skylights illuminated the bulk of a C-130H Hercules. The heavy-set, low-slung aircraft filled the hangar. The rear ramp was down, and the cart and its trailer had been backed into it. Schwartz saw no evidence of activity in the hangar, which meant whoever was inside had to be either behind his door or inside the aircraft. He shoved at the door and twisted around it, leveling the MP5A3, but found no one there. He hurriedly shut the door and crossed to the aircraft.
How you doing, Gadgets?
Iron Man.
What's he saying? He tapped his mic twice. He can't talk right now. I got that, Gadgets. Paul and I are going in.
Schwartz didn't see or hear anybody in the plane. No voices probably meant one man. He pondered, waiting for the driver to finish his task of moving the equipment, then rejected waiting as too risky. Who knew when another person might show up from the other building? And if Lyons and Blankenalis caused a ruckus over there, the driver might very well hear it and grab for a weapon. The able team commando crept to the end of the ramp and vaulted onto it quickly, leveling the MP5A3 into the interior. At that moment, he realized he'd made a major error in judgment.
We're going in blind, no matter what. These windows all have shades. Yeah. We don't know if there's one man or a dozen in there. We can't get in without exposing ourselves.
We could blast the doors with something low-grade enough that it wouldn't risk the weapons containers inside. Even set off a flash in the open just to draw them out.
No, still too risky.
Got any better ideas?
No, I don't. Wait, what? Listen.
Lyons pointed to the way they had just come, and Blankenalis moved out in that direction while Lyons circled the building the other way. Blankenalis found the side of the building clear and crept back to the front, his M16A2 up and ready to defend himself against all comers. When he reached the front of the building, he spotted a group of 3 men carrying automatic weapons heading for the hangar.
Gadgets, company's coming. Are you there?
The group opened the hangar door. The hardmen reacted at once, falling away from the open door and readying their weapons. Lyons and Blankenalis joined the battle, both leveling their weapons and firing across the open ground at the hardmen as they entered the building. The first gunman was already inside as their twin blasts of auto fire cut across the 2 stragglers. The driver of the cart spun with a canvas-wrapped cylinder hugged to his chest, and Schwartz froze where he stood, coming to the full realization of his error. So did his opponent, who grabbed at the .357 Magnum revolver tucked in the back of his trousers.
You shoot and we all die.
The man stepped quickly behind the barrels he had already loaded into the C-130H. Only his head and his gun hand were exposed.
Drop it!
Schwartz stood his ground.
Drop it, asshole!
The door opened, and Schwartz turned the MP5A3 at the newcomers. His opponent fired. The .357 round drilled into his chest, stopped cold by his Kevlar vest, but hitting him with the impact of a hammer blow. He grabbed the MP5 to his gut and tried to see through the blinding flashes of white pain. Schwartz then spotted his assailant coming at him with a revolver raised in his hand like a club. Schwartz tried to bring up the Heckler & Koch to deflect the blow, but his system was slowed by pain and shock.
Paul, over here!
Blancalis bolted across the front of the building. It was essential they get together if they were going to fend off the possibility of a two-pronged assault. The front door of the building opened as he made his break, and a figure with a shotgun stepped out, looking in the direction of the building. Blancalis was ready for him. As he was falling, Blancalis turned to face the interior of the building. 3 men stared at the doorway, looking surprised. A 4th man raced out the rear door. Stacks of containers wrapped in canvas stood stacked next to the semi-truck and trailer. Blancalis resisted his urge to fire into the building and was past the door before those inside could target him. He ran to Lyon's side.
Wings, get over here now!
Company's coming in behind you.
Cover your ears! Flashbang in 5!
Got it.
Blancalis dropped into a crouch with a gun wedged between his knees. He dragged the headset onto his neck, jabbed his fingers into his ears, and squeezed his eyes shut. Lyons made a run for the corner and found one man reeling on the grass, while another figure staggered at the entrance to the rear door, where he'd received less than the full force of the blast. Through the assault to his vision, the man spotted Lyons and raised his shotgun to fire. The man in the grass scrambled to his knees, pushing to get to his feet.
Iron Man, you clear?
Yeah, I'm clear.
Come over here. I'm gonna need you.
Lyons backed to the corner, then jogged to Blancalis' side.
Check this out.
Another cart was being wheeled out of the building, stacked high with the canvas-covered containers of toxic chemicals. The hardmen were behind it, pushing it as fast as they could over the grass in the direction of the hangar, their feet visible under the cart.
Don't fire. I'm not planning to.
The 2 men stepped around the corner and moved across the front of the building. A quick look inside revealed that no one else was inside.
What are we going to do? You got me.
The nose of the Hercules C-130H slid into view as the hangar doors slid open. The cart full of toxic containers maneuvered into the hangar, keeping as much distance as it could from the outside turboprop without exposing its manipulators to the able Team Warriors. Soon afterwards, the plane started moving forward. Lyons and Blancalis approached in a run and spotted the escapees running across the hangar for the open ramp at the rear of the aircraft. Lyons allowed himself just a second to evaluate the layout for the proximity to the containers of chemicals and make a decision. Blancalis was a few steps ahead and to the left of him, and he targeted the aircraft itself as a figure appeared with an Uzi in one hand, hanging onto a structural support with his other hand. The Uzi clattered to the concrete. At that moment, the rear of the C-130H cleared the hangar, and the surviving gunner made a dive for the ramp. Lyons' final burst cut into him. From his viewpoint, Lyons saw several containers in the hold as the ramp was closing. He also spotted something else, the limp body of Gadget's Schwartz, draped over the containers.
Don't return fire! This way!
Blancalis broke into a run towards a protective brick wall. Lyons joined his teammate and snatched at his radio.
Wings, this is Able 1. Do not fire. Repeat, do not fire.
This is Wings, Able. We just gonna let him take off?
Affirmative.
He and Paul Blancalis watched helplessly as the plane accelerated down the runway and lifted off into the air.
This is Jack, and we got trouble.
Go ahead, Wings.
We're in. Let's go.
Report, Jack. Are you guys in danger?
What? No, not us. Just a second. This is Able 1.
What's going on?
We took down the facility in Oregon, but Gadgets was taken prisoner. He's on their plane, and they're running with him.
Shit.
What's going on, Barbara?
Quiet, Bear. What are they in, Able 1?
It's a Hercules. We're in pursuit, but we're losing them pretty fast. We need some air support up here.
What's the plan?
I haven't thought of one yet.
Her eyes locked with Kurtzman's as she talked. Kurtzman was dialing up the Air Force at another communications center.
What's Gadget's situation?
Can't we get this thing going any faster, Jack? They're leaving us. Base, are we getting air support.
Bear's on it, Able One. We're not going to lose them. What's Gadget's situation?
I don't know. I spotted him on board the Hercules before they closed it up. He was out cold. Gadgets could be dead already for all I know, Base.
Okay, we're on it. Able One, what's your position?
We're about 3 miles northwest of the Polari compound. Remember, we've got a friend in that aircraft.
What's the situation at the facility?
No survivors, Base. Plenty of chemical weapons were on site, and not all of it was successfully loaded before they took off.
Right. I'll get a hazmat team in there to clean it up.
What's the deal, Hassan?
I've got the pedal to the metal, Carl. This thing's going as fast as it can.
Not good enough. We're losing it. The Air Force will keep an eye on it. We won't lose it. Think they can bring it down?
Grimaldi didn't know how to answer that. Gadget Schwartz felt pain before he felt true consciousness. Then through his pain came the thrum of the engines. It took him a long moment to get his bearings, and he willed himself to stay motionless, eyes closed. Then he recalled his circumstances. The sledgehammer impacts from the .357 Magnum rounds slamming into his vest, then the sight of the gun descending on his head. The memory brought a new realization of the pounding in his skull. He had been aboard the Hercules, and now he realized the thrum he was hearing had to be the engines. The movement he was feeling told him the aircraft was in flight at a cruising altitude. That didn't bode well for the success of the mission. For a moment he wondered what might have become of his teammates. Had they been taken out in a firefight? Was that how the Polari team had managed to take off with him? Not necessarily. They would never have fired on the plane once it was in motion. They wouldn't have risked compromising the integrity of any of the chemical containers. That would have been suicide. They might not have even realized he was on board the aircraft until it was gone. So what now? He felt hands on his arms, which he now realized were tied behind his back. He was yanked to his feet, sending a rush of blood into his bruises and into his aching skull. His legs started to give out beneath him. He gave in to gravity.
Come on, asshole!
Schwartz felt himself being lifted roughly to his feet, and he opened his eyes in a squint.
Damn it!
The Able Team Commando was thinking fast. He wasn't nearly as weak as he was making out to be. He was still in the cargo hold of the aircraft, and several men were busy reinforcing the straps on the chemical weapons containers. He was walked to a door and leaned against the door jamb as his caretaker opened it. He panted and swayed, his head lowered, and managed to peer around the passenger cabin they were entering. No one else was there. He allowed himself to be walked inside. Schwartz didn't know what the situation was, how long he'd been on board the aircraft, how many men were on board with him, what his teammates knew about his situation. The only real fact he had was that he was going to get one good opportunity to make a bid for freedom, and that opportunity was right now. The Hercules swayed slightly. Schwartz staggered into one of the empty seats, pulling his captor along with him.
Hey, you're gonna have to pull yourself together!
Schwartz pushed hard with his legs, propelling himself and his captor into the next aisle of seats. Schwartz took a step forward and kicked his opponent in the temple. His head snapped in a half circle and his body went limp. The Able Team Commando knelt quickly and began feeling with his tied hands in the man's pockets, coming up with nothing more than a set of keys and a cheap plastic lighter. The lighter would have to do. He flicked the flame and gritted his teeth, doing his best to direct the flame into the rope that bound his hands. If he had had the time, he would have tried to avoid burning his own flesh, but he did not have the time. Schwartz grabbed at the armpit holster his former captive was wearing and came up with a 10mm Glock 17 pistol. The clock in his head was ticking furiously. It had been less than a minute since he had entered the room with his captor. How long until the others joined them? His time ran out. The new arrival saw the legs and feet of the man stretched across the aisle. He dove from the stairs, forcing Schwartz's gun hand high as he fired. Gadgets brought his gun hand down hard onto the man's skull. Another man emerged at the top of the stairs, took up a shooter's stance without a second thought, aiming with two hands, but too slow to beat Schwartz to the trigger. The wall behind the attacker splattered with blood and brain matter. Schwartz's hand-to-hand attacker launched himself bodily from the floor. He fell backward, landing on the body of his original captor, and raised his gun to his attacker as he stood above him. The figure froze, a strange look of calm taking over his fierce expression, then pitched forward. Schwartz found himself sandwiched between the two bodies. He struggled to get out from between them, and as he did, he saw men coming at him from the rear of the cabin. Before he could get into a standing position, the first man swung a 4-foot section of 2x4.
Hold on, Wings. There's something going on.
Lyons stood behind Grimaldi, staring out over the wide horizon. As they passed over the coast and the wide Pacific Ocean filled the window of the Blackhawk, he was feeling more and more like a member of his team was lost, maybe irretrievably.
What's up?
When Price didn't answer, Grimaldi waited patiently. There was nothing else he could do except keep the Blackhawk on course.
Price here.
Go ahead, Base.
I'm patching you in, Wings.
Patching me into what?
And I am saying again, we are ready to negotiate.
Is this the pilot of the C-130H?
Grimaldi gestured wildly over his head, and Lyons and Blancanales scrambled for their headphones.
Our pilot is dead. I repeat, our pilot has just been killed.
What about your co-pilot?
Shot by your men before we even left the ground.
What's your situation then?
We need somebody to talk us into a landing. We got about 800 pounds of explosive chemical weapons on board.
Exactly. That's why we want you over the Pacific Ocean. Every minute takes you farther from human beings. You go down now, you'll only kill yourselves.
We got your gunman, too. He'll go down with us.
He's dead already. Not much of a bargaining chip there.
He's alive, although we beat the crap out of him for killing the pilot.
I don't believe you. If he's alive, put him on the radio.
Don't I have vacation time coming?
Blancanales punched the air with his clenched fist. Gadgets was alive. Somehow he was still alive. Lyons just smiled with relief and admiration.
There you go. He's still with us, but none of us on board this plane will be for long if we don't get help flying back to the mainland.
Wings,
Here.
what can you do for these guys?
Can you hear me, Hercules?
I read you.
Listen to me if you want to get out of this mess. I'm a pilot and I have time in a C-130H.
First, we negotiate our rules.
First, we get you landed without killing everyone on board and spreading toxic chemicals across the west coast of North America.
Go ahead.
First of all, I need to know your situation. I assume you're on autopilot or you'd have gone down a long time ago.
I guess so.
Set the autopilot to a controlled deceleration of the craft and set it to a few miles an hour above its stall speed. Do you know how to do that?
I think so. What good is that going to do me?
It will give me a chance to catch up to you. I'm in a Blackhawk helicopter about 10 miles behind you. We'll be on top of you in a little while.
And then what?
Then I'm coming on board. I'll fly you all back to the mainland myself.
Captain Hassan, who had been quietly enduring the operation from the co-pilot's seat, had reached the end of his tether.
Are you out of your mind? You expect me to transfer you to the Hercules in flight?
Yeah, I do. No way. I'm going. You can't fly that aircraft. I can. And I have no intention of flying the aircraft. I intend to get on board and jettison myself and Schwartz. Then let them fall into the sea.
No go, Able One. The risk is too great. Number one, there are too many gunmen on board that aircraft. Getting past them and extracting gadgets would probably be impossible. Number two, the environmental damage would be substantial should those chemicals get into the water. Plus, we might be able to get a lot of good intel from these guys once we get them on the ground.
Fine. So what will you do when you get on board, Jack? Just what I said. Fly them to the mainland. Land the Hercules safely. And then they'll have 2 hostages instead of 1. We'll deal with that later.
Grimaldi accelerated the Blackhawk to near its maximum at 180 land miles per hour. The Hercules loomed closer, and Grimaldi kept in contact with the man at the controls of the large aircraft, making sure that the readings stayed where they should be. Without bad weather, it might fly for hours without a pilot at the controls, until running out of fuel and plunging into the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Grimaldi ordered the Hercules to lower its rear ramp as the Blackhawk homed in.
Why can't you come in the side hatch?
No way. You know how close I'd be getting to the props when I rappel down? This isn't going to be an easy entrance, man. I need a little more margin for error, and I suggest that anybody in the rear cargo bay strap themselves in good when you open it.
The ramp on the Hercules opened a moment later, and the aircraft became erratic as its aerodynamics changed. Paper and other trash fluttered out. Grimaldi took the Blackhawk higher and slowed it to match speed with the Hercules until it parked some 10 yards above the tail of the aircraft. Then he handed the controls to Captain Hassan.
This is crazy! I should be going along with this.
Too bad.
Grimaldi quickly moved into the troop cabin of the Black Hawk, where Blancanelis was checking out a harness. Grimaldi shrugged himself into it, carefully checking all the straps and quick-release buckles. He snapped on a first aid kit, which, under a wad of sterile paper-wrapped bandages, included a Beretta 92F. He buckled on a combat knife and put on a parachute, then attached the snap-on hook at the end of the winch cable. He gave Blancanelis the thumbs up. They held on as Lyons opened the hatch, and the 150-mile-per-hour winds buffeted the inside of the Army helicopter. Grimaldi stepped to the open hatch and held on to the cable. The tail of the Hercules was silhouetted beneath him. He leaned back over the rushing backdrop of the distant ocean, then he stepped into the open air and found himself dangling beneath the Black Hawk.
Okay.
Blancanelis operated the winch, feeding out cable, and Grimaldi descended beneath the helicopter, the wind rushing around him. He hit a patch of errant air and found himself swinging momentarily like a swatted piñata. He watched the tail of the C-130H sweep erratically under him.
Hold on, bad air.
He rode it out for another few seconds until the air became steadier.
Okay, go, Punk.
The winch started again, and Grimaldi descended behind the C-130H, finding himself swinging wildly as he entered the slipstream of the aircraft.
Hold it there.
The winch stopped, and he found himself level with the entrance ramp to the aircraft. Grimaldi could see the interior of the cargo bay.
Okay, Captain, maneuver me in.
All right. Watch your head.
The Black Hawk accelerated easily, carrying Grimaldi closer to the rear of the C-130H, and he called out instructions over the radio. Hassan proved to be highly skilled at the controls of his aircraft. As it was, the erratic swaying in the high winds and changing slipstream made it tough enough to close in, a situation exacerbated by the design of the Hercules, with its tail extending farther than the ramp he was attempting to get onto. Grimaldi instructed Hassan to lower him directly behind the ramp, then move the Black Hawk ahead so that the cable was flush against the tail of the aircraft.
Okay, Paul. Give me a little more slack. Stop!
Grimaldi was now swinging several feet behind and below the distended ramp.
Okay, now swing me in, Captain.
And then he prepared for impact. Hassan slowed the Black Hawk slightly, carrying Grimaldi away from the ramp, then accelerated quickly. Grimaldi flew at the rear end of the C-130H, and the cable hit the rear wing. The Stony Man pilot continued to swing forward under his own momentum and found himself careening wildly toward the distended ramp. He spotted a handhold and made a quick grab for it as he sailed within a foot of the ramp. As his momentum gave out, he felt his full weight suddenly on his one hand, and his body dangled below the ramp.
Slack, Paul!
The cable fed out behind him as he slapped at the ramp, another handhold falling into his free hand, and he dragged himself over the edge. He scrambled onto the ramp and lay there spread eagle for a moment, getting his bearings, then crawled forward out of the tearing wind into the rear cargo hold of the Hercules.
I'm in.
The Polari team had wisely vacated the cabin, and it contained nothing but the large stack of cargo. Grimaldi examined it carefully, finding that the stack of chemical containers had been tightly secured to a pallet of 2x4 wooden beams. It had been virtually cocooned inside a webbing of tight nylon strapping and was lashed to the floor using at least 10 heavy-duty cargo straps. The idea snapped into Grimaldi's head in an instant.
More slack.
You okay, Wings?
Yeah. Prepare to extract cargo, Captain.
Are you kidding me?
What, me, kid?
He made quick work of unhooking the cable and threading it through the webbing in the deadly cargo. He tied it in 3 places, then hooked the end of the cable to itself, making quick work of sawing at the cargo straps with his fighting knife. In a minute, the 800 pounds of chemical weapons were sitting without restraint in the rear of the hold.
Bring it up, Paul.
The draping cable slowly straightened and drew tight. Then the pallet of weapons tilted off the floor and was dragged to the rear of the aircraft. Grimaldi held onto the rail in the wall and prayed the bad guys had at least gone to the trouble of building weapons that held their integrity prior to deployment. If even one of those casings broke open now. The Hercules lurched and descended suddenly, and the nylon-wrapped pallet popped out of the rear of the aircraft and disappeared. Grimaldi gripped the rail as the aircraft righted itself, but not enough. It was descending.
Wings!
Did you get it?
We've got it. But what's going on down there?
I don't know. Something's wrong with the aircraft.
I think we might have damaged the rear stabilizer with the cable.
I think you're right. I'm behind you now. It looks a little out of whack. I suggest you do something about it.
Good idea.
Jack Grimaldi was already dragging himself to the door of the passenger cabin, and his fist slammed into the large red ramp button as soon as it was within reach. No matter what the problem was, the aircraft would be easier to control with the ramp shut. 4 men craned their necks as he entered the passenger cabin. Grimaldi had the distinct feeling of having entered a lion's den. He grabbed onto the seats as he made his way to the cockpit, past a row in which a pair of corpses had been unceremoniously dumped. The face he was looking for most eagerly was nowhere in the cabin. Clambering up the steps, he yanked at the cockpit door, and a man turned to face him, leveling a Browning .380. Grimaldi raised his hands.
I'm the pilot.
We're losing control!
I noticed.
Grimaldi had also noticed Schwartz, propped like a rag doll against the wall, eyes open but unfocused. He looked up at Grimaldi and squinted.
Snafu.
I see that. Hang on there, Gadgets.
Grimaldi took the pilot's seat and scanned the mass of analog meters. The plane was descending steadily. Not at an alarming rate, but what was alarming was that it shouldn't be descending at all.
So what's the deal?
Give me a minute.
Grimaldi disabled the automatic pilot and wrestled to get better control of the Hercules. He fed more fuel into the Allison turboprops and wrestled for height.
You're pulling away from us, Jack.
This bird is broken. The only way I'm going to stay out of the water is by overcompensating. I'm going to have to ride high back to the mainland.
He felt the headphones get torn from his head.
We're not going back to the mainland.
You've got no choice. In case you haven't noticed, your transportation isn't working up to snuff.
He re-engaged the autopilot and watched the controls long enough to see that the craft was more or less stable, starting into a slow descent. He had some time to play with and jumped out of his seat.
Where the hell are you going?
To help my friend.
Grimaldi kneeled at Schwartz's side and opened his first aid kit.
We don't have time for this shit. Get back in the pilot's seat.
I'm not flying anywhere until my friend is out of danger of bleeding to death. It won't take long, unless I have to sit here arguing about it with you.
Frank! He dumped the cargo!
What? It's gone! He dumped it!
You motherfucker! Shit!
Grimaldi reached out with his foot and kicked shut the cockpit door.
What now?
We're leaving.
The door's downstairs.
This closet's got an emergency parachute. Here, we'll take the window.
Oh, the window. Sure, whatever.
Grimaldi grabbed at the headset and jammed it on his neck, then rolled on his back and aimed his Beretta at the left side window. He then snatched up the first aid kit and used it to push the shattered glass out of the frame. The Stony Man pilot then aimed at the cockpit door. He knew he had no hope of actually hitting any of the players downstairs. He was just buying precious time.
Come on.
Grimaldi grabbed him by the arm and dragged him to his feet. Schwartz's brow became a mass of wrinkles as the pain screamed through his body from multiple injuries. But he made no sound as Grimaldi pulled the emergency chute harness over his arms and secured the straps tightly around his chest and abdomen. Grimaldi pushed him to the window.
How are you expecting us to avoid the engines?
Easy.
Grimaldi's hands moved quickly over the controls. The whirling discs turned into individual rotors that sputtered and spun to a sudden stop.
Problem solved. The 2 props on the other side will keep this thing in the air for a while. You first. I'll keep them busy.
Schwartz mustered his strength and stood on the pilot's seat. 2 men on the stairs were approaching, a suicide run. But maybe they knew they had nothing to lose at this stage, and maybe their lives to gain. Grimaldi fired 3 rounds, then pulled into the area behind the pilot's seat as they returned fire.
You need help? Just go! Whoa!
The pilot was stronger than he appeared, and he managed to eject Schwartz through the opening. Suddenly, he was alone in the cockpit. Grimaldi knew the autopilot wasn't able to compensate for 2 switched-off engines and the rear-end damage. Now, he determined, would be an excellent time to leave. He stepped into the open again and saw a man charging up the steps. Grimaldi knew it was now or never. He jumped onto the pilot's seat and forced himself out the window. For a moment, the wing loomed up over him, threatening to smash into him with the subtlety of a 200-mile-per-hour brick wall. Then it was gone, and he was in open freefall. He tumbled end over end before spreading his limbs and establishing a controlled descent, the ocean racing at him at a furious pace. It was a low dive to start with. He yanked the cord the first moment he was able, and the chute deployed in time to slow his descent to a steady plummet. The impact shocked his system, sending white bolts of lightning through his head, and all he could see was the foaming chaos of the ocean. He couldn't even tell which direction was up. Somehow he managed to detach the sodden mass of the chute and claw his way to the surface. Schwartz was struggling inside his chute 100 yards away. In his battered, weakened state, his movement seemed slow and drunken. Grimaldi propelled himself through the 5-foot waves as rapidly as he was able, pausing just long enough to rid himself of his boots, his gun, and his first aid kit. The only tool he kept was the fighting knife, and as he reached Schwartz, he grabbed the slimy chute material and sliced into it. Within a minute, he was able to cut and tear the material off him.
Check it out!
Schwartz was watching the Hercules, which had tilted on its side and was descending in a long, graceful arc that was miles long. Grimaldi couldn't tear his eyes from the sad spectacle of the aircraft's death. When its wings sliced into the water, its smooth flight disintegrated, bathed in fire. The remaining skeleton, twisted and smoking, flopped into the surface of the sea and sank in seconds. By the time they had seen the last of it disappear beneath the waves, the Army Black Hawk helicopter was raising a maelstrom as it descended over them.
Time to reload. Stony Man is continued on the next CD. Welcome to the 6 o'clock news. I'm Amanda Hugginkiss. Our top story tonight is the new graphic audio podcast. We go live to Bill Periwinkle.
I'm live here on the streets and people have gone crazy. They're so excited about these new graphic audio podcasts, they've started rioting.
This is awesome! I love graphic audio! Black Bullet rules! Yeah! Graphic audio! The people demand graphic audio!
These people can't get enough graphic audio. Back to you, Amanda.
Thanks, Bill. When we come back, killer stickies attack Tom Bruce.
Haydar, Azerbaijan.
The Land Rover Discovery XD wasn't a common sight in the coastal regions north of Baku, but the drab olive paint job helped it blend with the battered rattle traps that wheezed and lumbered in the streets. As it cruised onto the highway, it accelerated to a speed that allowed it to easily pass the rest of the traffic, mostly communist-era automobiles. The man driving steered the Land Rover onto a side road that appeared out of nowhere and followed it for another mile in a northwest direction, moving farther from the Caspian Sea coast. But he could feel the Caspian pollution in the air, could even taste it. He knew he was getting close and spotted the dirt highway he was looking for, the road to Haydar. At the edge of town, a young Air Force MP, pale and wide-eyed, brought the Land Rover to a halt, looked at the ID that was presented to him, and waved the vehicle through. The Land Rover came to a halt at the outskirts of the chaos that just 18 hours ago had been a peaceful Azerbaijani village. The driver stepped out of the four-wheel drive and looked at the carnage. Mac Bolan had seen death before, more death than he cared to look back on. But this was shocking, even to him. Haydar had been the last of 3 major hits that occurred in the middle of the night in the vicinity of Azerbaijan. The first had been the Caspian Sea attack on the Tuscany II. The next in the village of Irkut, 30 miles from Haydar. At least 30 bodies lay on stretchers covered in bright orange plastic tarps on one side of the village square. The Air Force had just begun its work of clearing the area. Bolan could still see figures slumped in windows, in cars, against walls. A young airman came out of a nearby building with a video camera and set it up a few paces from Bolan's vehicle. He glanced at Bolan curiously, surprised to see a civilian on the premises.
Why does the Air Force think it's necessary to take video footage of this tragedy?
It's news. The ulterior motive is to prove to the world that the U.S. military isn't at fault. Maybe you didn't hear there was a theft of chemical weapons from a base in Maryland yesterday.
There wasn't enough time to get those materials here for these attacks.
I know that. You know that. The trouble is convincing the people of the world of that. Oh, where are my manners? John Samuels. I'm a reporter for Armed Forces TV and radio out of Frankfurt.
You're not with CBIRF?
I just happened to do a half-hour feature for the news on the Chemical Biological Incident Response Force a few months ago, which included some training with them. So, when they got the call to come here and were ordered to bring along a videographer, I was elected.
What's the situation?
Under control. There's no danger now. They used hydrogen cyanide with a gaseous cloud dispersion method. There was very little ground contamination, so it evaporated pretty quick, I guess. That didn't help these people.
How many?
Still counting. No survivors, if that's what you're asking. There was no wind until 6 a.m. The cloud just sat here.
Bolin walked back to the Land Rover and couldn't help but notice that the rows of bodies in the square had grown by 10 in just a few minutes. Samuels was running the camera without looking through the viewfinder. He was staring away into the distance, out over the scrub-covered arid land that made up much of the Azerbaijani topography. But he really wasn't looking at anything, just away.
Astara, Azerbaijan.
He stopped the car in the middle of the decrepit village on the north coast of Azerbaijan and trod across the rocky ground to a shack made of ribbed pieces of aluminum. The old paint was so weathered, it was almost impossible to read the decade-old pro-communist message that had once been emblazoned there. The door was chipped, battered, unfinished pressboard with only a dirty, rude round hole where the knob should have been. The executioner nudged it open with his foot and walked into the tavern, and the 5 men slumped at the wooden tables looked away from his piercing blue eyes. Bolin stopped in the middle of the bar.
I'm looking for Ali Hajiev.
The man behind the short counter never met his eyes, just shook his head slightly and turned back to the man he was conversing with. The last thing Mac Bolin had the time or patience for was uncooperative locals.
I'm looking for Ali Hajiev.
This time, he got the answer he wanted. Bolin had arrived in Azerbaijan on a flight chartered for him by Stony Man Farm within an hour after the first reports started rolling in. His business in Lipetsk was far from finished, but there was also far less need for immediacy. Alexander Akhmedov and his drugs and gun smuggling operation weren't going anywhere. Bolin treated any call for help from Stony Man Farm with the utmost seriousness. Bolin didn't have what could be termed a wealth of contacts in Azerbaijan, but it turned out that Hal Bragnola could put him in touch with an internal security man, and that man gave Bolin a name, Ali Hajiev, a man with operations throughout Agstafa. His instinct told him he was at the start of the trail that would lead him to the people he was looking for. The people who were willing and able to inflict chemical death on villages full of innocent people. At the edge of the town, the ground swept down a long incline, and in the sparsely vegetated valley below was a building that had the look of a barn. Nearby was a house, large by the standards of the village, or by any standards in the ex-communist satellite nation. A pair of aged BMWs sat in front of the house, and a figure with an AK-47 who had been idly patrolling the front of the house had stopped and was watching Bolin approach. The soldier slowed the Land Rover and parked it between the house and a large barn-like structure that stood nearby. The purpose of such a structure was hard to fathom. There was no evidence of crops being grown nearby or of any livestock. He yanked on the emergency brake and stepped out of the vehicle, giving the guard a slight wave.
Speak English?
A little.
Is Ali Hajiev here?
He's not home now.
Okay. I just need to take a look in the barn.
Bolin started for the building as if it were the most normal thing in the world. The guard jogged up behind him.
Stop! Quiet!
The executioner stepped quickly to the wide double doors to the barn and pulled at them, finding them immobile. A smaller entrance nearby was locked as well. Hajiev didn't train his men well, Bolin decided.
Ahmed?
As Bolin stepped inside, the man came out of the gloomy darkness of the interior with a furrowed brow. He stopped cold when he faced the menacing Beretta 93R in the executioner's grip. The soldier said nothing, but the slight movement of the muzzle of the automatic handgun told the man to put his hands in the air and back up. The man complied, and as his eyes adjusted to the dim illumination from a pair of grimy skylights, the executioner saw that the barn didn't house a Russian-built helicopter. It did, however, contain a large number of palleted cotton sacks, tightly bound and unlabeled. He moved sideways, the determination in his gaze telling his prisoner no good opportunity for a sneaky move was forthcoming. With his free hand, he withdrew a thin stiletto from its sheath on his calf and chopped at one of the cotton sacks. The stiletto came out covered with white powder. Bolin shook off most of it, then touched the blade to his tongue, quickly spitting out the residue. It was uncut heroin, thousands of dollars worth on the streets in the U.S. Bolin didn't know or care what its value was in Azerbaijani manats. He knew the true cost of the drugs, in these quantities, could be measured in many lives. Still, it wasn't what he had come for.
Where's the helicopter?
What helicopter?
You tell me where the helicopter is or I'll kill you right now.
It is not here?
Very helpful.
Bolin's prisoner bolted for the door. The soldier tracked him as he ran and allowed him to yank open the door. As the corpse toppled, Bolin was sighting his next target. 2 surprised-looking gunners stood over the first downed guard, and 2 more were heading for the barn. They didn't react fast enough at the appearance of their shot comrade. Bolin withdrew into darkness as the other 2 gunners came to their senses and moved out of his line of sight. If they wanted him, they would have to come and get him. Although the barn was cleared out in the middle where the Russian gunship might have been hangared, it also contained the remains of several ancient cars and rows of barrels of oil and fuel. Bolin chose a hiding place among the corroded machinery. He didn't want those barrels getting blown up with him in the vicinity. Crouching in the darkness, he waited for his pursuers. The gunners outside would get impatient before the jungle-trained soldier did. They stepped inside, sweeping the dark interior with their Kalashnikovs. Bolin allowed them to move inside and separate. One of the men closed in on the executioner without even realizing it. The gunner peered between the barrels and peeked into the obvious hiding places, but was getting more nervous as he realized the vulnerability of his position. He stepped away from the rows of barrels, eyes wide, as if convinced his opponent was waiting for him there. As it was, he nearly backed into Bolin's arms. The soldier stood, as silent as a shadow in the darkness, and withdrew a garrote from its place on his web belt. The lethal instrument, made up of nothing more than piano wire and a pair of wooden handles, weighed just a few ounces, and in the right hands, killed silently. The executioner looped the wire over the gunner's head and pulled hard to cut off his croak of surprise, then twisted the handles with merciless speed. The wire bit through the skin and embedded in the flesh. By the time Bolin lowered the gunner to the floor, it was impossible to say if strangulation or loss of blood from the massive wound had killed him. Bolin only had to wait in silence, tracking the remaining guard until he had a clear shot. The executioner grabbed the unconscious guard in the doorway and dragged him outside, flopping him on the ground beside the first guard, the one with a broken arm. Securing them both with plastic cuffs at their wrists and ankles, Bolin entered the house and performed a quick search, finding nothing helpful. He was quite sure none of them he had faced was Ali Hajiev, which meant the man might be returning with reinforcements at any moment. He jogged back to the barn and located a crowbar, then opened and tipped 4 of the fuel barrels, soaking the floor of the barn. He found a smaller canister of oil and used it to wet the pallets of heroin. By the time he reached the Land Rover, the prisoner with a broken arm had come to.
I need you to tell me who Ali Hajiev is mixed up with.
I do not know what you mean.
What about the helicopter? Where is it?
The helicopter! Yes, it is in Samkir.
Will you show me where Samkir is?
I do not.
Or you can stay here with the others, in the barn, when I burn it.
I will show you where the helicopter is.
The guard's name was Osman, and about an hour after becoming acquainted with the executioner, Osman was wishing he had never been born. He had been hauled to his bound feet and pushed into the passenger seat of the Land Rover, where he was belted in, tightly. His wrists were still in the plastic cuffs behind his back, which meant they were being crushed by his body. He couldn't sit straight, and the position was the worst possible one in terms of coddling his broken arm. Whenever he leaned back slightly on the arm, it seemed to pull at the broken section of bone and send pulses of pain rippling through his entire side. All these factors were compounded by the less than smooth roadways of backwater Azerbaijan. Osman leaned into the corner between the seat and the door, which gave his arm some relief, and kept him as far away as possible from the American at the wheel of the vehicle. He'd never met or heard of a man so thoroughly efficient at murder that he could quietly kill all the men at Ali Hajiev's estate and set fire to the barn and the house without hesitation. He left just one guard alive in the entire place, and that guard had still been unconscious in the dirt when they left the village. How Ostman wished he was that guard, because he was certain this quiet, dark American would kill him soon. An hour passed on the road to Sumkir. The American didn't say a word after getting directions to the place. The tension in the Land Rover became unbearably thick.
Is that it?
Yes, that is Sumkir.
Tell me what you know.
The wounded guard had managed to stutter out most of the story as he knew it. Ali Hajiev had been contracted to play a part in the attack on the Tuscany II. His payment was a substantial shipment of heroin to distribute as he saw fit. The heroin that was now reduced to ashes in Agstafa, courtesy of Bolin. Hajiev's only responsibility in the operation was to allow his storage building to serve temporarily as a staging point for the helicopter. The Russian helicopter had been trucked into Agstafa and readied for flight inside the barn. It wasn't launched until after dark, and it returned before dawn. By the time the sun rose over the grimy Caspian, the gunship had been reloaded onto the truck trailer, covered, and trucked out of the village. It had never been flown over land. It couldn't have been seen by any Azerbaijanis. Bolin parked the Land Rover a couple of miles from Samkir.
Get out.
Osman thought that the time had come to die. The executioner stood at the front of the Land Rover and examined the small town through field glasses, which brought the hangar close enough to see that there were several guards stationed within view. His only option was to approach on foot and stay out of sight as long as possible. He knew also that it would be wise to wait for nightfall so the dark could hide his approach. He simply didn't have that kind of time. To his left, he spotted Osman stagger to his feet and walk a half a dozen paces before collapsing. A new strategy materialized in the soldier's brain. He quickly opened the rear of the Land Rover and unloaded the substantial hardware he'd been provided via Stony Man Farm contacts upon arrival in Astara. He took just what he needed and stowed the rest in a shallow ditch surrounded by low scrub. He left the rear window open. Next, he wrenched off the rear-view mirrors and two side mirrors of the Land Rover and flung them away. Finally, he turned on the radio.
Get in. I'm giving you the vehicle. You can drive into town.
No more torture. Just kill me and be done with it.
I'm not going to kill you. What I want is not here. I'm leaving. You can use the vehicle to get back to town and get some medical attention.
Where will you go?
I'm going to be picked up right here in about half an hour.
Osman slowly and painfully got up, and Bolin severed the man's cuffs. His broken right arm hung limply. Bolin pressed the keys into his left hand. As Osman got into the driver's seat, he watched the soldier walk away. He didn't trust that man, not for a minute. Maybe the Land Rover had been rigged to explode. Pressing the clutch to the floor, he reached through the steering wheel and twisted the key. But nothing out of the ordinary happened. The Land Rover moved forward slowly, bouncing gently in a depression. The pain rocketed through Osman, and he eased up on the gas a little. Nice and slow would be just fine. He'd just cruise into the village in first gear. It'd still beat walking. He wished he could reach the radio to turn it off, and he noticed that the mirrors were gone, which struck him as odd. But he was simply too relieved to care. He had escaped the American killer for sure. Bolin walked until he was sure he was out of Osman's field of vision, then cut to the left and circled in a jog directly behind the Land Rover as it moved. He grabbed the rear window opening and stepped onto the rear bumper, keeping a close eye on the back of Osman's head. He watched the hangar come closer. Osman was driving directly at it, and the guards at the east end were clearly in view. They noticed the approaching vehicle and watched it curiously. Surely they had to have thought it odd to see the vehicle coming out of the middle of nowhere at just a couple of miles an hour. The Land Rover drove past another low clump of shrubs in the depression, and Bolin dropped from the back of the vehicle, landing flat on the ground and crabbing behind the shrubs. He wasn't as close as he would have liked to be, but he was as close as he dared. The guards didn't exhibit any alarm, which told him he was still unnoticed. He'd announce his presence soon enough. The guards had their guns ready when the Land Rover came into the bare grounds around the hangar and braked to a slow stop. But their aggressive stance disappeared as Osman got out of the vehicle and slumped against the hood. In minutes, a pair of topless military-style jeeps were pulled to the front of the hangar, and men jumped in, 3 in one vehicle and 4 in another. To the last man, they carried AK-47s. The jeeps rushed into scrubland, and Boland burrowed into the shrubs as they passed within 10 yards of his hiding place. But they never even glanced in his direction. Osman was being helped into the nearby house by one of the guards. The second guard had gone with the jeeps. The front of the hangar was suddenly emptied. Time to move. Boland got to his feet and sprinted for the hangar, fully cognizant that a stray backward glance by one of the gunners in the jeeps or a quick look out the window by someone in the house would blow his clandestine approach. He reached the hangar and pressed his back against the blank north side, now hidden from the building, but in plain view of the jeeps. He moved east to the front of the hangar, leading the way with the suppressed Beretta 93R. The area was still empty, and he bolted across the open ground to the low building. The front door opened, and the guard who had helped Osman emerged. He halted abruptly at the sight of Boland, making a grab for the Kalashnikov slung on his shoulder. The executioner found himself in a small, richly appointed vestibule, a stark contrast to the dismal exterior. The floor was shellacked flagstone, the walls gleaming, hand-painted porcelain panels. A hand-knotted runner stretched for almost 20 feet, and a marble fountain glistened in the corner. The sun, shining through the expansive skylights, seemed brighter than the daylight outside. Boland stalked up the stone stairs and came to a series of rooms separated by wood-framed rattan walls, colored a rich burnt purple that seemed to give the place a quiet, cool atmosphere. He soon found Osman in a small room, stretched out on a long, low cot. A guard was splinting his arm with a piece of wood, and a well-dressed Azerbaijani man with a heavy black mustache was leaning over him, watching nervously. He did an almost comical double-take when Boland entered, and he grabbed for his pistol in a shoulder holster. The gunner grabbed his arm, and then doubled over as another bullet entered his lower ribcage. The medic made his move, grabbing for the AK-47 he had leaned against the wall. The first downed gunner was still conscious, and still trying to get at the gun under his left shoulder. Boland emptied the shoulder holster himself, tossing the pistol into the corner and kicking the AK-47 after it. He grabbed the wounded gunner by the collar and dragged his upper body a few inches off the floor. The man was in a Western-style suit coat and jacket with an open collar, but the jacket was stained and rumpled as if it hadn't been cleaned in months. The shirt had been white when new, which was long ago. It was now dingy, threadbare in patches, and stained. Still, none of the other men Boland had observed in the compound were dressed with an illusion of formality. This man had to be someone of importance.
You're going to answer some questions. Have it your way.
When the man opened his eyes, he saw the soldier holding the intimidating Beretta in 2 hands and aiming it directly at his skull.
I don't think you'd kill an unarmed man in cold blood.
Guess again. If you don't talk, I have no need for you, and I can't allow you to live to cause me any further delay.
You won't fire. I know you won't.
A moment later, the man realized he was still alive. The bullet had slammed into the floor at a proximity of just inches and sprayed him with flying debris.
All right, whatever you want.
Start talking.
I am Ali Hajiev.
Who owns this facility? Who procured the helicopter? Why did you use it to murder those people aboard the oil ship?
I can answer just one of those questions. This place is controlled by Arif August. This is all I know.
Tell me about the helicopter, or you're without a head.
I don't know. It came here 2 days ago by truck. We did not even know to expect it. We've always just served as an import staging area.
Smuggling heroin, opium.
Yes, and cannabis.
The pilot?
He came with the helicopter, and he left just as soon as the mission was done.
Why was the oil ship targeted?
I don't know. You'll have to ask August that question.
And Oguz is where?
That I do not know. He has more homes than anyone in Azerbaijan. He stays mostly in Astara, I think.
Boland felt he didn't have time for further questioning. Precious minutes had already passed. He grabbed the man's lapels and spun him onto his stomach with a sudden twist, then grabbed his arms and secured them with plastic cuffs. A quick check showed him Osman was in no way a threat. He was flying high, an empty hypodermic on the table next to him. He gave Bolin a sickly smile. The empty bottle was labeled in English as well as Azeri. It was propoxyphene, a powerful opiate-related painkiller. 2 more bottles were sitting at the end of the cot, and Bolin grabbed one without hesitation, filled the ampule with the entire contents of both bottles, and stabbed his prisoner in the buttocks, squeezing the contents into him.
Oh! What the hell are you doing to me, you infidel?
Bolin's watch told him he had wasted nearly 5 minutes inside the building already. No telling how long the search party would waste looking for him out in the scrubland. No telling how many more men were still on site. And he had a helicopter to attend to. He sped silently down the stairs and searched the ground floor, finding nothing but living quarters and a kitchen that stank of rotting food. No paperwork, no computer, no logbooks to give him further direction. The opening of the front door caught his attention as he was completing his on-the-run search. Had he headed for the vestibule in a trot, he never even slowed his stride, but stepped around the corner and approached the 3 grimy arrivals with a raised weapon. They all froze, and the first man in the trio found the suppressed muzzle of the 93R pressed into his sternum. The front man made a foolish bid to take the advantage from the soldier, sweeping the 93R away from his torso in one swift move of his arm, and grabbing at the AK-47 hanging from his shoulder. But he didn't see the stainless steel serrated dagger that had appeared in Bolin's other hand. The instant the 93R cleared the first gunner's body, the dagger honed in on him, slicing through tissue with terrible force and plunging directly into the heart muscle, bringing it to a spasmodic halt. The 93R was redirected to the other targets with a flick of Bolin's wrist. He achieved point-blank target acquisition on the right-hand gunner. He tucked the 93R in its holster and swung his lead weapon into play as he kicked open the front door. He was using an M16A2 M203, the assault rifle chambered for a 5.56mm round, the grenade launcher loaded with a 40mm high explosive. The facility was empty at the moment, but he assumed the West End hangar guards hadn't been accounted for yet, and in seconds he was rewarded with the appearance of a gunner around the north corner of the building. The soldier swung his weapon across the guard's path. He covered the ground to the front of the hangar in several long strides, watching both corners, knowing a second gunner was bound to appear at any moment. He came into view at the south corner, trying to trigger an effective barrage at the soldier while exposing almost none of his body. Bolin returned fire with so little reaction time, the guard jumped back, startled, and was gone from sight. The executioner landed with his back against the front of the hangar and watched the corner for a 10 count, assessing his options. The jeeps could be seen raising dust in their return across the scrub, and their urgency was apparent. They may have received radio warnings about the trouble in the camp. He had no time to wait for the guard around the corner to make a mistake, so he went on the offensive. Sprinting to the front of the hangar, Bolin rammed home a fresh mag. He spotted a face in the only window, which was 5 feet off the ground in the wide hangar doors, and he fired at it. The face disappeared before the short burst of 5.56mm rounds shattered the glass. Bolin yanked on the door, counting on the speed and aggression of his attack to keep his enemies off guard, and fell back from it. He waited out the gunfire. The soldier had seen all he needed to see in a glimpse of the interior. The partially dismantled Russian-built helicopter with Iraqi military markings sat inside on a truck trailer. There was no mistaking it. It had to go. The executioner inserted an HE round into the breech of the M203, angled the weapon into the interior of the hangar, and fired. The 40mm explosive hit the trailer underneath the nose of the gunship. Bolin couldn't have placed it more accurately by hand. The soldier put distance between himself and the hangar as soon as he saw where the grenade landed. The executioner jumped for the abandoned Land Rover and heard the distant cracks of auto fire from the approaching vehicles. They were just coming in range of the AK, but their bouncing, on-the-move fire didn't worry Bolin yet. He put another HE round into the M203 and stood in the driver's seat, targeting carefully. The unit could launch a grenade approximately 375 yards, but the aim suffered as it pushed its limit. Bolin watched the tiny projectile cross the gray sky in an arc, knowing his aim was less than perfect. The explosion occurred 5 paces in front of the nearest jeep, creating a crater that the startled driver was unable to avoid. and he skidded as he plowed through the freshly loosened soil. The other two Jeep drivers slammed on the brakes. One of the front passengers had been standing in order to fire over the windshield, and he tumbled over the hood and crashed to the ground. The Land Rover's finely tuned suspension gave him an advantage as he sped over the uneven ground, four-wheeling over patches of scrub grass and through tiny gullies. Boland had exhausted his supply of HE grenades, but had 3 anti-personnel buckshot rounds remaining. He sped at an angle, first crossing in front of the lead Jeep, hitting its occupants with a barrage of 5.56mm Manglers that took one of them in the abdomen and sent the others jumping for cover on the opposite side of the vehicle. He steered next directly toward the right flanking Jeep, where the gunners had time to get protected behind the Jeep, and pepper the oncoming Land Rover with fire. Boland accelerated as if to ram them and put down a barrage of fire that sent the gunners ducking. As Boland swerved to drive by the Jeep, the gunners reappeared, ready to fire. Boland swerved once again, bringing himself within mere feet of the attackers, and triggered the buckshot round almost in their faces. The blast of 50 double-aught lead pellets flayed the skin off the face of the middle gunner in a heartbeat, and his companions died in a mass of ripped flesh and sudden blood. The left flanking Jeep was starting up, but there was something wrong with the lead Jeep, and the driver was wrestling to get the engine to turn over. Boland swerved to the right and allowed the moving Jeep to tail him momentarily, then twisted hard and zeroed in on the lead Jeep. The passengers jumped for safety behind the vehicle, but the driver waved frantically. He'd started the vehicle after all, and 2 of the men jumped back in as he spun his tires at high revs in the loosened soil. The last man went down in the spray of soil and made a grab for the rear bumper, missing it by inches and landing on all fours. The Jeep left him behind. The abandoned gunner crawled fast to his fallen weapon and rolled on his side, bracing the barrel of the AK-47 against his chest and swinging it at the Land Rover as it bore down on him. Boland veered away from the dead man and followed the trail of the fleeing lead Jeep, which was lurching away. Then it stalled suddenly. The executioner homed in on the vehicle, had a tight turn to put him broadside with its rear end, and faced 2 gunners and the driver just a few paces away. They fired together, and Boland felt the singeing heat of 7.62mm rounds around his face and arm, but his well-honed concentration didn't allow it to distract him. He triggered the M203. The buckshot round tore into the occupants of the Jeep, obliterating them in blood. Boland stomped on the gas, taking the Land Rover powerhouse to near redline RPM, and swung the wheel to avoid the next burst of fire from the last Jeep. The driver was full of rage and accelerated to keep up the pursuit. But when he attempted to follow Boland through the high-speed turn, his vehicle wasn't up to the task. His inside wheels left the ground, forcing him to brake swiftly and steer into a slalom. The Jeep landed on all fours, but by the time he started up again, Boland was completing a 360 and homing in for the kill. The driver sank into his seat and covered his head, but his 2 gunners stood up to the attack with a hail of deadly fire that Boland couldn't hope to outmaneuver. He sank low and shifted up, accelerating to highway speed that turned even the highly engineered Land Rover suspension into a roller coaster ride. The 7.62mm AK fire drilled into the hood and smashed through the windshield, and Boland again turned the wheel as sharply as possible without sending the 4-wheel drive into a roll. Then he triggered his last buckshot round at a greater distance than he had hoped. The gunners nevertheless bailed from the vehicle like skydivers from a doomed aircraft. The only casualties this time were 2 balding Polish-made tires. Boland put distance between himself and the 3 survivors, who stood and watched him curiously as he turned and headed back into the scrubland, back where they had been sent to search for him. When they saw him stop just a mile away, they started to approach on foot, busily reloading their weapons. Boland took the rest of his hardware from its hiding place, stowed in desert camouflage packs of waterproof canvas, and returned them to the rear of the Land Rover. They would approach within range of their weapons in minutes. With the skill and efficient speed of an expert gunsmith, he opened the case containing the sections of a Walther W8-2000 sniper rifle nestled in sculpted rubber pockets. The bullpup design weapon was fitted with a Schmidt & Bender telescopic sight, 10 power, and a front-mounted bipod for added stability. The weapon was assembled, 6-round magazine in place, in under a minute. The soldier walked to the front of the Land Rover and placed the sniper rifle across it, then carefully lined up his shot. The trio was still far off, well out of AK range, but close enough for the powerful 300 Winchester Magnum cartridge to reach out and touch. He peered through the telescopic sight and watched them pause. They were appraising his behavior, slowly coming to the realization that maybe their adversary had some hardware they didn't. Bolin watched one of the Azerbaijanis topple. Then, in a hurry, his companions grabbed him off the ground and hauled him away, back to the burning ring of their base of operation. The executioner disassembled the sniper rifle and allowed them to flee. He had bigger fish to find and fry.
Johnston Atoll, Pacific Ocean.
Johnston Atoll is a U.S. territory located in the Pacific Ocean some 900 miles from the Hawaiian Islands. The total landmass is less than 2 square miles. It is dry, mostly flat, and has no natural freshwater source. In the late 1990s, it was used for little outside of the storage and disposal of chemical agents belonging to the U.S. military. The small collection of buildings on the atoll had the less than glamorous portable look of a U.S. military outpost, like a hastily constructed town that was, against all odds, turning out to be a permanent settlement. The army slum appearance of the town was in direct contrast to the tropical vacation feel in the Pacific air. T.J. Hawkins and the rest of Phoenix Force strolled off the army aircraft that had brought them to the atoll from Oahu.
Gentlemen, I'm Captain Kieckhofer.
Al Eveland.
David McCarter, leader of Phoenix Force, shook Kieckhofer's hand.
I'll be your liaison while you're on Johnston. I'll take you to meet the Colonel, then to the quarters we've set up for your men.
We'd rather check out the JCADs after meeting the Colonel.
Sure, Mr. Eveland. Whatever you'd like. In fact, I believe the Colonel is about to go inspect the JCADs himself. But I have to be honest with you. I think you guys just made a long trip for nothing.
Kieckhofer led the 5 men to a trio of jeeps that was waiting for them. They made quick work of piling their gear into the vehicle. Kieckhofer drove one of the jeeps himself.
Why do you think we're wasting time, Captain?
JCADs is secure.
I bet Aberdeen felt the same way.
Yeah, but Aberdeen's incinerator was accessible. The JCADs isn't.
How does the staff get to it?
Obviously, it is accessible to the Johnston staff who run it.
If people who run it can get to it, then somebody else can get into it.
They'd have to have knowledge that's restricted to the CAD staff.
Which they did in Aberdeen.
Kieckhofer braked the jeep on the concrete pier, looking out into the crystal blue waters of the Pacific, and gestured out into the open water.
That's our CADs. There's not going to be anybody driving up and helping themselves to our chemicals.
McCarter and Enciso stepped out of the jeep and peered out over the turquoise Pacific waters. The rest of the team joined them.
Is that what we just flew 12 hours to defend?
Enciso turned to James. The ex-SEAL looked almost disappointed.
Yep.
The Johnston Atoll Chemical Agent Disposal System was a fat, unpainted steel cylinder jutting out of a landscape of shattered concrete about a mile from the shore.
Looks like a grain silo. We came all the way to protect some livestock feed?
There's the Colonel.
A small gray motorboat was cruising to the pier from the incinerator. Kieckhofer grabbed the rope as it came to a halt and saluted the Colonel, who ignored him and approached the Stony Man team, appraising them frankly.
You're not military.
No, Colonel. I'm Al Eveland.
I have no interest in having you involved in this operation.
I understand, Colonel.
No, you do not, Eveland. Can't possibly understand. We've been developing and building this chemical disposal system for the better part of this decade. Hasn't been easy. Nothing is easy about living on this barren piece of coral 1,000 miles from the real world. We've done a damn good job. We've succeeded in creating the largest, safest CADs on the planet. There's a lot of personal pride in that system. We know its purpose is to rid the world of some of the most insidious substances man has ever created in its blackest moments. And now at our moment of triumph, when we're scheduled to perform our inaugural full-scale startup, we get this.
We're not here to interfere with your operation, Colonel.
I sure hope not. Last thing I need is to have to babysit a bunch of bureaucrat representatives.
We're not part of a bureaucratic organization.
I'd have refused on the spot if I hadn't received this order from the highest level.
Colonel, let me promise you that we'll be here for just a few days tops. If things go as planned for the JCADs, then we'll just fade away. And if trouble starts, well, I think you'll be glad we're here.
Colonel Steindl regarded McCarter, then nodded.
I guess that's the best offer I'm going to get.
Show these gentlemen where they'll be stationed, Captain. Keep them out of my hair.
Arlington, Virginia.
They ought to call this the Stony Suite.
Akira Takaido was talking to nobody, nodding with satisfaction as he looked around the large sitting room of the Hilton Hotel suite. The hotel staff had brought in extra tables, and they were covered with computer equipment. On the low end of the spectrum was a daisy chain of PCs, feeding information to and from a pair of computer towers under the table. These were hardwired to a series of displays on the opposite side of the room. A server was online with the rest of Takaido's cybernetics lab, wired to a T1 internet connection. But this served strictly as a backup system to the satellite link-up, which had been dedicated to the operation. The satellite linked the cybernetics operation at the Hilton and the computer room at Stony Man Farm with the CAD system at Johnston Atoll. The most important piece of equipment in the impromptu computer center, at least in the mind of Akira Takaido, was the black boombox resting on top of a CRT monitor. He pushed off, rolling in his seat to the boombox, and booted the PC with one hand while starting the CD player with the other. Takaido nodded in time to the music as he directed one computer after another through a progression of system checks. Glenn Willett emerged from the rear bedroom of the suite, looking bleary-eyed. He rubbed his face, which was creased with worry. He hadn't slept much since the nightmarish raid on his home in Minneapolis. He knew he'd come close to death in those moments. Now he was in custody. Despite his cooperation, he knew he was in a hell of a lot of trouble. The only thing he could do was to keep cooperating as best he could, help these people put a halt to the raids on the CADs. He had underestimated the young Japanese man the government had paired him up with. What he'd first assumed was a punk hacker had turned out to be one of the brightest and most intuitively brilliant computer experts he had ever worked with. The kid was some kind of cybernetics genius, but he certainly did have his quirks.
You mind?
Takaido nodded in time to the music, and grinning, spun down the volume.
Are we about ready? We're ready when they are. And we're online.
Takaido nodded to the bank of extra monitors, which glowed to life with 5 separate black and white views of the scene half a world away. There was a shot of the entrance to the Johnston Atoll Chemical Agent Disposal System incinerator. Willett knew the view. He'd spent 6 months on the atoll as part of the development team. Other monitors showed the makeshift island incinerator from various views. The screens of the PCs, most of which had been in standby mode, started coming to life, mimicking the displays seen by the on-site staff at Johnston Atoll.
They're ready to go. Let's rock and roll.
Dignified was the one word that best described Huntington Hunt Weathers. A tall, older black gentleman, he looked every inch the former professor that he truly was. He had been a cybernetics instructor, educating future cybernetics experts, when Aaron Kurtzman asked him to join the expanding SOG computer team. He had proved his value to the team on multiple occasions.
They're initiating the computer checks.
Carmen Delahunt took her seat, and Aaron Kurtzman hung up the phone with a few quick words as the computer systems throughout the room came to life. The displays showed the screens that were being seen in the control room on the Johnston Atoll. But the staff on Johnston Atoll didn't know they were being watched from afar, and they would have been very surprised to learn that half a planet away, a bunch of strangers were getting accurate readings on their system, and were, in fact, more in control of their systems than they were. Weathers was looking at a pair of monitors showing 2 displays that appeared to be identical. In fact, the windows showed identical graphs and digital readouts. The only difference between the 2 displays were their titles, in black letters at the top. On the left, the display read JCADS. On the right, the display read Actual. This was what the Johnston operators would never see, if and when the incinerator was compromised using Glenn Willett's subversive software. It would show at all times what was really happening inside the Johnston incinerator.
Akira, ready?
Ready here.
Are we ready, Carm?
We're ready, Aaron.
The question is Phoenix ready?
They've started, Phoenix 1. You staged?
Affirmative, Stony. We're ready to move on your go.
Okay. Let's hope it's a boring afternoon for you guys.
The team was ready and waiting for something to go horribly wrong. They had been granted the use of a high-speed watercraft. The Mark V Special Operations Craft was the boat often used by SEAL teams for insertion and extraction. At 82 feet in length and 17.5 feet at the beam, it was meant to carry large numbers of SEALs and tons of equipment and still manage to get to speed approaching 50 knots. It had been delivered to Johnston for emergency use. Now it was parked in an enclosed boathouse on the pier, hidden from the bright afternoon sun in a concrete bunker of a room lit by a pair of fluorescent lights. It was tied into the same security system Stony Man was monitoring, and now the screen showed empty water and the abandoned front door to the incinerator. McCarter's gaze was locked on the monitor, although the more he stared at it, the more he was convinced it would show them nothing when the infiltration started. It was too out in the open. But they would be coming. He knew it in his gut.
All right. Takata told me that the computer's stepping the system through a primary security check. It'll go through a proximity check first, just to make sure there's nobody near the incinerator. It's got motion and thermal sensors designed for the process. It'll even check inside the incinerator for movement or thermal activity that doesn't fit the profile of the contents. It's easy to do, since a human being gives off heat and the chemicals don't.
Phase 1 of the preparation is completed. Moving into Phase 2.
The computer performs a Level 1 self-diagnosis. Of course, there's already been at least one Level 1 self-diagnosis performed on the system today, but this one makes sure that the entire system is running optimally prior to the start of the incineration process.
Phase 2 completed. Entering Phase 3.
Okay. Now the computer is evacuating the interior of the incinerator and filling it with helium. If there's a leak in the system, the helium will get through it. The outer casing of the incinerator is filled with electronic leak detectors. They'll alert the system if it detects helium at any concentration greater than 1 part per million.
The wait now was longer, but minutes later, Kurtzman reported the successful completion of the third phase. The monitors in the small concrete boat shelter showed no activity at the incinerator.
Incineration's beginning.
McCarter knew that if anything was going to happen, it would happen now. Hunt Weathers was watching the twin monitors steadily, staring at them so long his eyes were starting to tear from the strain. The third test phase gave way to the beginning of the incineration phases.
Maybe we were wrong.
The pre-firing sequence of the sophisticated incinerator burners began, including the carefully controlled ramp-up of 15 ceramic igniters. If a single one of the delicate igniters failed to reach temperature, the process would shut down. The igniters took 3 seconds to get from room temperature to over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Maybe you're right.
It could still happen.
We're at temp. Gas is starting.
Nothing yet. Everything is going to specification.
Wait! I've got separation. Confirm that.
The system is being jammed from inside the incinerator. The readouts in the control room on Johnston are being fed a dummy program. The gas is being turned off inside the JCAD.
Are you sure about this, Base?
Yeah, the incinerator's being taken through a controlled shutdown. The gas is being vented. The new control protocol was instituted just prior to the actual ignition of the gas. Fresh air is being vented in. The igniters are down to 200 degrees each. Phoenix, we got intruders.
We're on it. Let's go.
The boat crossed the open lagoon at high speed and arced to the north as it left the narrow opening, heading around the curve in the coral that took it out to the island of concrete.
We're approaching, Base. Tell me again we don't need gas masks when we break into that thing.
You don't need gas masks, Phoenix. One, the air inside is clean. The burner's never lit and none of the containers experienced any heat.
What are the sensors telling you, Base?
We've got normal temps inside, TJ. What little combustible fuel was released into the atmosphere inside the incinerator has been vented off. There's no more chance of combustion. Also, we've got thermal surges, and motion has been detected.
Can you tell me how many players?
Negative, Phoenix 1. Price here. What's it look like over there?
About the same as your monitors are showing you. They must have come in underground, under the water.
The craft came to a halt at the concrete pier, and the men of Phoenix Force jumped out, scanning the flat rubble that made up the surface of the island and the open sea. The closed, sealed doors to the incinerator looked ominous.
Price here. They've apparently spotted you guys on the island. They're trying to initiate an emergency shutdown. We're not letting them. We don't want to tip off whoever is inside.
Got that, Base. Now be prepared to blow the front door for us.
We're ready when you are.
The entrance to the incinerator was 3 yards wide, with double swing doors to allow entrance of large loading carts. McCarter stationed himself and Ciso and Manning at the entrance, keeping ex-SEAL James and ex-Ranger Hawkins on either side of the door. They heard nothing inside. It was almost peaceful here, and McCarter experienced a rare moment of doubt in the abilities of the people he trusted at Stony Man Farm. What if they were wrong? What if they were putting too much faith in Willett's simulation software, and the incineration process was proceeding right now? If that was the case, the environment inside this building was one of the most toxic on Earth. Phoenix Force would be dead within the minute. There was only one way to find out.
Go, base. Shit! Take cover!
Carter and Ciso stepped boldly into the short entrance and flattened against either wall, looking into the room as best they were able. The interior of the incinerator was at least 40 feet long, with a low 6-foot ceiling. It was wide open, except for a small, three-sided enclosure at one end, its open side facing away from the entrance. A volley of fire cut across the entranceway, coming from a gunman to the left of the entrance, behind the wall, and Ciso was about to step into the open to peg him off. When McCarter held up a hand, urgently motioning him to stop, then pointing to the right. He suspected there was another gunner hidden around the corner, this one to the right. McCarter knew they had to move fast. He gestured quickly, indicating Ciso should take the right and he would take the left, and Ciso nodded. The Briton held up 3 fingers and counted down silently. 2 fingers, 1 finger, and on go, he and the little Cuban stepped halfway around the corner together, both lowering their weapons on the move and achieving target acquisition. McCarter spotted a man flattened against the wall, ramming a fresh clip into his AK-47. He tried to use it and never got the chance. And Ciso faced a more prepared gunman.
Clear.
Manning jogged in behind them, James and Hawkins just seconds later.
Check it out. They took it all.
McCarter saw it for the first time himself. The entire store, every last container of deadly weapons-grade chemical, had been stolen from inside the incinerator.
Check for anybody hiding. That alcove?
On it. Hey guys, check it out.
At the rear of the alcove, which had been solid concrete floor when they investigated the building just a few hours earlier, there was now a wooden ramp leading down into a lower level. Below was darkness. Manning took the point without being asked, crouching and starting down the ramp, a dangerous exercise in which the enemy would see him before he saw the enemy. He took just 2 steps onto the ramp when he was seen from below. The big Canadian jumped down and out into the darkness at the end of the ramp, finding himself in another room with a claustrophobically low ceiling. The only light in the place came from forehead-mounted lights on the figures huddled against the far wall. One of them collapsed to the ground, while the others fell back. And Manning took the opportunity to launch himself behind the less-than-ideal cover of the wooden ramp.
How many?
Unknown!
Give us cover!
Right!
Damn, Manning. I said give us cover, not kill them all.
What do you want? Their headlamps were practically beacons down here.
Manning got to his feet and moved across the floor to the side wall, then inched up on the nearest corpse, ripping off the strap holding the forehead flashlight and using it to illuminate the end of the room. There was a total of 5 corpses in scuba gear. A single remaining canister of chemicals was sitting on the crushed concrete floor. Against the wall was a black pit of open water, at least 5 yards wide.
Time to reload. Stony Man is continued on the next CD.
Minutes later, McCarter was pacing on the concrete pier of the JCAD's island, ignoring the concerned and confused Marines who were milling around, trying to look useful. After the Brit had radioed Colonel Steinle, they had stormed onto the island expecting to take down Phoenix Force, only to discover the team was actually the good guys, and the ones they were after were already long gone. James had to be almost physically restrained from jumping into the water in pursuit of the infiltrators. McCarter wouldn't hear of it. The Brit wasn't happy when he was caught in any situation unprepared. They didn't have the equipment to pursue the infiltrators on their escape route, which obviously led from the entrance point under the incinerator into the ocean. As the minutes ticked away, the infiltrators were getting farther and farther away. The next boat that roared from the atoll to the makeshift island included Colonel Steindl and Captain Kiekhofer. They left the watercraft with obvious reluctance.
Relax. None of the chemicals are left.
None?
Well, one of your plastic containers. They must have heard us coming and abandoned it below.
You mean below?
Are we getting gear or not?
There's none to give you. We don't have SEAL gear here.
Spear guns, anything? We removed scuba gear from the guys they left behind.
We brought over a couple of spear guns, that's all we've got.
Great. I'll take them both.
He grabbed the 2 spear guns from the boat and headed back inside the incinerator, followed by the captain and the colonel. The interior was now filled with soldiers and the JCAD's emergency crew, who were merely standing around. There was nothing for any of them to do.
Have you got the search boats out?
I deployed them myself. We got every spare vessel searching the area.
The colonel stopped and stared at the new trapdoor in the bottom of the incinerator.
This is where they came in?
Yeah, and it's how we're gonna follow them out. Cal, you're with me.
Yeah, I thought as much.
James quickly stripped to his shorts and dragged on scuba fins and mask, then grabbed a few extra lights from the corpses in the basement cavern. Lastly, he took one of the spear guns McCarter offered him and stepped into the water. The light on his forehead was feeble against the murk in the water, which was a rusty color that James realized had to be mostly silt. He examined the framework of the tunnel as he went, curious as to how it was built. The frame was composed of steel girders that had been bolted together in a triangular shape, then linked for a 3-sided tunnel framework. The frame had been placed secretly underwater at some point during the construction of the concrete island, then covered with the scrap concrete slabs and chunks that formed the base of the island. If the concrete overlay was performed carefully, the inside of the tunnel would have been filled with only small chunks that could be cleared by hand. Not a bad plan, James had to admit. The water was filled with litter, which was about all their lights could illuminate, and James felt as if he were swimming in muck. He wondered how in the world he would be able to see an enemy before the enemy saw him. That, combined with the claustrophobia nipping at his nerves, was the kind of nightmarish scenario that could get even experienced SEALs trembling. He wondered how well McCarter was doing just a few feet behind him. They came to a wall of concrete covered in brown mold, where the tunnel's integrity had given way under the weight of a massive concrete slab that penetrated inside it. The tunnel descended underneath the slab, and James figured that the tunnelers had been forced to carve out this passage, maybe by hand. James twisted and laid on his back in order to maneuver himself through the opening and still be able to see where he was going. The shaft curved up again like a horseshoe, re-entering the framed tunnel. One of the infiltrators was waiting for them there. The man had been shot, but only wounded, and had made it this far during his flight. Getting past the tunnel blockage had to have taxed all his strength, because he was floating in the tunnel just beyond it, sucking his air and looking desperate. He recoiled from James as the black commando snaked around the blockage. He was holding on to one shoulder with all his remaining strength, but the blood was seeping out from between his fingers. James reached out and extracted the dying man's knife from his sheath and continued on. The man tried to grab onto James's arm, and the commando shook him off. He grabbed James again, and this time, McCarter wrenched off the man's hands. It was clear he didn't have the strength to swim any farther himself. He wanted them to get him out. McCarter wasn't about to compromise their search by dragging along the survivor. The swimmer had sealed his own fate, and the Phoenix Force leader didn't feel all that sorry for him. Still, he'd help the guy out if he was still alive when they came back this way. James led them down a long, steady slope as the tunnel seemed to be heading into the depths of the ocean. He paused when he noticed a faint luminescence above him and turned off his light. McCarter did the same, and they hung there in the darkness for a moment until they realized they were seeing a faint light coming through the gaps in the shattered concrete slabs that covered the tunnel. They swam on for another 10 yards before reaching the end of the tunnel, then continued out onto the floor of the Pacific Ocean at a depth of about 40 feet. There were no more of the infiltrators waiting for them, but they had left one of their vehicles behind. It was an underwater transport unit, an electric propeller-driven device like those used by scuba divers for rapid underwater locomotion. James recognized it at once. He had trained on and used SEAL versions of the unit. This one still had its load attached to it, a massive blue nylon rope netting containing 8 of the plastic chemical containers.
They've been running perimeter sweeps around the atoll for the last 80 minutes. They've come up with nothing.
I know those guys aren't going far without getting some surface transport. What about our friend in the tunnel?
We extracted him, but he's no help. He ran out of air about 15 minutes before we got to him.
Bloody hell. All right. Give us a few minutes, will you?
Of course.
Alone?
Well, I hope you won't be too long. This is my office, after all.
Base?
This is Price. There are a couple of Navy craft coming in to help with the search, but they're not going to get there in time to do you any good.
Well, they can't get that far using those transports and in scuba gear.
Yeah, but they don't really have to. They just need to get as far away as they can and then sit there until they can get picked up by a surface vessel after dark.
Right. Dusk isn't very far away. We could use some suggestions.
We're working on some, Phoenix.
Like what?
Well, Bear's checking out the ship traffic in your vicinity.
What good will that do us?
I'm not sure.
Barb, those guys won't need a commercial freighter to move those containers. They could fit them into a fishing boat, even a big pleasure craft, or several different boats.
I'm sorry, that's the best we can give you, Phoenix.
Got it.
Hold on.
The men of Phoenix Force looked at each other, aggravated at being asked to hold while their targets were getting closer to their final escape. They had to move soon.
Okay, Bear, would you care to explain?
Hey, I just located an ocean cargo vessel called the Pride of Vancouver. It's a freighter used by Dualistic Dynamics Limited, based in Vancouver, apparently for special import-export jobs. It's never been implicated in anything illegal, nor has Dualistic Dynamics. But it's another subsidiary of a subsidiary of the Polari Corporation, and it's steaming across the Pacific Ocean right now. Less than 29 miles northwest of your position.
Could they get there underwater using their towing devices?
Unlikely. But they could certainly be meeting up with some sort of surface vehicle, as we hypothesized before, a few miles from here, which could tow them to the Vancouver.
After all, they have to be going somewhere.
The Mark V Special Operations craft was powered up on one of the Johnston Atoll piers minutes after Phoenix Force arrived, fully prepped. They boarded the SOC in a hurry, and McCarter shouted for immediate cast-off. The Navy driver complied, and they left the atoll behind in minutes.
How long since their estimated departure from the incinerator?
Just under 2 hours. We know they can't travel all the way to the Vancouver underwater, but we don't know when they'll choose to surface. That will make all the difference in determining if they'll have reached the Vancouver yet. They'll travel at just a few miles per hour below the surface. Once they move onto the water, their speed might be better.
How are we going in? Hard and loud?
No, too dangerous. The ship is an unknown entity in virtually every sense. We'll make this a clandestine probe and go hard once we've mapped the layout and defenses. We'll have to use our heads on this one, mate.
The moon had replaced the sun, a perfect orange half-circle on the horizon, and Cizo was scanning the ocean with a pair of thermal imaging binoculars.
There's our baby.
Soon they were all able to see the lights of the vessel, while Enciso was watching for additional activity on the ocean and not finding it.
We'll have to keep in mind that this boat could be just what it says it is. A shipping vessel, engaged in no sort of illegal activity.
David, she stopped. Why else would she anchor here, of all places?
Let's just be bloody sure before we start shooting up the place.
Got it.
They parked the SOC and inflated the black rubber seal insertion raft, piling in and leaving the Navy driver with instructions to move himself away from the Vancouver by at least another few miles and wait for their call for extraction. The sailor was a young, quiet man named Glasby, who was taking his ask-no-questions orders seriously. The Vancouver was quiet, as if waiting for them, waiting for something. As they approached, they slipped their oars into the water carefully to avoid the sound of splashing. But as they drew near, they spotted movement on the deck. 4 men watched from the starboard side of the ship, peering into the night with thermal binoculars.
Uh-oh.
They saw one of the watchmen waving over his companions and pointing out into the ocean.
They see our boat?
Manning was looking where the watchmen were indicating. He saw their SOC sitting still in the water.
Glasby didn't move out far enough. Damn it.
Get on the radio. Tell him to get the hell out of here.
Glasby, you're too close. Get out of here now.
How far out do you want me to go, sir?
Just go.
They're launching. We're gonna come around this end of the ship.
The others started rowing hard to move the black raft against the ship.
Glasby, you're going to have company. Head back to the atoll at once.
I can't strand you guys here.
Go right now, and that's an order.
Right.
They fell into the black shadows that lay close to the rear hull of the Vancouver, where even the starlight didn't reach them. Dressed in matte black combat clothing and webbing, and painted with oily black combat cosmetics, the 5 members of Phoenix Force managed to go unseen. But the men in the vessels being launched by the Vancouver had their attention on the Navy Mark V. 2 Kawasaki 1100 ZXI personal watercraft shot out from the cargo ship and accelerated through wide circles that pointed them in the direction of the Navy boat.
Wraith, check with your thermal binoculars. Is he moving?
Yeah, he's moving.
Those PWCs are pretty fast.
The leader of Phoenix Force felt a rising tide of helplessness. There was absolutely nothing he could do, nothing any of them could do to help that innocent Navy driver.
And Caesar, he's not going to make it.
He saw the first vessel close in on the Navy boat, pulling alongside for a moment, then arcing away and accelerating to distance itself from the craft. And Caesar knew what had just occurred. Maybe Glasby never did. He never slowed the SOC.
They're turning around. They're gonna see us. Let's get wet. Sink this raft.
The 5 men stepped over the side without hesitation. James and Hawkins stabbed the rubber raft repeatedly. They stayed low in the water, dog paddling easily to stay afloat, until the vessels drew near. Then they sank into the dark water and hovered against the hull of the vessel just a few feet beneath the surface. Carter raised a hand and signaled the approach. Silently, stealthily, the 5 members of Phoenix Force moved alongside the hull of the cargo vessel to the watercraft slots. From the shadows, they observed the drivers climbing the rope ladders onto the deck. They had the Navy SEALs to thank for providing their hardware. The raft they had just sunk, and black battle gear they were wearing, had arrived with waterproofed Heckler & Koch MP5 submachine guns, as well as waterproofed harnesses for the suppressed handguns. Each man was also armed with a combat knife, useful for absolutely silent kills. The knives and suppressed handguns would help keep the probe clandestine for as long as possible. Then the MP5s would help clean up. Enciso was the first up the ladder, and he reached the top of the deck rail without noise, looking over the side onto the deck. He drew back suddenly. The Cuban was holding the ladder with one hand and had drawn a stiletto in the other. A man holding an AK-74 close to his chest suddenly appeared at the rail, frowning, and he didn't have time to react. When he was still, Enciso passed him down to Manning.
Thanks.
The big Canadian passed the corpse down the line. Hawkins was still waiting on the watercraft slip, and he wedged the corpse into the narrow space between the slip and the hull.
Now that's teamwork.
Enciso now found the deck clear. He launched himself over the rail and raced across the open area, ducking into the shadows under a set of stairs next to a large electrical box. Manning had to wait while a man on the top deck passed by, then sprinted to Enciso's side. In minutes, the entire team had assembled on the deck.
James is with me. We'll go forward, check out the bridge. I don't want this ship going anywhere until we're finished with it. You blokes go after it. See what you can determine in regards to our plastic pods from Johnston. Remember what our captain friend told us about those containers? One bullet hole could release enough of that stuff to finish everybody in the vicinity. So be careful.
What about our transportation off this rig?
Cal, your radio survived the dunking?
Yeah. I'm getting us online with Stony Man via Johnston's uplink.
Report the death to our Navy friend and request extraction.
No matter what they send, it'll take our ride a while to arrive.
Right. Let's try to keep our presence a secret as long as possible.
There were nods of agreement and understanding. Then, the 2 factions of Phoenix Force separated and moved in opposite directions. The probe began in earnest. James and McCarter crossed in darkness, pausing long enough to watch the activity on the opposite side of the ship through a narrow passage to the starboard side. The crew seemed to assume the approach would come from starboard and was concentrating its efforts there. Not that they were ignoring the port side. They were walking regular search patrols along it.
The crew's not that large. Won't take them long to figure out they're missing a member.
Yeah. James quickly updated Stony Man Farm on their situation, including the loss of their Navy driver. Price paused when she heard the news. James knew how she was feeling. He understood that the death of a team member, however peripherally allied to her action teams, never failed to affect her. But she buried her emotions.
Hold on, Phoenix 3. I'll arrange other transportation. There's a Seahawk coming to you out of Johnston. It'll reach your position within 20 minutes, then hang around outside weapons range until you call for extraction.
Got that, Stony Man.
We can inflict a lot of damage in 20 minutes, right, Cal?
You better believe it.
And Cizo took the point, leading Manning and Hawkins among the shadows in quest of an access to the cargo holds of the vessel. Silent, the trio went undetected. Arriving at an open area on the deck, they found a pair of doors to a wide cargo hatch. The double doors were propped open with half-foot-long sections of 2x4s. Inside was darkness. Standing nearby was a hatch that clearly led into the belly of the Pride of Vancouver.
Here we go.
And Cizo swung the door wide and leveled his handgun into the darkness, then nodded to the others who followed him inside. Hawkins, with a last look around to ensure they had gone undetected, closed the door behind them. They descended the steps to a landing, wherein Cizo surveyed the cargo hold. Most of the floor space was filled with some sort of unstacked containers underneath a tarpaulin that was tightly tied to the steel supports in the walls. The huge hold was lit by just 3 dim fluorescent light fixtures set up high in the ceiling. And Cizo continued to the floor of the cargo hold while Manning and Hawkins followed cautiously. All of them were very aware that there was just one way into the hold.
Check it out quick, Rafe. This is making me nervous.
We've got to be sure of this.
I know, man. Just hurry.
Manning looked at Hawkins and gestured to the door. His teammate nodded and retreated up the stairs to guard the doorway. And Cizo quickly untied the knot holding one of the tarpaulin corners to the wall and drew it back. Several translucent sky blue plastic shapes were revealed, plastered with ominous black and white decals showing a skull and crossbones. In several languages, bright red lettering warned that any exposure would be fatal.
Bingo.
Good. Now let's get out of here.
Suddenly, the door opened. Hawkins, already in position, made a grab, snatching at the wrist of the new arrival. Hawkins tucked the silenced Beretta into its armpit holster and took the dangling MP5 from his shoulder. The time for quiet was over. Earlier, McCarter and James moved from shadow to shadow to the fore of the Pride of Vancouver.
If they were smart, since they know we're coming, they'd turn on the lights.
If they were smart, they wouldn't be in his business.
Uh-oh.
McCarter saw it too. A single guard stood at the bottom of a set of steps leading to the bridge.
We could take him out. That would be risky. Shall we try to find another way in?
Such as?
There's got to be another companionway on the other side of the ship.
How are we supposed to get to the other side of the ship from where we are now? That guy's not gonna let us pass, and it's a long way to go back.
There's that passage that cuts through the deck house, 10 meters back.
Doesn't seem safe, man.
Got a better idea?
Hawkins edged out of the entrance to spot the shooter and targeted the first moving shadow he saw.
What's the situation?
We're in trouble. 3 players to aft, well protected. 2 more out in front.
I've got a frag grenade. Let's cut them down to size.
I call front.
Aft for me.
Just be damn careful not to send that thing through the cargo hatch. Even a blast that small might ignite the cargo.
Gotcha. Let's do it.
They stepped back to back out of the doorway. Manning spotted movement behind the exhaust flues and tossed the grenade in an arc that deposited the bomb almost on top of them. Hawkins threw his into the darkness behind the machinery, where more figures were gathering. They retreated into the cover of the doorway. Manning and Hawkins stepped out of the doorway again, H&K subguns at the ready. Enciso joined them for a quick march across the deck, covering themselves in 3 directions like a 3-pointed star. They made their way to the machinery, where they were against the rear wall of the deck and had adequate protection from the front.
Phoenix 1, we're catching fire.
He was answered with a quick pair of taps from McCarter, meaning the Phoenix Force leader was in no position to reply verbally.
Guys can't talk at the moment.
Should we stay put?
I don't see us finding a better spot to hole up in. TJ, take him down!
I got you, my savage. Come on, don't be shy.
Hawkins saw the barrel shuffle nervously behind cover and spied the man's kneecap. Hawkins calmly stepped down from his perch on the mini crane as Enciso's earpiece chimed in.
Phoenix 1 here.
Go ahead.
What's your situation?
We've got the aft deck to ourselves now.
The cargo?
It's here.
Hang tight. There's a Seahawk coming out of Johnston to give us a ride home.
McCarter and James fell back against the wall of the narrow starboard to port corridor they had been traversing, each aiming their MP5s in either direction. They stood, ready for action, as a handful of men ran past the opening to the passage, all of them carrying rifles. But none of them noticed the Phoenix Force pair.
The guys must have caused a stir. Let's go.
James backed along the corridor as McCarter led them ahead to the starboard side of the vessel. They emerged into an area of the ship that was more brightly lit. Light equaled danger in the constricted confines of the Pride of Vancouver. But there was no one in sight, and they made their way boldly to the front of the ship in search of the bridge. When they found it, the companionway leading to it was empty.
Not bad. It's gonna be tight if we have to defend ourselves on those stairs. Let's stay sharp.
You don't have to tell me.
McCarter picked up the distant sound of gunfire, but knew it was out of his control. He started up the steel companionway in a crouch, keeping an eye on the glass windows in the bridge above him, unable from his low angle to see any of the sailors he knew were there. James stayed close with him, watching the deck in all directions.
Phoenix 1, we're catching fire.
McCarter reached for the button on his set, sending back a pair of beeps to Enciso that told him he was indisposed. The door opened, and a man with a wrinkled brow stepped out, looking for signs of the chaos occurring at the rear of the ship. James was already moving, bounding forward and triggering into the first of two men on the bridge to draw his weapon. The small automatic never cleared its shoulder holster.
Looks like we got the bridge.
Yeah. Let's see how long that'll last.
Manning collapsed into a sit and snapped out the magazine that fed his MP5. The gunner hidden behind the control console got up his nerve and fired on the Phoenix Force trio. Manning saw the opening and took his shot.
Is that all of them?
All at once, the wounded man charged into the open, his face covered in blood. He stumbled to his knees and weakly aimed his AK-74 directly at the rear of the vessel, where a 500-gallon fuel barrel was mounted on a steel frame 4 feet above the deck. Manning saw his intention and achieved his target in a flash of movement. But not before the AK triggered a pair of rounds into the barrel, and a flash of liquid streamed out, drenching the wounded gunman.
Shit. What is it?
Fuel spill. I can't risk this shot.
Is it reefing the cargo?
Not yet. It won't be long.
Relax. It hasn't ignited.
Yet. That gunner's still moving. I don't want to be around when he does what I think he's gonna do. Cover me, TJ.
Shit! Gary, get down! Shit!
What's he trying to pull?
The guy isn't dead yet.
So what?
I think he wants to take us all with him.
Manning crawled to a control console for cover, and the wounded man turned weakly to look at him. The man grinned maniacally through his agony and held up his hand. Manning saw a small silver object. Manning got to his feet and ran back to the cover he and his teammates had chosen. The sudden surge of flame had brought the auto fire from the Vancouver crew to a sudden halt. Hawkins was already on the radio.
Phoenix 1! We gotta get out of here! We gotta get out of here right fucking now! We gotta get out of here! We gotta get out of here right fucking now! Hal, get down!
PJ, what's going on?
We got a fucking inferno! It's gonna engulf this end of the ship at any second! Where's that fucking Seahawk?
James was already switching frequencies.
What's your ETA?
3 minutes? I see the Vancouver now. You guys trying to burn the thing up?
We'll be dead in 3 minutes. We need to get out of here right now.
I hear you. Where will you be?
On the roof. Out.
TJ, get to the roof.
Phoenix 1, we are taking heavy fire. We can't go anywhere, let alone the roof. This thing's gonna blow.
Acknowledged. We will...
Ricardo squeezed his eyes shut to keep out the flying crystal splinters, feeling tiny nips of glass against his face. Time was running out.
Hang on! I'm going to clear the playing field!
He opened his eyes long enough to make sure he actually got the grenade out through the gaping window frame. Then shut them again and hit his face.
Let's move.
Ricardo jumped to his feet and headed for the door, barely glancing at the mess of human flesh and blood on the deck below that had once been, he could only guess, 2 human beings. He climbed onto the rail of the companionway, then hauled himself onto the roof of the deckhouse. James was right behind him. The 2 men raced along the length of the roof to the rear of the vessel, the clouds of oily smoke drifting past them, and Ricardo found himself struggling not to breathe despite his exertion. His mind was racing. Had the fire reached the cargo? How long until the chemicals ignited? The Briton saw the tongues of flame before he and James reached the edge of the roof, and he thought for sure his 3 teammates were dead already. Painted orange by the lake of fire that now covered half the deck, 3 grim-faced figures faced off with the gunners.
Al?
Honest.
Where's that Seahawk?
There!
The heavy Navy helicopter was rushing at them at what looked like an impossible speed, just a few feet over the ocean. For a moment, Ricardo thought the pilot would never be able to avoid crashing headlong into the Vancouver's hull, but he swept off the surface of the ocean and came to a sudden halt above the ship.
That's us on the roof!
I see you.
The 3 just below us are also with us. We need to take out the gunners toward aft before we can extract them. The moment that cargo starts to burn, we're all dead.
I'll see what I can do.
The Seahawk veered over the roof and extruded its long, flexible rope ladder. Ricardo and James grabbed at it.
Right! Now get to the deck to...
The pilot fed fuel to the rotors and lifted the Navy chopper into the air to avoid the sudden ball of superheated air that lifted off the deck. And James and Ricardo found themselves hanging with all their strength to keep from being flung 100 feet through the air onto the doomed ship or into the Black Sea.
Go back! Go back!
The Seahawk veered back the way it had come and descended rapidly, sending the 2 men on the flexible ladder plummeting to the deck through the clouds of smoke. A hand reached out of the smoke and grabbed the ladder. It was Manning. He hauled Hawkins to the rope ladder, and Ricardo grabbed him. The ex-ranger reached reflexively out, and they clambered up together. Then Enciso appeared out of the smoke and grabbed hold.
We're on! Go! Go!
The Vancouver spun wildly beneath them as the Seahawk's rotors raced and grabbed at the air, swinging the helicopter away from the ship. As they sped away, the black cloud suddenly became a putrid gray color. Ricardo climbed into the belly of the Seahawk and helped hoist the others in after him. He watched the flaming, belching ruin of the Pride of Vancouver grow smaller behind them, seeing the survivors stumble out onto the deck from the interior. He couldn't count them in the chaos, but guessed there were at least 15 men, grabbing at their throats and staggering. In seconds, they had all fallen to the deck or thrown themselves into the ocean. In a few more seconds, the flames and lights of the ship were lost in the fatal haze.
City Wharf, Astara, Azerbaijan.
Economically, in theory, things had been looking up for the Azerbaijani Republic for nearly a decade, ever since the signing of its first major oil deal in the mid-1990s with a Western consortium of oil companies worth $8 billion. More oil deals had come. At the speeches presented during the celebratory ceremonial signing of each agreement, it was pointed out that the money would help fund industrial development. Industrial development would raise living standards in Azerbaijan to the standards of the most successful of the former Soviet bloc nations, eventually even to the living standards of the West. Judging by what Mac Bolan observed on the streets of its major port city of Astara, those political promises had yet to be realized. In its place came the worst perversion of capitalism: organized crime. He traded the Land Rover first thing when he entered the city. In its place, he had gotten a Moskvich, a Russian car dating from the early 70s. It wasn't pretty, but Bolan's 5-minute test drive and under-the-hood evaluation told him it was in good shape. The owner was delighted to get the expensive European 4-wheel drive vehicle. He knew he was getting the better end of the deal. But Bolan knew he was much less visible in the Moskvich. and when he pulled to a stop on the Astara wharf outside a decrepit building that belonged to a front company owned by Arif Auguz, none of the dock workers gave him more than passing notice. Bolin was wearing a bulky, well-worn black leather bomber jacket, zippered to the collar, and he kept his hands in his pockets. When he entered the building, he found a large suite of cubicles and several desks piled with old paperwork. A stout woman in an outfit that was a mixture of Western professional and Muslim traditional came out of the back room frowning. Bolin smiled.
Do you speak English?
A little.
Great. I'm looking for a friend of mine.
Yes?
His hand came out of his coat to run his fingers through his hair, distracting her. And an instant later, the Beretta 93R appeared in the other hand, leveled at her chest. Her jaw dropped.
Arif Auguz. Ever heard of him?
Suddenly, a figure burst from the back room, drawing a Makarov handgun. He spotted Bolin and aimed the gun, despite the fact that the woman blocked his view of the soldier.
Now, ma'am, I asked you a question.
Hotel Astara Royale. August owns it. It is where he stays.
Thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
August will kill you. He'll send you to hell, and I will be joyful when you are dead.
Like I've never heard that one before.
Bolin left. Within a mile of the airport, a city block had been gutted and remade, the streets repaved, the building facades resurfaced. This was where politicians, businessmen, and other VIPs would bring their international guests, who were led to believe that this was what Astara was really like. In that area, where money talked, Arif Auguz had built his hotel. It angered Bolin when he found drug merchants living in luxury, insulating themselves from the horrors of the street, horror they helped sustain through their trade. When the soldier entered the lobby of the hotel, he realized Auguz had insulated himself very well indeed. It was a magnificent lobby, with a marble-tiled floor draped at virtually every step with expensive handmade rugs, with potted plants growing in hand-carved wooden boxes, with uniformed waitstaff lingering at every corner. The atmosphere was cooled, cleaned, and dehumidified so thoroughly, one could forget this was in a city sweltering in the fumes of one of the most polluted bodies of water on the planet. Bolin was a changed man from the one who had stormed Samkir. Parking his Moskvich blocks away, he'd changed into a fresh white shirt, suit, and tie, courtesy of a Stony man contact. The suitcase was expensive, but looked appropriately well used.
Excuse me, do you have a room? I'm afraid I don't have a reservation.
Why, yes, sir.
Actually, I'd like a nice suite, if you've got one.
Of course, sir. Will you be paying by credit?
Of course. Is there any other way?
No, sir. Thank you, Mr. Velasco.
Mike Velasco.
The clerk gave him the Prince of Astara suite at an exorbitant rate, even by Western standards.
Does the television get CNN?
Of course, sir. Let me get the elevator for you, Mr. Velasco.
Mac Bolin stepped into an elevator decorated with hand-polished brass and ostentatious weavings. It took him to the 4th of 5 floors. The controls required a room key card for operation and an actual key to get to the 5th floor. He entered a suite the size of a small house, with a bedroom, sitting room, parlor, and kitchen with a stocked bar. Vast stretches of pale ivory porcelain tiles were softened by more hand weavings from throughout the Middle, Central, and Far East. A handful of lazy rattan ceiling fans and draperies hung from the ceiling throughout the suite to separate the rooms. Bolin wasn't the type to be impressed by rich surroundings, and now was certainly not the time to gawk. He surveyed the room, looking out the windows to find the best method of entry to the floor above him. He had several windows to choose from, and a walkout balcony that looked onto the avenue below, crowded with foot traffic. Above him was another balcony, made of mortared brick, an easy access point to the suite once night fell. If all went well, Arif Auguz would never know what hit him. Dusk was still several hours away, and the soldier was loath to waste them. He wondered how he might fill his hours in a productive way. He dialed the Juilliard restaurant on the 1st floor.
Mr. Velasco in 404. Can I still get lunch at this hour?
He took the stairs down, straightening his tie as he reached the ground floor and stiffening his stride. The suit routine was one of the easier roles he'd ever played. The restaurant was designed to look as exclusive as the hotel, with just 9 tables in a raised area at the rear of the lobby. He took a booth, the only patron, and ordered a vodka. The waiter was dapper and silent and disappeared like a shadow. Bolin propped the newspaper on the table and watched over the top of it. He had a feeling he wouldn't be alone for long. He waited for less than 5 minutes before a man in a Western business suit exited the elevator and exchanged glances with one of the bellhops Bolin had noticed earlier. The suit approached in an easy stroll, adopting a well-practiced smile as he mounted the steps into the restaurant.
Mr. Velasco?
Yes.
How do you do? I am Haji Abilov, personal secretary to the owner of this hotel.
Abilov, a tiny, wiry figure with a vast, smooth forehead and a heavy graying mustache, extended a hand, and Bolin took it in a firm grip.
Good afternoon.
Forgive me for intruding. May I join you?
Certainly.
Ah, thank you. My curiosity got the better of me, I'm afraid. We don't get many visitors from America, and I couldn't help but come over and welcome you to Azerbaijan.
Thank you. To be honest, I hadn't planned on coming to Astara, but I was in Baku for a week and felt like I had enough time to spare to check out the situation here, too.
On business, I assume?
Yes. I'm with Investing International Consultants. Here's my card.
Ah, thank you. In New York?
Yes. We specialize in Central and South American opportunities for U.S. and European manufacturing investors, but we're trying to expand our expertise into the Central Asian states. We see tremendous opportunities here for manufacturing.
Really? We don't have much manufacturing in Azerbaijan now. Our economy is driven largely by oil and other raw materials.
Such as opium and heroin, Bolin thought.
Right now, this is true. But we see great promise for expanding manufacturing here. We may plan to create a division to facilitate its development.
That would be a great benefit to the people of this city. You know, Astara is not a wealthy city.
All of Azerbaijan would benefit from the added employment, of course.
You know, my employer knows municipal leaders throughout the region. I'm sure he would be able to make some appointments for you. How long will you be in the city?
A day or two at the most. As I said, I'd never even planned to visit more than Baku. I don't think I caught your employer's name.
Mr. Ogus.
I'd love to meet him. Get his perspective on the regulatory climate for business in Astara.
That may be possible, Mr. Velasco.
Actually, I have nothing planned for this evening, outside of sitting in front of CNN. Would he be available this evening?
I shall pass the message along to my employer.
Of course. I thank you for your time. You know how to find me.
Enjoy your lunch, Mr. Velasco.
Bolin ordered a full meal, finding it excellent, and ate it thoughtfully, taking his time. Maybe his instincts were off, but he got the impression that Ogus was, in fact, in the city, which meant he might be in the hotel right now. Which meant that as soon as the darkness closed in, Bolin and Ogus were destined to meet, whether Ogus wanted the meeting or not.
Of course I'm interested in meeting him. If he is what he says he is, then it will make for excellent public relations. If he isn't, then it will be the best possible opportunity to slip him up and identify him.
I would be much happier if I were able to make that determination prior to the meeting. Then we would know what kind of reception to give this Velasco.
Arif Ogus was sitting at a wide dining table in his suite with newspapers from around the world spread out before him. He didn't give Abilov his full attention. The man didn't require it. The men had known each other for decades and were the closest of friends. There was no formality between them.
One man attacks Agstafa, and the reports say he is an American. The same man attacks Samkir, and the survivors say he is an American. Then there is an attack at our wharves. Again, an American. They say he's trying to find you. Well, he found you.
Ogus sat back in his chair, exposing his face to the light. He was a hideous-looking man, with a hawk nose and a face that had been ravaged by a skin condition when he was younger. His black hair was combed as well as he was able, but was naturally wild. His brows were heavy and too low on his forehead, giving him a Neanderthal look. but his physical appearance was made incongruous by a neat tailored suit and stiff posture, and mannerisms that were so careful they were almost exaggerated.
I do not see it as obvious, coming here to this hotel to seek me out. Too bold, especially for an American.
Trust my intuition here, Arif. The man I met in the restaurant was as cold as death. I could see it in his eyes. He was the one.
I will meet this man. If he is the man who we want, then we shall make the determination and simply shut him down. After we convince him to identify his support staff in-country, the General would be very happy to get such information.
The executioner didn't often get invited to formal dinner parties. They weren't quite his speed. He didn't own a dinner jacket and wouldn't take one on a mission even if he did. Just the three of them attended the dinner party anyway. Himself, Abalov, and Oguz. The crime lord tried to hide behind cultivated European manners and dapper dress. He stood stiff and tall, with one hand in his jacket pocket, as if he were the Prince of Wales, shaking Boland's hand stiffly, gesturing for him to make himself comfortable. As Boland had expected, the suite covered the entire top floor of the hotel, and he was taken through a large vestibule decorated with fresh-cut flowers, through a small sitting room, finally to stop in a large parlor abutting a huge dining area on one side with a kitchen glimpsed beyond that. A closed set of double doors headed into what Boland assumed was personal rooms, bedrooms, dressing rooms, bathrooms. His soldier's intuition kicked in as he was led to the sitting area. He had the distinct impression he was entering a trap. He had expected it, naturally. He had deemed the risk worth the opportunity to get face-to-face with Arif Oguz.
Drink, Mr. Belasco?
Single malt scotch, if you have it.
Of course.
Soon after, the drinks appeared, and Boland sipped his and nodded appreciatively. But his real concentration was on the room itself. Whether any members of the waitstaff seemed a little nervous, or if their clothes weren't hanging right. So he listened for any sound out of the ordinary. But the only sounds he could pick out were the clinking of silverware and plates, and the sound of a firearm from the other room. Maybe it was just his instincts on high alert. But he had learned to trust those instincts implicitly.
There have not been many jobs with hope of advancement for very long now. I hope that both you and Investments International Consultants find the city of Astara has much to offer in terms of manufacturing opportunities. We have plenty of intelligent people, and in the city they are all literate. They want to work. Azerbaijanis want the opportunities.
I've certainly seen that, Mr. Oguz. My company knows there are people here to do the work. We're more concerned with infrastructure issues.
Such as?
Mainly the Civil War issue.
The Civil War is far away from Astara. None of those people have made their presence known in this city. Even if they do succeed in breaking away from this country, it will not affect us. They add little. Their departure will mean little.
But if protracted fighting occurs?
Neither side can afford it, and neither side has anything to offer foreign partners that would motivate them to lend support to either side. So any war would be brief and benign.
A benign war, Mr. Oguz.
Maybe I'm playing it down a little. My point is, though, that any war by the independence groups can't go far, and its outcome will have little effect on this part of Azerbaijan.
Well, the recent gas attacks in this country make me wonder about that.
Boland watched his abrupt shift in the direction of the conversation affect both Arif Oguz, who stiffened, and Haji Abalov, who was sitting silent in a chair with an untouched drink.
My partners in New York got somewhat panicky when they started seeing the reports splashed across CNN. They wanted me to return home at once and forget the whole thing. It took some doing to convince them I was far from the vicinity of the terrorist attacks.
Oguz nodded and seemed to be searching for a correct response. The sound from the bedroom told Boland all he needed to know. Gunmen were positioned there, waiting for the moment Oguz decided to give the orders to take Boland out. Boland had come unarmed, save for a calf-sheathed fighting knife. A firearm would have been detected and blown his cover immediately.
I believe we're ready for dinner.
I'd like to clean up before we eat. Can you direct me to the washroom?
Abelov silently gestured to a short hallway just off the sitting area, and Bolin found a spacious washroom with an earth-colored ceramic tile floor and a wide window covered by wooden lattice shutters. He opened the shutters and evaluated his situation. The window was about 50 feet from the hard ground, and a few feet above it was an iron railing that surrounded the roof. In the dark of early evening, there was some foot traffic on the street, but no one was noticing him. Bolin had to make sure that continued. The sounds would muffle his escape. He quickly crouched on the windowsill and stood, holding onto the top of the window as he made a grab for the roof railing with the other hand. The stretch was too great, and he had to let go of the window and trust that the rail would hold his well-muscled 200-pound frame. It wiggled slightly as he transferred his weight to it. Highly attuned to the passage of time, he swung along the iron rail, his forearms scraping against the concrete lip of the roof, and stopped at the next window. He guessed it was one of the bedrooms, and the window here was larger. He watched the shears for a few seconds and saw the movement of shadows. That didn't tell him who was in the room, how many of them there were, or how well they were armed, and he was running out of time. Ogas and Abelov were going to get suspicious in a hurry when he didn't emerge from the bathroom. He had to make a blind entrance. The soldier held onto the rail with one hand and extracted the fighting knife with the other, using it to slowly draw the shears away from the window. He spotted a pair of gunners, one pacing, the other stretched out in a chair near the window, both with Russian-made Stechkin machine pistols held close to their bodies. They were watching the closed door, but either of them was bound to spot Bolin at any second. He stepped silently on the sill and grabbed the top of the window frame as he released the roof rail above. The gunners were instantly alerted by the sound and turned on him, but were too stunned by his arrival to fire their weapons. Bolin leapt to the floor and lashed his foot savagely at the man in the chair. He grabbed both dropped machine pistols, tucking one in the back of his pants under his suit jacket. He knew his cover was blown. No use just waltzing back in now. He strode quickly to the corner and leveled his gun into the living area, where a collection of armed gunners were still dealing with the confusion of one of their own going down at their rear. That confusion turned to sudden terror when the Stechkin pointed at them, and they stared into the steely eyes of the executioner. Bolin followed and stood amidst the three bodies as he dropped the first Stechkin and swept the now-deserted living area with the second. There was a shadow of dark movement from the dining room, and the butler appeared, triggering a Makarov pistol held in both hands. Bolin darted to the left to avoid the fire that homed in on him at shoulder level, and sent a swift burst from the Stechkin into the dining room. The kitchen door moved and an arm appeared, then a face. It was Haji Abelov, who tossed a small, heavy object in Bolin's direction. The soldier leapt over a small ottoman as he identified what it was Abelov threw. Abelov appeared around the corner looking for his body, then pulled back in a rush when he spotted the soldier coming to bear with the machine pistol. Abelov's hand appeared again, long enough to fling another grenade into the living area. There was just one avenue of escape, and he took it, running for the balcony at the end of the sitting area. As he stepped on the balcony, he dropped the Stechkin, leaned over the rail at the waist, and grabbed the rail uprights, ignoring the wildly swinging view of the ground 5 stories down. His upper body swung over the rail just as the blast came. The shockwave missed his body, but turned the contents of the sitting room to dust and shrapnel. Bolin's hands felt like they were suddenly on fire. He used all his will to ignore the searing pain, to force the muscles of his hands to keep working despite the trauma. Then the pain ebbed slightly, and he slowly pulled himself along the uprights to the top of the railing. His hands were covered in black soot, burned in some places and glistening red in others. Somehow, he managed to lean over the railing and tumble inside the balcony. Inside the penthouse, a lazy drapery fire burned, and clouds of dust were starting to settle. But there was no sound. Haji Abelov and Arif Ogas had successfully escaped the executioner.
Time to reload. Stony Man is continued on the next CD.
hell is going on? What's wrong with him? He's foaming at the mouth. Is he sick or something?
Well, he went to the truck stop and his new Outlander still is in there, yeah.
That's on the website. Outlanders is available on the website. Doesn't he know that?
He's on a website?
He's not. Outlanders is. What are you eating? You got to get back to work, all right? So just tell him that Outlanders is now on the website. And, in fact, I think it's even cheaper.
It is?
No, I lied. It's actually more expensive now.
Really?
No, it's cheaper. You can easily get it. They're easily accessible. They're also a spin-off of Deathlands.
What is? Outlanders. What about it?
I think pretty much it's discontinued.
Whoa!
Yeah, it's a shame. Might want to throw your buddy a bone.
He's not moving. Why'd you say that? He's not moving! Holy shit!
No need to lose control, boys. Outlanders is still published every month. And, like the surrogate spokesperson was trying to say, if you can't find that hot graphic audio title you're looking for, just head to www.cuttingaudio.com, where you can order it in CD, cassette, or MP3 disc format. Or, the fastest and cheapest way, download that puppy and play it on any of the many devices that'll play Windows Media. And if you're on the road or just a total computer phoebe, snatch up the phone and call 1-800-670-5220, and we'll get that smoking Outlanders episode in your meaty paws before you have to call 911.
The Dualistic Dynamics Limited logo came up on the screen for the 15th time in an hour, and Aaron Kurtzman began stabbing the keyboard furiously, ignoring the tension headache resulting from hours of clenched teeth.
Go, Carmen.
Delahunt was already going. She was pounding commands into her own computer, displaying a different screen bearing a smaller Dualistic Dynamics logo. She entered the 3 levels of password protection using the words the team had hacked over the past 24 hours, and paused as she reached the 4th level.
I'm in.
I'm not.
Carmen Delahunt was unable to tear her eyes from the stopwatch graphic that had appeared on her own screen. She'd been here before. She knew she had the opportunity to make 2 attempts at 30 seconds each, and then they would be locked out again for another 5 minutes.
15 seconds.
Working on it.
10.
Shit.
5.
Go!
Delahunt's screen displayed the message, "Welcome to Dualistic Dynamics Secure Files, Mr. Polari."
I'm in. Good work, Mr. Polari. Thanks, Barb. It was Aaron's talents that did it. He was able to develop a piece of software that was structured on the Unix-based system Dualistic runs. He actually had to program it dynamically during the hacking process in order to compensate for the firewalls they'd built between their computers. He actually had Dualistic's own internet server break into its secure server and find Polari's password.
Now we better see what we can find in here before they notice they got a stranger snooping around.
Check out the Progress Pacific file.
The file opened to reveal the same message. Attempt to contact Vancouver fails, repeating. Each line was preceded by a timestamp 2 minutes apart and continued for 3 hours.
I guess Polari likes regular reports.
I guess he got some bad news recently. Look, if I keep going back, the messages turn into a report on the heist at the atoll earlier today. 0239 CST, Vancouver reports return of retrieval team. 0331 CST, Vancouver reports all is well. 0343 CST, Vancouver reports hostile borders. Now let's keep going back.
Kurtzman hit the back button again, and a new column of time-coded text started to scroll into place. The first line Price was able to read was 0041 CST, Hudson reports all is well. The screen went blank. Then a new message appeared. Tracing attempt detected and obstructed.
Damn! They caught us. They cut the wires and tried to figure out who we were by tracing us to our source. The Stony system stopped them automatically, but the link to Dualistic is gone. Can you get it back?
Doubtful. If they figured out snoopers were in their private files, they'll shut the whole thing down until they can figure out how we got in and how to fix the weak link. But we can give it a shot.
Can you recover that last screen, at least? That we can do. Every bit downloaded is written to the cache at the same time it goes to the screen, just in case something like this happens.
She moved to a different terminal and quickly accessed the emergency backup file. The laser printer hummed and extruded a printout a minute later. All the time-coded entries were about the Pride of Vancouver, except for the top line Price had spotted on the screen.
What, I wonder, is the Hudson?
Well, the Vancouver was the name of the ship that Phoenix Force took down. Maybe the Hudson is another ship? You think Canadian cities are bodies of water or Polari steam when he's naming his ships?
Why not?
Kurtzman rolled to an internet terminal. A search yielded him results from several maritime databases almost instantly.
Ah, the Pride of Hudson Bay. Commissioned April 1997. Owned by Polari subsidiary Dualistic Dynamics and supposedly working the west coast of North America. I'll bet a little detective work will show she's not where she's supposed to be.
Good. Then start detecting.
Johnston Atoll, Pacific Ocean.
Phoenix Force had new orders before they were all out of the showers. McCarter laid an 8.5 by 14-inch grayscale printout on the table in the living area of the room that had served as their very temporary quarters on Johnston Atoll. The printout showed a ship sitting at dock, a near twin to the cargo vessel they had just left stranded and death-filled in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The name on the bow was similar too. Pride of Hudson Bay.
Is Stony Man trying to kill us? Do they know what we just went through?
This'll be different. This time the operation won't be clandestine. We'll pull her over with the help of the Navy. If she resists, we'll pull back and let the Navy bring her to stop. From a distance and downwind.
So what do they need us for?
Stony Man wants us on the Navy ship anyway for full med checks. Just in case any of us breathed in some of that stuff on the Vancouver. We're to make sure the Hudson Bay is emptied and secured if it turns out to contain the cargo Stony Man thinks it contains.
And then?
And then we wait, mate. Unless Stryker's come up with something. And by then, I think he will have.
The Mistral was a Cyclone-class ship assigned to naval special warfare. The Bollinger Shipyard's made vessel operated on 4 Paxman diesel power plants, providing 4 shafts with 3,350 horsepower, enough to propel the 170-foot-long, 330-ton ship at speeds to 35 knots. Typically, Cyclone-class ships were found on coastal patrols.
Hi there, I'm the captain here, named Smithy. Glad you made it when you did. We've got a storm brewing, and it would have made it nearly impossible for you guys to put down.
I'm glad too, as we would have attempted the landing no matter how bad the weather was. What's the situation with the Pride of Hudson Bay, Captain?
We can't seem to find her.
How can you lose a 500-foot cargo vessel?
Let me promise you that if I had personally located the Hudson Bay, it wouldn't have been lost. As it was, I was proceeding under second-hand intelligence, including intel coming in from your friends stateside, whoever those people may be.
I appreciate your efforts, Captain Smithy, but you have to understand our frustration.
Of course. I don't have room for all of you in my bridge office, so I've set up a makeshift office in our mess. We've got communications there to patch us into your friends at home. Unless you need to get freshened up, we'll head there immediately and get everybody up to speed.
I don't think we need to get freshened up.
I didn't think you would.
As the captain took them below deck, they felt the engines thrum.
Where are we headed, Captain?
West.
Oh, that narrows it down.
You'll get a better idea of the situation in just a few minutes, gentlemen. Here we are.
The mess was cramped and stark, but well lit, and the aroma of cooking stew floated from the nearby galley. A stack of maps was laid out on the tables.
This is where we are. The last reported sighting of the Pride of Hudson Bay was here, about 100 miles to the west of us.
Who sighted it?
There was a Navy chopper sitting on top of it until almost 2 hours ago. The weather got dangerous and it had to head off. An hour ago, a reconnaissance aircraft recovered the area and failed to spot the ship.
How hard did he look?
They searched before this storm got here. Low clouds, decent visibility, and no rain. There's no reason they should have failed to sight the Hudson Bay, if nothing else.
She couldn't have left the area too fast. I don't care how well rigged she was, she's not going to outrun reconnaissance aircraft.
Could it have sunk?
It could have. Is there a chance the ship was attacked?
It's possible they were attacked and sunk. Or sank themselves after offloading their cargo, specifically to throw us off their trail.
If that's the case, they'll probably have opted for smaller watercraft. They'll be virtually impossible to track.
They can't get too far in small watercraft, and their options for a landing are pretty slim.
How slim?
Smithy pulled out a broader scale map of the vicinity.
You're looking at about 800 square miles of the Pacific Ocean. We've got 3 land masses in the area. I told you their options were slim. These 2 are just patches of sand and coral, no floor to hide in. So I guess that if they make landfall in the area, it'll be here, Garden Island. It's got some vegetation, although the name is a gross exaggeration. There's even fresh water and a small natural bay.
Big enough for the Pride of Hudson Bay?
Nah. And the Navy reconnaissance aircraft checked out the island regardless. They would have spotted the ship if it was anywhere near the island.
But the reconnaissance vessel didn't see the ship anywhere. And the Hudson Bay couldn't have got far in the hour after the chopper left it.
You're right. We have to consider that the Navy pilots missed the Hudson Bay, or that the ship went down.
Maybe Polaris sank it. He's clearly willing to toss away some expensive resources to accomplish his goals. What if he offloaded to Garden Island, or to smaller watercraft based out of Garden Island, then sank the Hudson Bay? It would look like it disappeared without a trace.
If either of those scenarios is true, then I'm betting your guys are still sitting on Garden Island. If all they have is small watercraft, they'd be pretty foolish setting out in the mess that's closing in on them right now.
How much of a mess are we talking about?
Big enough to have a name. That's Tropical Storm Thurmond.
Storm Thurmond? Who thinks up these names, anyway?
How bad is Thurmond going to get, Captain Smithy?
They don't predict it turning into a hurricane. But it's still bad enough that my ship is going to get out of here as soon as we figure out what to do with you cowboys.
McCarter tapped the small green circle that was Garden Island on the map.
Well, it looks like we cowboys are going to shake hands with Thurmond.
Getting rough up there. Thurmond's moving in fast.
How risky is it for you to be here?
Pretty damn risky. We'll be getting out of here the moment we drop you guys off. You still sure that's what you want us to do?
Yeah, I'm sure. If our guess is correct, they sunk the Hudson Bay and holed up on a Garden Island with several smaller boats. Once this storm eases, they'll head out. In small watercraft, they'll be hard, maybe impossible to find. We have to hit them now.
Yeah, you guys seem to know what you're doing. But I can't help thinking that you're gonna get yourselves killed in this.
What I'm more afraid of is letting these men get away with those weapons. They could wipe out hundreds, maybe thousands of innocent people. I don't want that on my conscience, Captain.
I understand. In 10 minutes, we'll be as close as we can get you.
We'll be ready.
You sure it's out there?
It's there. We're less than 2 clicks from the island.
We'll find it. What's the weather situation, Captain?
Thurmond's moving in fast. In fact, the worst of it is going to be on top of us in less than 2 hours. I hope to have the Mistral as far away as possible by then.
I get the hint. We're ready to take off.
Once you leave this ship, you're on your own for at least 12 hours. Anybody gets hurt or you get into a situation where you need backup, you're not going to get it. We'll be the closest vessel. There'll be no way for us to get close enough to be of assistance until after Thurmond has passed through.
Understood.
Understood.
Manning shrugged.
Thanks for the help, Captain. I know you're putting your ship at risk for this operation. We appreciate it.
You can show your appreciation by still being here when we come to pick you up in the morning.
You got it. Care to open the door?
Smithy felt slightly helpless as he watched the team scramble to the edge of the craft and quickly don the last of their water infiltration gear, which they had carried with them from Johnston Atoll. They disappeared over the side into the inflatable motorized craft that would take them to the island. He wasted no time jogging up the companionway to the bridge.
Hurry! Let's get the hell out of here.
The Mistral powered up and headed away from Garden Island at full speed. The storm's intensity escalated during the 20 minutes Phoenix Force was on the water. McCarter brought the boat to a halt on the rolling waves when they were still 100 yards from the shore on the opposite side from the dock. From their unsteady position, they watched the dark jungle on shore. They saw no light, no movement other than the windswept tossing of the vegetation. Only when he was sure there were no signs of life did he give the go-ahead for landing. James and Hawkins were the first out, stepping into the surf up to their waists and spreading out on either side of the inflatable raft, scanning the jungle and covering their teammates as the raft was dragged onto the beach. They followed the others onto the shore when they were safely under cover of the jungle, crouching in the darkness.
We made it in unseen as far as I can tell.
We've got our targets. Let's go. Stay in contact, but let's keep the conversation down. I don't think we should assume that Polari's men are going to stay under shelter despite the rain. They know they had a Navy chopper watching them this afternoon. They know we're probably going to pinpoint their location, and they're going to be waiting for us. Stay focused.
Without further word, the team broke into 2 groups and separated, and Cizo and James started down the shore, hugging the tree line. Hawkins, Manning, and McCarter penetrated the jungle. The trio spread out, putting 5 paces between themselves, and alternated taking point, counting their paces through the sparse palm jungle. Hawkins was in the lead when he raised a hand that silently brought the march to a halt. After a moment of waiting, he gestured to the others to join him. They could barely make out the forms of a wall of palm fronds ahead of them in the trees, and between the loose palms there seemed to be occasional glimpses of an orange glow. Approaching at a near crawl, they moved to the right, far enough to see beyond the shelter, finding an open, flat area. In the darkness and the rain, they could just make out boats anchored in the small bay.
They're pulled up pretty close to avoid damage during the storm.
Which means they're probably not loaded. That's good news.
Yeah, but they're also sitting out in the middle of nowhere. It's going to be a bloody difficult move for Rafe and Cal to get at them unseen.
So let's create a distraction.
They moved to the northeast slowly and silently, finding 4 more palm shelters erected in the trees, their roofs reinforced with black plastic sheets to keep out the rain.
We could take these guys down pretty easy. Roll in a few grenades and be done with it.
I think securing the chemical store ought to be our first priority, don't you?
Enciso and James found the going quick, even stopping occasionally to scan the way ahead for a guard. They circled the southwest quarter of the island before they found the shelter of trees on their left that fell away at the bay. They came to a halt, crouching among the trees and scanning the bay that opened up before them. It was small and shallow, and the land around it was white coral sand, empty of growth. A collection of small pleasure and fishing boats rode in the water so close to the shore that James would have guessed they were scraping the bottom, especially when the storm-tossed waves receded suddenly.
They're riding pretty high. Probably not loaded yet.
Probably?
I'm not going to be sure until I look inside.
That's a long way out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
They could make out a series of huts constructed under the shelter of the trees, well away from the shore. They had been tossed together out of palm fronds, hacked from the island's trees, and lashed into place with cords on crude wooden frames. Black plastic sheets had been added to the roofs to keep out the water. They had probably been tossed together in just a few hours, as the men realized they were going to have to ride out Tropical Storm Thurman here.
You think they took the chemicals inside the huts with them?
Would you want to sleep with that stuff?
I guess not.
Phoenix 1 here.
We're in position at the mouth of the bay, Phoenix 1.
We're behind the northernmost shelters, making our way east. We're looking for the containers.
They knew that the eastern end of the island grew sparse vegetation. Enciso and James could see little of the island in that direction, hidden by the boats and masked by the escalating curtain of rain.
I'm heading into the bay to check out the watercraft.
Watch for guards.
Enciso quickly looped a length of blackened nylon rope around a tree, while James stepped out of some of his gear. He took the water-resistant MP5 and, over one shoulder, a pack containing a supply of plastique and radio-controlled igniters. He grabbed the rope and walked into the thrashing ocean. The wind and waves were pounding and thrashing, rising and falling like mountains. The rain was picking up, falling in wind-blown torrents, so that even on the surface it felt as if James were submerged. With the rope tied to his belt, he swam strongly through the chaotic currents that came and went, trying to pull him in all different directions, and it seemed as if he were helpless for a moment. But his powerful strokes drew him through the water toward the storm-tossed watercraft. The Polari team was taking a chance leaving its boats at anchor in a storm this close to the shore, but the alternative was putting them to anchor at a distance from the island, which they probably considered too risky. James wondered, as he grabbed the first vessel's anchor chain, a 45-foot pleasure yacht, if they also considered putting a guard on the ship too risky. There was only one way to find out. He grabbed the rail, pulling himself to eye level with the deck, which was dancing with frantic raindrops. The cabin was dark. There was no sign of movement, but the darkness inside was blurred by water. There might have been a gunner standing in that darkness, training a weapon on James without his even seeing it. He clambered over the rail, torrents of seawater pouring off of him, and moved across the deck in a hurry, getting out of the sights of the could-be gunner. James rode out the burst of light, then entered the cabin. The interior was dark, still, and dry, oddly homey and comfortable considering the circumstances. It took him 30 seconds to explore the crowded rooms and storage areas and determine there was no dangerous cargo aboard. What he did find were stacks of plastic fuel containers. They were planning on using this boat for a long-distance run. It took him another minute to mold a block of C4, then insert a radio-controlled detonator. A flick of the switch armed it. James crouched and pressed the plastique into the underside of the control panel. It would be unnoticed if anybody entered the craft. When it blew, it would take out the controls and the radio and would blast through the hull. The boat would be very definitely out of business.
Yeah?
Boat 1 is empty, and I've left them a present. Proceeding to number 2. Anything going on out there?
It's raining.
Thanks.
He crawled out onto the deck and to the rear of the boat, where he slid into the water and found the rope to shore, which he'd left looped on the anchor chain, then paddled as best he was able through the storm-tossed sea to the next craft. It was the smallest of the 5 ships, a pleasure boat with a diminutive cabin that had been cleared of fixtures and furniture, presumably to make room for cargo and for the extra plastic fuel containers it held. But the chemicals weren't on board, and once again James left a hidden chunk of plastique rigged for radio-controlled detonation. He did the same for the 3rd. As he descended into the water to head for ship number 4, James felt his muscles burning. Tropical Storm Thurman had to be sitting on top of them, blasting the island with its full fury. James boarded the 4th boat, finding it empty like the others, and rigged it with plastique. As he slipped into the water again, he could feel the muscles all over his body straining and aching from the stress. 4 down, 1 to go. Hawkins, Manning, and McCarter left the makeshift camp behind, trudging on top of the vegetation when they could to keep their feet out of the water and mud. As the downpour worsened, McCarter brought the trio to a sudden halt with a quick raise of his hand. With a flick of his fingers, the 3 men descended into a slight ditch. In front of them was a low rise in the land. At about 6 feet, it was probably the highest point on the island, and the Polari team had chosen it as the driest storage place in the storm. Feeling no need to protect the plastic-sealed containers, they had only built 2 small shelters on the rise for the guards stationed there. In the darkness and low visibility of the storm, the 3 Phoenix Force warriors had nearly walked into the middle of it all. But the guards had failed to spot them. There was no sign of movement from the pair of crude huts, although the nature of their construction allowed the Phoenix Force to see the guards within clearly, facing in opposite directions, but not toward the rear of the island. Maybe they expected that was the least likely origin of an attack, or else they thought no one would bother attacking them in the tempest. Lying flat on their stomachs, the 3 commandos observed the 2 guards.
Do we see anybody else hanging about, mate?
That's a negative. The shelters are totally obscured from here. So are the boats.
Then let's take them down, and let's do it all together. We don't want one of them getting the chance to call for some help. I'll back you guys.
Hawkins and Manning produced their 9mm Beretta 92F handguns from their weatherproof holsters and laid their firing arms on their forearms. McCarter rose into a crouch and readied his own pistol. Hawkins gave a 3 count, then the 2 warriors fired simultaneously. McCarter never had to fire a shot. They quickly dragged the corpses to the far side of the rise, then checked the chemicals. The stacks of plastic containers, mixed with a few metal hermetically sealed receptacles, seemed intact and safe.
Let's just hope they don't get struck by lightning.
For a fraction of a second, the mask of rain seemed to be cut away, and the 3 warriors found themselves seeing clearly to the makeshift huts 100 yards away. At the same moment, one of the Polari men was standing underneath a palm tree away from the huts, urinating into a rivulet while draping one arm over his forehead to keep the water out of his eyes. His gaze locked with McCarter's and his mouth flew open. Then he stumbled into the nearest hut. They didn't need to hear him shouting.
Oh, we're made, mate. Back the way we came.
They jogged down the rise and headed for the trees to the north of the huts, each choosing a tree for shelter.
Keep them from getting to the rise. Rafe, you there?
Rafe here.
We've been spotted and we're trading fire. What's your situation?
I've lost contact with Cal. They're getting banged around out there pretty good.
You anywhere near the huts?
Negative. I'm still positioned on the south end of the island in the lip of the bay.
We might be driving some players in your direction. Be on the alert.
I will. I can't do much about the boats until I locate Cal.
Shit!
Hawkins caught sight of the gunner who was targeting the Phoenix Force leader. The young commando's rounds cut up the side of a palm tree, slashing into the arms of the gunner, creating a spray of crimson that was washed out of the air by the pouring rain. The automatic rifle dropped, and the gunner staggered out from behind his tree, looking stupidly at his tattered arms, giving Hawkins a clear shot. Hawkins searched for more hardmen, and spotted a gunner from the second hut making a break for the rise, covering himself with a magazine-draining burst of automatic fire that made toothpicks out of Manning's tree. The Canadian ducked for cover, and McCarter was trapped as well, but Hawkins was far enough away that he judged he had time to snap off a few rounds before the runner could target him. Through the palms of the nearest hut, he spotted more hardmen.
I'm fragging them!
Hawkins took cover himself as the Canadian stepped into the open long enough to launch a fragger at the hut. More Hardmen from the other Hutts were taking flight, doing their best to keep the Hutts between them and their assassins.
Rafe, they're coming to you. You found Cal yet?
Negative. And the safety lights gone slack. He's in one of the boats or in the water.
You see them coming?
I see them, Phoenix 1. I'm going in after Cal.
Do not, repeat, do not go into the bay, Rafe.
Shit!
Rafe! Shit!
McCarter checked on Hawkins and Manning. They were making quick work of checking the Hutts.
Empty! Cal's gone missing and Rafe's under attack. Let's go.
They jogged after the fleeing horde, taking what cover they could in a slight rise at the edge of the bay shore, where the survivors were rushing through the water to their boats as best they could. Several gunners were in the water up to their knees facing the shore and trying to cover the others. Enciso, well protected by a small copse of trees inside the lip of the bay, was pegging them. 2 had already gone down. Manning, McCarter, and Hawkins reached over the top of their rise and triggered their water-resistant MP5s into the enemy, going for the gunners first. 3 went down in the next brief instant, and the mob panicked. Only 2 gunners kept their stance, but they were helpless under an attack that came from 2 directions. One of them emptied his magazine at Enciso as the Cuban warrior waited him out patiently. Once his magazine was empty, Enciso stepped out. The stronger swimmers were clambering aboard the boats. One of the engines fired up, and then another. Enciso made a mad dash to join the rest of the team. A figure on the first in the line of boats spotted him and raised an AK.
Down, Ray!
The boat tried to maneuver, but a huge swell of water rose against it, and it couldn't turn. One of the men made a try at the anchor, and Manning cut into him with a quick burst from the MP5 that sent him into the water himself.
There's Cal!
Cover us, Manning. TJ, with me.
McCarter and Hawkins got to their feet and sprinted down the beach, while Manning rose into a kneeling position and triggered a steady volley of rounds that traveled the length of the 5 anchored boats. The Briton now spotted James bobbing to the surface and gasping for breath as another wave crashed on top of him. Then he was there again, looking clearly dazed and weakened, but heading in their direction with steady strokes. There was more movement from the boats as the crews tried to get their anchors up and the engines started. Many men were still swimming around the boats, having a difficult time just clambering on board. Manning paused just long enough to change magazines, and McCarter took over with a volley of his own that cut into the first 2 moving figures he saw. The Polari team was doing a pathetic job of making an escape. The seas were simply too rough to make even the simplest operation easy.
Get Cal!
Hawkins dropped his MP5 and broke into a run, trudging into the shallows. One of the gunners sighted him and tried to aim, but McCarter cut down the gunner before he could trigger off a round. McCarter adjusted his aim enough to cut through the front window of the boat and take the pilot to the floor. Enciso and Manning were moving leapfrog fashion in his direction, keeping each other covered. McCarter dared a glimpse in James's direction and couldn't see the Black Warrior anywhere. He only saw Hawkins plunging into the waves. A puff of smoke materialized inside the nearest watercraft, and McCarter glimpsed a fiery projectile headed directly at him. McCarter was on his feet again, his face a mask of fury.
Those bastards have rockets!
McCarter clamped his jaw tight and pulled at his trigger, cutting a zigzag pattern across the bow and cabin of the ship, and sending its occupants scrambling into its bowels. But when the mag was empty, he was sure he hadn't scored once.
How's Cal?
I still don't see him. I'm gonna help TJ.
Go.
Enciso arrived at the Phoenix Force leader's side as Manning hurried into the water, and they delivered sporadic bursts at the line of craft. None of the boats were going anywhere until they could get their anchors up, and none of them could do so while Phoenix Force kept them under constant fire. McCarter glanced at the water. Manning was under. Hawkins was snatching a gasping breath, and then he descended again. James was nowhere to be seen.
Bloody hell!
Rocket Man is back. I got him.
The burst from the MP5 punched the man over the deck and into the stormy sea, Law close behind. Hawkins surfaced with a limp form of Calvin James draped in his arms. The warrior's head drooped over the sea, streaming water, but McCarter thought he saw movement. Another Law appeared, jutting from a porthole, and more figures with weapons were crawling to the decks of the ships. They spotted the helpless 3 as they were crawling from the water. Manning had joined Hawkins, but the waves and the weight of the water seemed to have slowed their progress to a tortoise-like crawl.
They're sitting ducks! We're all sitting ducks! Shit, get down!
An unexpected gunner had appeared on the deck of the last ship with a massive machine gun dangling from his neck. McCarter fired and watched the gunner pull back. The three men had nearly reached the shore and were standing in knee-deep water when a fresh storm-tossed wave slammed into them from behind and sent them staggering. James's feet were dangling in the sand, and his weight almost brought the other two to the ground. They were a long 20 paces from the nearest cover. The law appeared again from the porthole and was aimed at the Phoenix Force trio. As the gunner waited for a fraction of a second for the swell to deflate under the craft, the machine gunner in the last boat reappeared. There was an endless fraction of a second in which McCarter saw the two powerful weapons aimed at his three teammates, and knew there was very little his cover fire could do to stop the inevitable from happening. Then he saw movement out of the corner of his eye that he hadn't expected. Calvin James raised his head. His eyes were red and cloudy, but he was smiling. He raised his hand, holding a remote control device with a tiny red light that seemed to cut through the gray mist of the storm. The swell deflated, and the law was staring them in the face. The machine gunner was coming to bear when James touched the button on the remote control unit. The surface was coated with spilled fuel and human blood, but of the Polaris soldiers, not a living soul remained.
Astara, Azerbaijan.
Astara Emergency Services couldn't be well known for their response times, Boland decided. He got out of the hotel with minutes to spare before police and fire units arrived on the scene with sirens pulsating. By then, the small blaze had turned to a conflagration, encompassing the entire top floor. He returned to his Russian-made Moskvich automobile, removed a carryall from the trunk, and wrapped his hands in bandages. Then he headed for another hotel, this one belonging to a French chain. He had already checked in under a different alias. He headed for the room and tossed the carryall on the bed. In the bathroom, he treated his hands well enough to satisfy any medical doctor. The splinters of wood, those that weren't completely buried in his flesh, he extracted. The minor burns he disinfected. The wounds he bandaged carefully, with an eye toward continued mobility as much as toward protecting the damaged flesh. Those hands were going to see a lot more action in the coming hours, and Boland wanted full use of them. He changed out of the suit he had worn to Oga's failed dinner party, which reminded him he could use more nourishment. Who knew how long until he saw another opportunity to eat? He ordered a meal from room service, and as soon as the order was placed, dialed through to the U.S. It took a full 2 minutes for his call to click through various lines and scrambling devices to Stony Man Farm, half a world away on the east coast of North America.
Stryker here.
Hello, Stryker. How's everything coming along?
Not as well as I would like. A guy by the name of Arif Oguz ruined my evening.
Yeah, I had our men put together a file on him. Oguz. This one the world can do without.
Tell me.
He's got farmers up and down the east coast of Azerbaijan growing poppies for him. He's also organized drug retailing organizations in virtually every major city in Azerbaijan. Looks like he has heavy influence on the government in every area. They get a cut, he gets to operate.
Same old story. Where'd we get this information?
There's been an investigation into Oguz at the national level for years. This all comes from them. Bear got access to it somehow. There's never been enough evidence to go after him. In fact, if I'm reading between the lines accurately, every attempt to seriously shut down Oguz has become bogged down in bureaucracy. Surprise, surprise.
Do we have his home address?
Yeah, his primary residence is at the Hotel Astara Royale in Astara.
Not anymore.
He has a number of secondary residences. We've also got locations for suspected operations of all kinds. Poppy fields, drug processing facilities, smuggling distribution centers. We know the names of some of his most important dealers and smuggling partners. He ships major amounts of heroin into Russia, Turkey, other Central Asian countries.
I want all that intel.
You got it. there's something else you should know. Oguz employs a team of enforcers called the Killers. These guys are all KGB-trained agents who found themselves unemployed when the Iron Curtain came down. They were hired by Oguz and now serve as a kind of roving enforcement squad. According to these reports, they are known to travel from town to town, anywhere Oguz's operations are running into trouble of whatever kind.
They roll into town, deliver the solution, and move on to the next problem. Very efficient.
Right. Oguz doesn't have to pay for on-site enforcement in each city, as long as he has these guys. It sounds like the Killers are vicious enough that their lessons stay learned. You need to watch out for these guys, Stryker.
I will.
I've got a lot more to give you. This guy sells guns on the streets and runs several brothels. He's been tied to child prostitution rings, a newly flourishing business in some CIS states.
Bolin had seen it all before. He had witnessed young people's lives ruined by heroin. He had seen children in chains and had known women forced into prostitution. A face appeared in his thoughts, that of an innocent girl who had died in Massachusetts a long time ago.
You were right. The world would be a better place without Arif Oguz.
The list of potential targets filled several pages of Mac Bolin's war book, a small black notebook he carried with him when he could. In it were the names of many of his targets. Some were men he had faced down years ago, and nearly all of them were dead. Bolin wasn't the kind to cuff them and send them to jail. He preferred to permanently cut away the human cancer. One of those names was Alexander Akhmedov, the Russian drugs and gun smuggler whom Bolin had been hot on the trail of just 24 hours ago. He'd carefully assembled a list of Akhmedov's operations. They were all in the book. He would get to them eventually. At the moment, the new name of Arif Oguz had achieved the highest level of priority in the war book. And he had a new list of targets. He thought about that list as he field-stripped the cache of weapons he carried up from the Moskvich. By the time he had carefully disassembled, cleaned, and reassembled the Beretta 93R, he had ranked his targets. He cleaned and repacked his weapons carefully, as if he had all the time in the world. He heard the halls of the hotel grow quieter, and by the time he was preparing to leave, most of the guests were going to bed. It was after 11 p.m. It was just the beginning of what the executioner hoped would be a long, productive night. It was the beginning of what he hoped would be the longest night of Arif Oguz's life. He chose the first stop for its convenience. It was the apartment building of one of the highest-ranking figures in the Oguz chain of franchise operations. Boz Akram had been working for Oguz for 4 years and had renovated a former apartment building in the center of the city as his personal living quarters and a center for his operations. He parked several blocks away and made his recon on foot. He was armed for all-out, close-quarters war. Going in quiet meant he would start with the Beretta 93R. When things started getting intense, Bolin planned to change over to the Mini Uzi, which was positioned under his right arm for easy access. Harnessed on his back was another piece of Beretta hardware, an M3P police shotgun. Tucked into his combat webbing were extra magazines for all 3 weapons, along with a selection of grenades. He was ready to do some harm to the Oguz crime syndicate. Bolin crossed the street in the darkness and approached the building from the shadows that hugged the base of the adjoining buildings, then sprinted along the brightly lit sidewalk that took him to the front door of Akram's home. He stopped there and waited for sounds of alarm. There were none. The street was deserted. The communist-era concrete brick building had a solid steel door and a pair of glass windows that flanked it, just 4 inches wide, 3 feet tall, and a warm orange color. Inside was a small entrance area and a hallway, brightly lit, but devoid of life. Bolin wasn't going to waste time trying to find an alternate entrance. He had brought a hotel towel along and used it for the task at hand. He wrapped up one hand and pressed against the glass, leaning his weight into it, building the pressure. A long web of 3 cracks had appeared where the base of his palm had rested. Bolin applied further pressure to one of the newly created sections in the glass. The executioner reached through the glass and found the doorknob. He searched the ground floor and found nicely appointed but simple rooms. Akram lived well by Azerbaijan standards, but didn't go in for the opulence his boss enjoyed. The rest of the ground floor was devoid of life. Bolin ascended the steel stairs to the second floor and faced a hallway full of closed doors, realizing there might be as many as 20 men stationed here. How was he going to target Akram? A dark-haired woman walked from one of the rooms, looking sleepy, wearing a short red silk robe. She entered a washroom completely unawares. Bolin moved quickly to the restroom and stepped inside, grabbing the woman's mouth and putting the 93R to the bridge of her nose before she had time to scream.
Speak English?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to release you. If you scream, I will kill you. Now, where is Akram?
1 floor up, first bedroom.
Bolin nodded and removed the 93R from the bridge of the woman's nose and showed it to her.
You, leave now.
Bolin stood up and stepped back, his finger to his lips as a signal for silence. She raced out of the bathroom and down the steps. Bolin's only hope was that she didn't scream of fright after the shock had worn off. Akram had been a minor drug dealer on the streets of Astara in the mid-1990s, young, tough, and ambitious. When Ogas moved in strong to consolidate his hold on the city, Akram had fought back viciously, personally leading battlefield-like attacks on Ogas' street soldiers. His audacity and courage caught Ogas' eye. When the day finally came that Akram walked into a battle he couldn't win, he stood his ground and prepared to fight to the death rather than beg for mercy. Ogas was even more impressed. He made Akram his first franchisee, giving him a healthy share of the profits and a free hand in running his operation as he saw fit. Akram quickly came to realize he could make more money operating under a low overhead system Ogas had developed, and joined his former enemy as a business partner. Fully intending to someday bring Ogas to his knees, usurp control of his business, and kill him through long, slow torture for daring to put him in a subordinate position. Baz Akram dreamt about the day he would have Ogas under his control. Sometimes he had Ogas tied to a table and was slicing off segments of his flesh in small pieces, making him scream and scream and scream. Akram awoke with a start and found himself staring into the bright glare of his bedside lamp, positioned to shine directly into his face. Beyond the glare, he saw a black shape standing over his bed.
Who are you?
I'm looking for Arif Oghuz.
In here!
The door burst open, and a gunman stood there, looking bewildered at the helpless plight of his employer. Akram pushed the light away and rolled to the other side of the bed. In the darkness, he never saw the 93R trained on his lower torso. Bolin let him lay there, a bloody mess of tangled sheets, and advanced to the door and stepped into the hall just long enough to target more approaching gunmen. All of them, save the 2 hit, sought cover. The executioner approached the writhing form on the floor. Akram gazed up through blazing eyes. He'd knocked over the light, so the area around him was illuminated, but it still seemed as if he were staring into blackness when he looked at the figure above him.
Who are you?
Tell me where Oghuz is, and I'll let you live.
Oghuz is in hiding.
Where?
Never tell.
You are dying, Akram. Your femoral artery has been torn wide open. Do you really want to protect Oghuz with your dying breath?
Akram could feel the heavy spurts of blood pouring out of his leg. He knew the shadowy killer was right. He had moments to live. Did he want to spite his killer, or Oghuz in his final moments? He died considering his options.
Shit. Shit.
The executioner decided that it was time for the M3P police shotgun. He unfolded the stock and jammed it tight against his stomach, marching into the hallway like a living, walking, modern-day incarnation of death. A wounded man was rising from a pile of bodies and trying to make his fingers operate an automatic handgun, while another gunner came up the stairs behind him with an automatic rifle. At a pause in the action, Bolin stepped into the open long enough to bring both the M3P and the Mini Uzi to bear. Then he pulled back quickly. He couldn't be sure his burst would stop all of them. Bolin knew the sound. It was magazine-draining desperation fire. and when it came to an abrupt halt, he stepped onto the landing to find one man, bloodied and trying to crawl up the steps in his direction. The gunner had just retrieved an AK-47 from one of his dead companions. He swung it onto the stairs in front of him and tried to raise it from the ground to sight Bolin. The soldier stood on the landing, waiting for it to happen. The wounded gunner failed to muster the strength to raise the auto rifle, so he crawled up another step, and this time managed to hoist his body onto his knees. He lifted the AK-47 into a wavering firing position, aimed it at Bolin, and made a grab for the trigger. Only then did Bolin put a stop to the gunner's efforts. Bolin hit the brakes and pulled the Moskvich under the shoulder of the road. Ahead of him, sooner than he had anticipated, appeared the lights of Edebar. Grabbing his packs, Bolin headed overland into the darkness of the semi-arid brushland that seemed to make up much of the Azerbaijani landscape. He raced up a peak on foot, and then paused, looking back on the Moskvich. He peered through a pair of infrared field glasses that showed nothing alive for hundreds of yards in any direction. It looked as if he had avoided being seen. But that wasn't his most important concern. Right now, he had some farming to attend to. The leads he was following had gone through any number of human agents, and he hoped that they could be counted on. The first had panned out, and with luck, so would this one. Traveling overland on foot, he counted his paces and converted them to kilometers. Bragnola's instructions told him to go 1.5 kilometers north-northwest of the small water tower in the corner of the town of Edebar, in order to locate the entrance to a narrow gorge where he would find a field of poppies. He closed in on the small village, watching for signs of life. He saw none. No guards were needed to protect the village. They would be needed at the fields. In the dark, they would have the advantage of knowing the terrain intimately. But the soldier possessed advantage of his own. The infrared field glasses, which could read the heat signatures of human beings as if they were flares in the darkness. He moved north-northwest at a steady pace, watching the potential hiding places ahead of him by continually alternating between field glasses and bare eyes. The path he was following led to a small opening in the sudden steep hills that rose without warning from the land. Bolin decided that taking the direct route would be unwise, so he cut away from the path to the left, slowing to climb the incline as quietly as he was able in the almost pitch blackness of the night. He reached the top in a crawl, making his way to the edge and peering into the gorge. It was an ideal spot for growing opium poppies. The natural rise in the land was ragged and meandered, gorged in the middle, where acres and acres of plants could flourish without being visible from any angle except directly above. Putting on the infrared glasses again, he saw the night guards. They were on the hilltop opposite him, just 100 feet away and almost eye to eye with him. A small permanent tent had been stitched together out of sheets and cloth scraps. A pair of armed guards crouched outside the tent. Their campfire smoldered in front of them, orange coals winking lazily into the night, while the great clear sky stretched out behind them. Getting at them would be a challenge, and it was unlikely that they would be able to provide the answers he needed. Better to get access to the man in charge of the fields. He was the one who could tell Bolin where to find Ogas. He kept an eye on the gunners across the divide as he primed the M16A2 M203 with the first of many incendiary grenades he had packed. He targeted the far end of the poppy fields about 250 yards to his right, well within the range of the M203. He made sure his aim was true, and then fired. The gently moving sea of plants suddenly took on definition in the burst of yellow light. Bolin knew the light was enough to bring him into focus to the gunners, and they grabbed for their rifles. He fired the M16A2 as the first rifle pointed in his direction. A gunner clutched his chest as he fell into the smoldering fire. Bolin began the serious destruction of the field below. By the time the ridge began to descend, Bolin could hear the shouts coming from the village and realized he was at a loss for effective cover other than the darkness of the night. He would have to make the most of it. As the soldier reached the bottom of the ridge, he was caught in the glare of approaching headlights. Bolin let the truck keep going as he ran into the gorge. The wall of flame of his own creation was 100 feet away. Bolin ran toward it, evaluating his position. It would take a few minutes for anyone to reach the northwest ridge, and if he hugged the southwest ridge, none of his attackers would be able to spot him. At his back were acres and acres of burning poppies, a conflagration that was still escalating. If a sudden wind didn't start up to drive the fire into him and push him out of the gorge, Bolin had several minutes of solid cover from which only a frontal assault could be staged. The truck was bathed in orange when it took the corner at high speed, aiming at Bolin. A handful of men in the rear hanging on as they tried to sight him down the barrels of their rifles. Bolin broke from the wall and hurried into the middle of the gorge, in the direction of the fire, weaving as he ran to avoid the sporadic fire the gunners were attempting. The truck accelerated directly at him until he skidded to a halt, spun quickly, and raised his M16A2. Bolin ducked as the explosion sent metal chunks flying throughout the gorge. He ducked an HE round into the M203 and changed magazines in the M16A2 a half a second before another attack. This time, a hunting party came through the gorge entrance on foot, armed with rifles and shotguns. Bolin laid a line of automatic fire at their feet, bringing them to a halt. Bolin watched the others carefully as he closed in. Soon, one of them overcame his fear and snatched at his weapon. The surviving trio glared at him, faces ashen with pain and terror.
Where is Arif Oghuz?
We do not know where Oghuz is. Oghuz hiding.
You're lying. I kill liars.
No lie, no lie. We think he in Villa, in Davachi.
Bolin said nothing more. The fire was getting hot at his back, and he realized the intensity of the flaming poppies was igniting even the scrubby dried weeds that made up the normal vegetation in the gorge. The fire was creeping inexorably toward them. Bolin turned to see a gathering of villagers on the northwest ridge. Before them was the dead guard and the burning ruin of their poppies, flames engulfing the entire crop. One of them trained his gun on the executioner. Bolin stared the man down, motionless, over the 100 yards that separated them. The gunner had second thoughts. Bolin walked away from the scene, leaving the agricultural community of Edebar a much more humble place than when he had arrived.
Stony Man Farm, Virginia.
Barbara Price stared at the printout. She tucked her hands between her thighs, suddenly feeling cold. Human beings never failed to amaze her, and to give her nightmares. All those dead people, families, loving husbands and wives and children, snuffed out, and now they knew why. Aaron Kurtzman rolled into the war room in a hurry, the first to arrive, and he was about to speak, but stopped short. He knew Barbara Price very well and counted her as one of his dearest friends, and he could sense when she was feeling overwhelmed. Rolling to her side, he looked at her silently. She put a hand on the table, and he took it.
Greed. Money.
He didn't know what she was talking about, but he saw the SMF top priority security label on the report sitting in front of her. Brognola carried his briefcase and had a cigar clamped in his teeth, jutting almost directly to the side, and he adjusted it expertly so that he wouldn't take it off in the doorway. Price and Kurtzman were waiting for him. Price slid the report across the table.
Coffee? Please. Thanks. What's going on?
I was just briefed by Stryker. He's been successful in tracking down Arif Oghuz and convinced Oghuz to give us the whole story. We've got names, places, motives, all of it. We were right about Edgar Polari's involvement. He's the mastermind behind the entire operation. He allocated funding and equipment from various entities of his own business empire, as we already know. There's another major player that we don't know about. Tariq Ramadan.
Well, there's our Iraqi connection.
Yep. Tariq Ramadan is an upper echelon general in the Iraqi army. At least he was until very recently. He quit to join Polari.
What's Ramadan's story?
Nothing outstanding as far as I know. He joined the Iraqi army in the late 1970s. He's ambitious, and he's been kissing the right Iraqi army ass throughout his career. He joined the upper ranks during one of Hussein's shakeups. However, Polari apparently got to Ramadan and talked him into throwing in with him. Polari wanted to make use of chemical weapons, and he had a feeling Ramadan could get them for him. He was right. Ramadan knew the location of several stores of chemical weapons inside Iraq, some of which have been hidden for years. Ramadan carefully cultivated a network of loyal supporters among the Iraqi army, and a few days ago, he and his supporters, including Colonel Al-Duri, the one high ranker we do know about, just up and left the country by various routes. When they left, they took Iraqi hardware, transport equipment, aircraft, and an unknown amount of Iraqi chemical weapons.
That explains the use of the Russian chopper with Iraqi army markings in the Tuscany II attack. It certainly threw the world onto the wrong track.
It's also pretty easy to see why Iraq has been less than willing to defend itself in the eyes of the world. They'd lose a lot of face if they had to admit to not only the defection of one of their most important generals, but also the loss of many men and lots of equipment. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, the glorious leader would just as soon pretend it didn't happen at all. Especially since it would mean admitting he still has extensive stores of chemical weapons in the country.
Now wait a minute. Polari has worked dozens of oil fields around the world. Why is he slaughtering entire villages? Couldn't he just cut a deal with the Azerbaijanis?
He tried to. In fact, a deal was thought to be in the works as recently as 16 months ago. The land had been privatized by the government of the Azerbaijani Republic. It is now owned by thousands of Azerbaijani citizens, scattered throughout 43 villages and towns in 4 administrative districts. Polari went in and staged a campaign among the people, promised them more money than they had ever seen before in their lives, and had the people and the government ready to sign over the oil rights. Then trouble started. A consortium of smaller oil companies came in, did some testing, and realized Polari was trying to rip off the Azerbaijanis. Using new techniques for measuring the field, the consortium, which is 80% US, was able to get a handle on its true size and realized the flat fee the Azerbaijanis were being paid by Polari was a small percentage of its worth. The people and the government were furious with Polari for trying to trick them, although he played dumb, and signed a preliminary agreement to have the consortium come in and pump the oil. The Azerbaijanis will get a cut of every barrel that comes out of their ground, all very equitable.
But that's not going to happen now.
Not if things keep going the way they are. The people of Azerbaijan are convinced Iraqi oil interests are furious that the Azerbaijani fields will decrease the importance of their fields, which they were counting on to help rebuild the Iraqi economy and infrastructure. They see the hand of the glorious leader behind every chemical attack.
Despite the robberies of chemical weapons from the U.S., the Azerbaijanis don't believe there's a connection. In fact, news of the U.S. robberies is getting very little media play there.
Meanwhile, everybody else on the planet is blaming the U.S., which is keeping my boss up nights. So, what's Polari's plan now?
He's already started a new news campaign in southeastern Azerbaijan. He claims to have Iraqi inside connections. The morning Baku paper, which will be on sale on the streets within the hour, is running this photo.
Kurtzman displayed a black and white photo of Edgar Polari deep in conversation with Saddam Hussein, surrounded by several decorated army leaders.
He actually tried to play diplomat at one point in order to free up some of the Iraqi oil. The backlash in Canada was so bad he dropped the attempt. But the inference of the photo and of his entire campaign is that he has the influence with Iraq to bring its violence to a halt.
Is he coming out and saying that?
Well, not in those words, but pretty damn close.
He's blackmailing 10,000 innocent Azerbaijanis. So what are we gonna do about it?
Time to reload. Mac Bolan is continued on the next CD. With other audiobooks...
Fire in the hole.
Kane glanced over his shoulder as flaming smoke gouged from his hollow bore of the missile launcher. Propelled by a wavering ribbon of vapor and sparks, the heat ground leaped from the tube. The warhead impacted in a thicket, the brush vaporizing in a rolling ball of billowing orange-yellow flame.
But with graphic audio, a movie in your ears...
Fire in the hole!
Kane glanced over his shoulder as flame and smoke gouted from the hollow bore of the missile launcher. Propelled by a wavering ribbon of vapor and sparks, the heat round leaped from the tube. The warhead impacted in a thicket, the brush vanishing in a roiling ball of billowing orange-yellow flame.
Graphic audio. The leading name in audiobooks.
Kusar, Azerbaijan.
Mac Boland decided to stop in and see the killers. Unable to go barging into Ramadan's compound in the middle of the day, he had to wait until darkness closed in. And the small city of Kusar, where Oguz's band of enforcers was currently deployed, was on Boland's way north. It was a good investment of time. He reached the city limits during the morning hours, looking for the hotel that was home to any Oguz operatives who might be passing through, finding it in the small downtown area of the city. He entered and found the place had little more class than a transient hotel in any major U.S. city. The grizzled old man working the front desk was engrossed in a crossword puzzle, intent on ignoring the executioner's entrance. Boland walked up to the man and was about to say something when he saw a slip of paper next to the man. On it was the name of a Russian that Boland recognized from his list. The soldier took the piece of paper from the old man.
Hey, don't worry about it, please.
The room number was on the slip of paper. It was a top-floor room, and Boland headed for it, striding up 3 flights of stairs. It sounded like a party was going on. Maybe it had been going on all night. If that was the case, these killers would be tired, perhaps still drunk and slow to react. But Boland wasn't going to count on that. The door to the bathroom was open, and Boland saw a large man standing in front of the toilet. The woman on the bed had the heavily painted look of a prostitute. She sat up when she saw Boland instead of the old hotel proprietor, but a quick finger to his lips and a gesture with his gun kept her quiet.
Put it on the desk!
Boland stepped to the doorway and waited for the ex-KGB agent to emerge.
What?
The hooker was now standing naked on the bed, a petrified look on her face. A tiny, wiry man stalked in, spotted Boland, and raised his Makarov PM pistol. Boland leveled the 93R in a 2-handed shooter's stance and fired it twice. Boland put away the Beretta and drew the Desert Eagle. The stopping power of the .44 Magnum rounds was formidable. Obviously, his need for silence was over. He had 3 of Oguz's killers left to take out. He aimed the big handgun squarely at the hooker.
Keep quiet.
She nodded. Boland stepped into the hall with the Desert Eagle ready to fire and evaluated the man walking in his direction. The man wasn't armed, but was looking excitedly towards an open doorway. The person snatched at the air, grabbing a handgun that had just been tossed to him. He wasn't quick enough. Boland raced to the doorway, ready to finish the job, when he suddenly came to a cold stop. The tiny red dot of a laser sight poked at his chest, and he saw a Heckler & Koch SP-89 auto pistol with an H&K Model 100 laser aimer in the hands of a pinched-faced woman with short, shaggy hair. With a dour grin, she assessed the warrior.
You're very good.
And you're very bad, Wilhelmina Solomon.
You Americans were always very well informed. I should know. I personally killed several of your compatriots.
That was during the Cold War. Americans and Russians are friends now.
Whatever. I don't consider myself anybody's friend. And I'm getting very rich using my KGB talents in this filthy backwater country.
Getting rich through exploitation and murder.
Like I said, whatever.
I've killed plenty of your kind myself, Solomon.
Yes, that is what I thought. You're very skilled at what you do. You are the man who has caused my employer no end of trouble over the past few days. You've slipped in and out of his properties like you were walking through the park on a Sunday afternoon. You've killed many of his men. There are not many men who have this kind of skill and daring. Certainly not many Americans.
Boland said nothing.
Dmitri, come out here!
A younger man emerged from the bathroom where he had been laying in wait. He held a Sig Sauer P226DA auto pistol, which he pointed at Boland.
Say hello to a true warrior, Dmitri. He waltzed into Azerbaijan and started wiping out Oguz's operations single-handedly. That's the signature of a true warrior. We don't see many of his kind.
In fact, just a few hours ago, I killed Oguz himself.
Really? Oh, I don't disbelieve you, and I'm very happy about it. That means there's a vacancy at the top of Oguz's organization.
You think you can fill it?
The Azerbaijanis are used to taking orders from Russians. I'd offer you a place on my staff if I thought there was the slightest possibility you would take the job. But I know you will not. Dmitri, take our warrior friend's little pistol.
The executioner didn't move. Dmitri came to him from the side, careful not to block the tiny red beam of laser light touching Boland's chest, and took the Desert Eagle from the soldier's hand. Boland had already extracted the mini-Uzi as Solomon leveled her weapon. As the tiny red light traced a red-hot path along the wall, homing in on his body, he was ready.
Mangistar Oblisi, Kazakhstan.
Less than an hour's drive from the Kazakhstan port city of Aktau was the private fortress of former General Tariq Ramadan. He was a civilian now, and a capitalist, and he loved every minute of it. He had found the local people more than passingly receptive to his presence, and to Edgar Polari's massive infusions of unregulated cash into the local economy. Not that he asked much of them, just that they ignore him and his growing staff. The compound, established 5 kilometers outside the Aktau city center with the help of Polari's subsidiaries, consisted of large storage buildings that had been shipped into the nearest port and trucked to the scene as steel girders and aluminum sheets. Even the heavy equipment, including cement mixers, was shipped in for the construction and pouring of the building foundations. Next had come the people. Pilots mostly, and some trusted support staff, followed by an influx of 100 Iraqi soldiers and officers, all commissioned by Ramadan personally. Several days of intensive training gave them the knowledge to efficiently operate the dispersion equipment that had been erected in Irkut and Haydar in nearby Azerbaijan. Ramadan liked working with these men. He liked knowing he was making them all, like himself, very rich. But suddenly, all their efforts had ground to an abrupt halt. There was nothing more for them to do. Ramadan blamed the Americans. Polari's American contingent had been charged with taking tons of chemical weapons containers out of the Aberdeen and Johnston CADs. Their initial strike in Aberdeen had been compromised, but at least had netted them most of the containers they had been after. But following Aberdeen, every step of the operation the American teams attempted ended in failure. Their software spy was tracked down and apprehended. Their processing and distribution centers were shut down decisively. The pattern repeated itself on the atoll. The containers were successfully stolen, and Ramadan had thought the actual theft would be the most difficult part of the operation. But the ship carrying the entire store of Johnston containers had been attacked, and the containers burned, with 100% loss of life aboard the ship. Finally, the last of the Aberdeen shipment was tracked down in the middle of nowhere in the Pacific Ocean. Despite drastic attempts on Polari's part to keep the containers, including the scuttling of a ship worth millions, the containers were retaken by agents that could only have been working for the U.S. Instead of having a warehouse packed to the brim with chemical containers, Ramadan had nothing. He was impotent, a situation he didn't enjoy, and one he was planning to rectify. The twin TL-6 transport aircraft waited on the dirt runway within a few yards of each other. The pilots understood the strategy and saluted smartly, assuring the general they were up to the demands of the mission. Ramadan gave the wave his assembled troops had been waiting for and headed to the aircraft. A flight crew of just 2 men, a pilot and co-pilot, entered the first TL-6. 15 Iraqi soldiers crowded into the second. The planes were Polari-owned and had been flown in by Canadian pilots. But this was to be an all-Iraqi mission. The Canadians, after starting the aircraft and taking them through a pre-flight check, handed over control to the Iraqi crews. By afternoon, they were entering Iraqi airspace.
Pilot, get into position.
Ramadan watched the other TL-6 start to slow and carefully home in on his plane. It seemed to float over his aircraft smoothly, but as it came closer, he thought he saw the wings wiggle. He wondered if the pilot was nervous. The pilot in his aircraft certainly was. He was craning his neck to keep an eye on the other TL-6. Ramadan had sworn to the Canadian pilot teams that his men possessed the flying skills and the iron nerves required for the exercise. But now that he was in position and sitting just 100 meters directly underneath the other aircraft, he was having a rare case of doubt. One errant move, one occurrence of localized turbulence could result in a collision that would bring down both planes. And Ramadan planned to crash only one of them. His pilot stayed highly alert, but seemed to lose some of the tension after several minutes of flying in the strange sandwich formation.
We're entering Iraqi airspace.
And the idea of our ETA?
No more than 7 minutes.
In fact, it was just 6. Ramadan saw the familiar landmark swim into his field of vision, and he ordered landing maneuvers to begin.
Just to the east of that circular formation of Rock Ridge. Take us down there.
General, are you sure the sand isn't too deep for us? We need to be able to take off again.
It was no more than a fine layer on the soil last time I was there.
He didn't add that his last visit had been 14 years ago. Ramadan, courtesy of his rank, had high levels of security clearance to Iraqi intelligence for years. But what Iraq still didn't know about the capabilities of the Western forces monitoring the northern and southern Iraqi no-fly zones would fill volumes. He was counting on, and hoping, that his trick flying would cause the 2 transport aircraft to show up on radar as one. The upper aircraft slowed to pace the descending TL-6 for as long as possible, coming almost to stalling speed as the TL-6 containing the 15 Iraqi soldiers touched the arid desert surface and slowed to a stop. The airborne TL-6 accelerated to a more typical cruising speed and picked up altitude. The automatic pilot would be engaged. With her fuel precisely dumped over the Caspian, she would fly for another 100 to 125 miles before slamming into the desert. There, it would certainly attract attention, and draw attention away from Ramadan's position. As Ramadan exited the front hatch, he saw the pilots jettison from the airborne aircraft, one after another. Their blue stealth-type parachutes were virtually invisible against the sky. Already, the small motorcycle with its wheeled sidecar was being driven out of the ramp of the TL-6.
Driver, go get them and get back here quickly. I need everybody to dig.
He led the rest of the men into the jumble of nearby rocks, which formed a sort of natural oblong shape in the desert. The earth here was less smooth, still showing the signs of the digging that had been conducted on this spot 14 years ago. Within minutes, they were shoveling out the dirt. The motorcycle with the 2 crewmen from the doomed TL-6 returned and added their backs to the labor. The Iraqi army had long ago hidden caches of chemical weapons at the command of the Prime Minister, which had been another of his impulsive strategies for war preparedness. At the time, Iraq was being harshly criticized for its use of chemical weapons. Photos of dead Kurdish children were exposed regularly in the global media. The Prime Minister had feared the possibility of attacks aimed at wiping out his supply of such weapons, and he had ordered the caches placed around the country, in homes, schools, hospitals, and pits dug at strategic points throughout the vast desert region. Ramadan had long considered his knowledge of this northern cache, in an area long ignored and quite possibly forgotten by the Army Command, in an area totally inaccessible by air due to the Western enforcement of no-fly zones, would someday prove useful. The steel boxes were beginning to see the light of day, still gleaming, showing no corrosion. He had little doubt the steel-pressured canisters inside were as good as new.
Start loading at once. I want to be off the ground in an hour.
He glanced at his watch and realized that the other TL-6 ought to be running on empty about now. The U.S. Air Force Base in Guam filled end to end with the whine of the quartet of engines on the massive Lockheed C-5 Galaxy. McCarter heard them loud and clear, even through the closed hatch. When the hatch was opened, the assault of sound magnified 5-fold.
I'm going to get you in the air immediately, sir.
Where are we going?
Yeah, we haven't been told a thing.
You'll be briefed on board, sir. There is an extreme sense of urgency here.
All right. But at least tell us where we're headed, Major.
The Major looked around quickly, as if expecting to see a spy in an overcoat and sunglasses trying to listen in on the conversation.
Kazakhstan.
Outside Aktau, Bolin had been monitoring the compound for almost 5 hours. He had watched the furious unloading of the TL-6 aircraft into a low building, using his field glasses to bring him in close enough to read the faded red-painted legends adorned on the steel boxes. The writing, it turned out, was unreadable Arabic, but the lurid skull and crossbones told the tale plainly enough. A new shipment had just come in. A few minutes later, the first heavily loaded cart was pulled from the opposite end of the low building and transported to a waiting aircraft. Another pair of Iraqi gunships were parked there, as well as 3 small transport aircraft bearing Iraqi markings. The rest of the transport aircraft were obvious imposters. There was an assortment of small, prop-driven planes of various colors, all emblazoned sloppily with Iraqi flags and markings. It wouldn't matter to the people of Azerbaijan. They would doubtless be convinced it was truly the Iraqi army that was sending them to their deaths. The few who survived would spread the misconception, unless Bolin and Phoenix Force could stop the attacks before they could start. With that many aircraft, how many targets could Ramadan hit simultaneously? The rough calculations Bolin performed in his head pointed to hundreds, maybe thousands dead within the space of an hour if he staged coordinated assaults. The sun was going down, and the timely arrival of his backup force was looking less likely. He was out of contact, and he didn't know where they were. En route from Guam, he had last heard. The weapons were hefted quickly into the aircraft. Processing of these chemicals into weapons wasn't required. Ramadan had come into a shipment of Iraqi weapons that were already configured and ready to use. Bolin saw no reason why Ramadan would delay his ruthless attacks. As soon as the night closed in, the chemical strikes would begin. Unless, somehow, Bolin could stop them on his own. He moved as soon as darkness closed in, but the compound was being operated on a generator that enabled enough high-powered lights to keep the buildings, the aircraft, and the runways brightly lit. He made the generator shed his first order of business. Not only would darkness give him extra freedom to maneuver, it would keep the planes from leaving the ground for a while. He crept along the west side, where his presence could at least be partially concealed from the main section of the compound by one of the aircraft. Crossing open ground to the airplane parking area, he was tempted to stay and begin sabotaging the planes, but staying was too risky with maintenance and loading crews coming and going. He broke for cover in a crouched run when he judged no one was there to spot him, and made it to the side of one of the huge hangar-like buildings where the aircraft had been kept out of sight until the loading started. He was in safer territory. Less windows and activity were on that side of the compound, and a final burst of speed took him to the shed from which the power cables that webbed the complex originated. His target was a diesel tank standing next to the shed. The pipe fittings on the underside of the tank required a large wrench to loosen them. He gave it a try by hand without getting them to budge. The buildings throughout the compound were designed for quick erection and protection from sand and the curious. The thin, extruded aluminum panels were screwed into steel beam frames. Bolin used his multi-tool screwdriver and his fighting knife to remove the 5 screws and bend back the rear corner of the shed. He crawled quickly through the open corner. The shed was lit by a single bare 100-watt bulb. The generator was a large diesel unit and was paired with an emergency use twin that was currently silent. The tools Bolin was looking for were piled on the hard ground just inside the door. He slithered outside and had the pipe fittings loosened in seconds, spinning them until the trickles of spilling diesel turned into a gush. He tossed the wrench through the opening into the shed and forced the bent panel back into position. Falling back away from the compound to escape the lights and widening lake of diesel fuel surrounding the shed, he stayed low, biding his time. It was just minutes before the steady rumble of the generator turned to a sputter. Seconds later, the lights began to dim throughout the camp. He boldly got to his feet. In a black suit, his face painted with camouflaging combat cosmetics, he was a half-visible wraith come to haunt General Tariq Ramadan. Ramadan jumped to his feet.
What's going on?
Generator failure, it seems.
Brilliant. Break out the flares and stage them by the runway. I want to be ready to make use of them to market if we don't get the power back. Where's the mechanic?
Here, General. I was just on my way to the generator.
Go. The rest of you, start lighting barrel fires throughout the camp to provide light. I want this place fully illuminated in 5 minutes. Colonel Aldori!
The colonel had emerged from the tent directly behind Ramadan and was watching the activity as if from an opium haze. What had happened to the man, Ramadan thought? He had exhibited every evidence of being an energetic and capable leader when they were in Iraq. He had certainly showed no signs of passivity, but ever since his bold, perfectly executed escape from Iraq with his load of chemicals, he'd seemed to have lost all his drive, mired in some sort of lethargy that rendered him all but useless.
Go to the generator. I want a report from the mechanic as soon as you have it. I must know if it was sabotage.
Sabotage? You think one of our men?
Of course not. Just wondering if August's friend might have arrived.
The colonel trudged off glumly, considering that possibility. He wondered if it would be true. They knew little about the death of Arif Oguz. Their contacts in the local police force had reported that the house had been transformed into an abattoir. The dead strewed about the place as if they had been attacked by an invisible maniac. They were knifed and shot, some exhibiting no signs of resistance, as if death had come out of the very air. Others had shown contortions proving they had fought their attacker viciously, but in vain. Not a man was left. Alduri had first felt the presence of a black spirit of death days ago, during his terrifying flight across Iraq with his stolen cargo of chemical weapons. Despite the fact that his mission was a perfect success, the dark terror that descended on him had refused to be shaken. He thought about the wife and daughters he was leaving behind. His wife had become obstinate and saggy in her middle years, and he had grown weary of her. He had told himself over and over that he wouldn't miss her, that he didn't care that she would suffer hideous torture at the hands of the Iraqi High Command as they tried to determine where he had escaped to. She would most likely be put to death when they finally convinced themselves that she didn't know where he was. His daughters would be orphans, but it didn't matter. They were only daughters. They would find work on the streets when they came of age. He told himself he didn't care about the countless faceless foreigners who would be struck dead due to his successful plundering of the glorious leader's chemical stores. So why was he haunted by this dark spirit? Was the dark spirit real? Embodied in the merciless killer that had wiped out Arif Oguz and all his men in one horrible hour of violence? Was the dark spirit here? Now, come to take down him, the general, and all of them for their crimes against humanity? He tried to shake the thought as he stomped across the camp, sidestepping to avoid the blundering soldiers who were dragging empty barrels into position and dumping scraps into them for fire. Ahead of him, the mechanic with the toolbox had opened the generator shed. Boland tossed an incendiary grenade at the generator shed and turned to put distance between himself and the bomb before it hit the ground. The mechanic looked oddly at the ground, then raised one foot. The earth clung to his shoes like mud.
Oh my God!
Boland glanced back to see a figure step out of the building engulfed in flame, flapping his arms like one of Satan's angels, then crashing to the ground. Much of the fuel had soaked into the soil, and the light of the fire wasn't as bright as Boland had feared it might be. Nevertheless, his cover of total darkness was gone. More lights would come on as soon as the camp organizers got their act together. In the light, a single man against 100 gunners. He would be highly vulnerable. He had to slow them down as much as he could, as fast as possible. His first stop was the aircraft. Alduri's fears of a few moments ago were transformed into a horrible certainty. The killer was in this compound. He had struck his first blow, and he would strike again soon. He would cut down everyone without mercy. For the first time in days, the colonel's head cleared, and he experienced a burst of energy. It was time to fight or die.
The generator is out of commission, so we need to light the airfield using flares. I want the entire strip lined with flares every 10 paces, and I want it done now. The rest of you, your 5 minutes are up. Why do we have this camp lit? Get going!
Alduri charged back to the general's tent, feeling an invigoration born of near panic.
General, you were right. The generator has been deliberately destroyed. We have an enemy on the premises.
You are sure of this?
Yes.
What evidence is there that it was not an accidental explosion?
No evidence, General. But I am sure.
All right. There can't be many of them, or they would have shown themselves. We're working with a few men or just one man. I want the guards around the aircraft doubled. I want orders to shoot to kill any stranger. And I want our aircraft to start getting off the ground immediately.
The colonel saluted quickly and headed for the parked aircraft. The fires were appearing now throughout the camp. but the orange glow coming from the wood scraps and paper burning in the barrels was a poor substitute for the cold white floodlights they replaced. The soldiers were just shadowy shapes moving in near darkness, and any one of them might be the killer.
Get all the planes powered up! I want their lights on! I want all the vehicles not being used for the loading of the planes to be parked in a circle around the aircraft. Keep the engines running and the lights on. I want the entire vicinity lit up. All loaded aircraft will get into the air right now. All got plenty of fuel. I want you sitting in a holding pattern above the complex until we are all off the ground and ready to go. The rest of you are to be loaded as quickly as possible. Have your crews ready and get off the ground the minute your cargo is stowed.
When's the runway gonna be marked?
Elduri turned to the runway, which was now marked with flares for some 50 meters of its length. No more flares were appearing. There was no sign of the men who had been sent to put out the flares. The colonel knew instantly what had occurred out there in the blackness.
I want 10 armed men to get out there and finish the job.
He soon had 10 men stumbling nervously into the black airfield. Boland stood in the middle of the airstrip, cloaked in darkness, and watched the 2 soldiers walk directly at him. They were carrying large sacks of flares, and every 10 or 15 paces, they would grab one, light it, and toss it on the ground next to the packed earth runway. They didn't know they were strolling to their deaths. The executioner stood sideways and braced the hand holding the suppressed Beretta 93R across his other arm to give him exceptionally precise aim. He waited until the soldiers were close enough to talk to. Then coldly, emotionlessly, he fired. Boland continued the large circle he was making around the busy compound, distancing himself from the landing strip and contemplating his next move. Fully half the men in the camp were gathering around the aircraft. Was there any way he could get at those aircraft in time to shut them down before they took to the skies? One thing was certain. If they got a fix on him, he was in deep trouble. There was nowhere for him to run, nowhere to hide. They would swarm over him with their vehicles and automatic weapons, and he would surely go down. There was no question that he would make that sacrifice if it would keep those chemical weapons from getting off the ground. But how to keep them all grounded? The answer was simply one at a time. He saw a group break off from the planes and head to the landing strip to take up where the dead soldiers left off. More were heading in the direction of the motorcade, and some were climbing into the aircraft. They were going to power everything up and get the place as well lit as they could using headlights. He wasn't going to have a better opportunity than this. He headed for the aircraft, his M16A2 M203 primed with an HE grenade. The next guided to the left, aiming for the twin-engine TL-6. Already a handful of foot soldiers was running in his direction. Boland faded into the darkness and continued his counterclockwise circle of the camp. As the aircraft started motoring away, Boland sent another HE round into the path of an Antonov AN-32, a Russian-made transport aircraft. The Antonov sped up as if the pilot knew the grenade was coming for it, and the bomb detonated a few yards behind its tail without causing any visible damage. The gunners formed ranks as a pair of jeeps appeared from within the compound. The men in charge, dressed in an Iraqi army uniform, stood in the passenger seat of one of the vehicles and barked orders to his soldiers. Flanked by the jeeps, the soldiers marched into the scrubby desert to where Boland had been. The executioner realized his tactical error. Although they were looking for him in the wrong place, the small army had effectively cut him off from returning to the landing strip. And the aircraft weren't just being moved. They were staging for immediate takeoff. Already the second Russian-made helicopter was powering up and tilting into the air. The fixed-wing craft would be ready to go as soon as the runway had been fully marked off with flares. Boland spoke into his throat mic.
Striker to Phoenix. Come in, Phoenix.
The earplug he was wearing on the right had been silent all evening. It remained silent. He'd have to fend for himself for a while longer, simply do whatever he could do. The Iraqi-marked Hind gunship flared to life with a giant belly-mounted searchlight that gave it the look of a UFO searching for an abductee. It swept forward over the heads of the soldiers in the jeeps, illuminating acres at a time, then turned in Boland's direction in a hurry. The soldier bolted toward the nearest building, knowing that as soon as he appeared in the helicopter's spotlight, he would be the target of a barrage of automatic rifle fire. The searchlight veered crazily over the ground as if trying to trip him up, taken by surprise. Bolin almost felt the heat of the giant light searing his back as he reached the nearest prefab field building and slipped around the corner, hugging the wall. The searchlight hit the roof, illuminating only his feet as it passed over him and headed back into the desert. The soldier's mind was going at warp speed, assessing the situation from every angle, strategizing, discarding ideas one after another, like a computer assessing every possible progression and outcome of a chess game. But every scenario he was coming up with ended with himself in checkmate. The problem was, he was a single king on a board full of knights, rooks, and pawns. And one other king. If he could somehow, some way, slip past the pawns, locate the enemy king, and take him, the game would be over, suddenly and completely. Bolin didn't know what the other king looked like, but he knew the king's name. Tariq Ramadan had to be somewhere on the game board.
Progress!
We think we've got them on the run, in the desert.
How many aircraft were disabled?
2 or 3. One Hind, the transport plane, and maybe the Antonov.
Is the Antonov being checked out? That's equipped to carry me personally, and I need that aircraft at 100%.
I know, General. I ordered it in the hangar at once and put the Canadian mechanic in charge of assessing it for damage. I deployed a 10-man guard around it. Wait.
What? What is it, Colonel?
I thought we spotted one. It was nothing.
I want that man brought down.
It's got to be more than one man, General.
Then bring them all down, Colonel.
Ramadan hooked the radio on his belt and started grabbing up the maps and diagrams on his desk, stuffing them into his large, battered leather briefcase.
We're moving to the hangar. We'll get airborne as soon as the Antonov has checked out.
One of the majors turned his head sharply, displaying a bloody scalp, and pitched on his face. Ramadan snatched at the radio on his belt.
He's here, Colonel!
Bolin crashed through the door and targeted the remaining guard. Ramadan jumped from behind the desk, spraying fire from an AKSU. The round slammed into the wall at the soldier's back, and he spun into the doorway again as the magazine came up dry on the AKSU, only to find a Stechkin machine pistol aimed at the space he now occupied. Bolin twisted away. Overhead, the screaming whir of the Hind's stressed rotors increased in volume, and it appeared over the center of the compound. A crowd of gunners appeared from the door of the nearest building, then fell back as they spotted Bolin. Suddenly, he was the center of attention. Bolin then pulled a grenade and lobbed it underhanded through the door of Ramadan's HQ. Bolin stepped inside just after the shockwave bulged the building. No one was home. The desk was kindling and the furniture was in splinters. There was no place to hide. The human remains didn't belong to Ramadan. A window had been shattered. The Iraqi general had made a quick escape. As Bolin exited the building, a pair of gunners appeared, hungry to take him down with their AK-74s. But the blast from the M203 peppered them with buckshot and slammed them both to the ground. A Hummer shot out from behind the HQ building with a gunner. It was Ramadan, and he propelled the Hummer away from the soldier toward the far end of the hangar. Bolin changed the mag on the M16A2 and followed the Hummer in a run. Racing around the front of the building, he was targeted by a gunner stationed behind a makeshift steel shield and operating a tripod-mounted 50 caliber machine gun. The gunner swept the front of the hangar, firing from the side of the Antonov's wing. Bolin ran toward the nose of the aircraft, hoping the gunner would follow him with a trail of gunfire. A burst of 50 caliber rounds would probably disable the aircraft. But the gunner was alert, and he pulled back before the fire reached the fuselage or wings. Instead, he ran from behind his shield and made a bold approach, intending to take down the intruder with a close proximity shot that wouldn't endanger the plane. Bolin stitched him across the abdomen first. The Antonov lurched forward, and Bolin caught a glimpse of the man in the co-pilot's chair. It was Tariq Ramadan. The Antonov lurched away from the hangar and made a tight turn around a secondary storage building, on its way to the runway. Ramadan was gone, slipped through the warrior's fingers. With a sinking feeling of defeat, Bolin witnessed the Antonov accelerate down the flare-lit runway and take to the air. Within a minute, it was just lights in the sky, turning south and growing smaller. The Ramadan Polari strikes were going to proceed this night as planned. Hundreds more would die. Bolin had failed.
Phoenix 1, call in Striker.
Bolin grabbed at his microphone.
Striker here. What's your position?
We're a couple of miles out. We're watching your position and closing fast. Is that Russian helicopter giving you a hard time?
David, we've got to contain these aircraft. Every one of them is loaded to the gills with chemical weapons, freshly imported from Iraq. They've all got individual targets, and they're all on their way now. We can't let one of them get away.
Read, Striker. We've got a few aircraft ourselves.
I suggest your first order of business be to render that airfield unusable.
Will do.
A pair of Huey Cobra combat helicopters roared over the compound in close formation, and as Bolin emerged from the hangar, they parted ways. One went after a Hind, as the second headed for the runway, while one of the small twin-engine aircraft started on its takeoff run.
Striker to Phoenix. Keep in mind these aircraft can't be shot down near populated areas. If those chemicals start burning...
We know about it, Striker. We'll let the Cobras know.
The first Cobra had accelerated to its top speed of 150 miles per hour and overtook the small twin-engine plane and fired two of its complement of 2.57-inch rockets. Two fresh craters appeared on the runway. The twin-engine prop plane shuddered as the pilot slammed on the brakes. He failed to stop fast enough. The plane slammed into the ditch and upended on its nose, poised there, then collapsed back on its belly, snapping its landing gear. Bolin liked what he saw. The crater and the wreckage were less than halfway along the landing strip. No more aircraft are going to be making it off the ground here tonight. A troop transport chopper with stars and stripes on the fuselage appeared almost directly over Bolin's head, the side wide open. Ropes were flung out, and within seconds, a handful of soldiers rappelled to the ground. Bolin gave McCarter a rare grin, which soured when he realized there were just 4 members of the Phoenix Force team present.
Calvin?
He had a fight with a boat. The boat lost. But he's a little banged up, so he's riding shotgun in that bird instead of running around with us grunts.
McCarter gave a nod in the direction of the Cobra that was disappearing after the Hind.
What's the situation here, Striker?
Strictly cleanup. The important work will be downing the remaining aircraft, especially the Antonov. Tariq Ramadan is on board.
There was a rush above them, and Bolin looked up in time to see 2 pairs of fighter jets rush over the compound at 2,000 feet.
2 F-15s and 2 MiG-21s. The central government of the Republic of Kazakhstan was convinced to cooperate, but they wanted the Russians in on it.
What are their orders?
They're to force the planes down. They're under orders to shoot them down only if the planes are determined to use their chemical weapon.
Bolin nodded grimly. That was about as good as could be expected. Colonel Muhi Al-Duri watched the 2 pairs of fighter jets streak over the compound with sudden dread. It was all over. Ramadan had escaped, and he had not. There was nothing left to do now but fight it through, and probably die in the attempt. He grabbed a pair of AK-74 rifles for himself and exited the aircraft that could have taken him to safety. There was no use for fear, he realized. There wasn't any doubt he would die this night. Why not embrace it boldly? Al-Duri strode through the men clinging against the parked aircraft and spotted the first of the American soldiers coming around the side of the building. The intruders recoiled almost before he even fired, and he knew he had wasted his shots.
Cover me, you fools!
2 of the Americans stepped into the open just long enough to fire. 2 of his men were down. He was in the open, and the Americans were protected. That wasn't fair, and Al-Duri intended to do something about it. He broke for the building and sprinted around the corner, AK in hand. The men were gone. He glanced to the left when he saw the pair of American gunners coming out of the darkness from 20 feet away. They had been hiding in the shadows. That was a dirty trick, Al-Duri thought. Then, the darkness came over him. McCarter and Manning laid down heavy fire that sent the Iraqi soldiers and their comrades in arms scurrying back to the cover of the aircraft, demoralized by the death of their leader. Hawkins and Enciso had been busy shooting out the tires on all the cars and trucks in the compound and made a break to the Hummer nearest the parked airplanes. Cloaked by the darkness and seeing their way with infrared glasses, they were easily able to discern the hot glowing shapes of several gunners as they also made a break for the Hummer. The enemy was laying down cover fire toward McCarter and Manning, oblivious to the other two Phoenix Force warriors, until Enciso and Hawkins calmly laid their weapons on the hood of the Hummer, targeted the approaching soldiers carefully, and fired without warning. The remaining Iraqis withdrew farther into the cover of the aircraft, then into the darkness of the scrubland, falling back, prepared to flee. Suddenly, the sky above them became blindingly illuminated. There was a cobra in their midst. The path of the cobra turned into a wide arc, bringing the stampede of soldiers to a stop and herding them into a nervous circle. Armed but helpless, they knew the battle was over, and one by one, they dropped their weapons in surrender. There would be no more resistance from them. Ramadan's plot had failed. Mac Bolan wasn't a happy man, and he was getting less happy every minute the meeting dragged on without his hearing what he wanted to hear.
There's an investigation already started on Johnston. Somebody inside knew about the tunnel framework being put in place during the construction of the Cads Island. Not to mention the trap door that was carved out of the floor. They're optimistically projecting that they have nailed down the ID on the guilty parties and will have court-martial proceedings filed within a few weeks.
What about the Iraqi soldiers rounded up at the compound outside Aktau? They'll get worse than court-martialed if they're sent back to Iraq.
They all ended up in Kazakhstani jails.
Oh, won't that be pleasant?
The Iraqi chemical weapons, all accounted for?
As far as we know. The helicopter and the plane that managed to get away from the Aktau compound were forced down on Kazakh soil, but the government wanted nothing to do with it. They were more than happy to hand it over to the U.S. for destruction.
Ramadan?
He landed in Istanbul. His aircraft contained no chemical weapons when it landed, and we're sure it never dumped any. It had an F-15 and a MiG watching it every minute and every mile of its flight.
Ramadan?
Price looked at Bragnola.
The CIA got him.
What is that supposed to mean?
He was arrested at the Istanbul airport, and the CIA was on him like flies, Stryker. They claim he's an intelligence gold mine. He can supply all kinds of inside information on the Iraqi High Command. They struck a deal.
A deal?
Ramadan sings, the CIA gives him preferential treatment.
You mean he gets off? He slaughters hundreds of innocent people, and now he goes free?
Well, he'll be in the custody of the company. He's not exactly free.
Don't insult me, Hal. I want Tariq Ramadan.
You can't have him.
He can't go free. Hal, it's unthinkable.
I'm sorry, Stryker.
Rhine-Main Air Base, Frankfurt, Germany.
U.S. Air Force Airman First Class John Samuels sat bolt upright in bed. It was 5:32 a.m.
Hello?
You know who this is?
Samuels put a face to the voice instantly, but he realized he didn't know the man's name.
Yeah.
I need you to do me a favor.
It never occurred to him not to do the favor the stranger on the phone had asked of him. John Samuels drove 5 minutes from his apartment to the media center. The parking lot was nearly empty, and only a single security guard was on duty. The nighttime guy, Mel, was downloading a video feed from the States and running old reruns on the live feed. Even at this time of night, the audience of television viewers out of the Frankfurt, Germany station, through direct airwaves and indirect feeds, was in the tens of thousands. Samuels flipped open his wallet, showing his identification. Mel nodded and went back to his Sports Illustrated magazine. It took Samuels almost an hour to convert 10 minutes of footage to high-quality MPEG video, compress it, and load it onto the hard drive of his computer. Then he logged into the stateside computer address the stranger had given him and began downloading the file. He hoped the guy had a pretty good modem, or the download might take 3 or 4 hours. It was done in less than 1. Bolin viewed it on the screen in Kurtzman's computer room, satisfying himself that it was what he wanted. Then he phoned Hal Brognola.
Hal here.
This is Stryker.
Stryker? What's going on?
I've got something you have to see.
Brognola entered the war room at Stony Man Farm and found his entire senior staff present, and looking grim. Barbara Price glanced at him with red-rimmed eyes, and Carmen Delahunt had a tear rolling down her face. Kurtzman and Grimaldi were sitting quietly around the table staring at its surface. Weathers and Tokaido were in the back of the room. Mac Bolin stood at the head of the table. A computer monitor was facing the gathering. A chair was waiting for Brognola at the other end of the table.
What is this? It's my doing. I have something to show you.
Brognola took the chair that had been saved for him. The screen flared to life. The big Fed knew instantly what he was staring at. It was one of the Azerbaijani villages that had been decimated in the chemical weapons attacks. But this was hardly the footage that was released to the news agencies around the world. This was the true atrocity, up close and personal. The cameraman seemed to be strolling through a small home. He came upon the bodies of an old couple, somebody's grandparents. The woman was half in and half out of the bed. The old man was in a sitting position next to the bed, arms around the old woman. He had been trying to help her out of the bed when death took them. The cameraman left the house, and the video ran in real time. Another small house, the doors standing open. The camera came upon a man and a woman. There was a small bundle in the woman's arms. They were against the wall, as if they had fallen and dragged themselves there to die. Behind them was a girl of 8 or 9, eyes wide. The camera took her in, laying on the floor looking into nothingness, arms holding a small stuffed animal. The camera zoomed in on her, merciless to its viewers. She was beautiful. Her bright eyes were staring. There was even a touch of a smile on her dead face.
All right. Jesus, that's enough.
But the video continued for 5 more agonizing minutes. When it was done, the screen faded to a glow.
The man responsible for that is the man you are protecting.
I can't give you Ramadan.
It won't be traced to you or the farm.
I don't even know where he is.
Bear can track him down, and you know it.
Damn it. Do it.
Brognola stormed out of the room. He was in a foul mood. He sincerely disliked being manipulated and coerced, and Bolin had just done both. Heading for the chopper, he realized that, coercion or no, he had made the right decision.
Godspeed, Mac.
Dry Hole, Arizona.
The Browning High Power was untraceable, and the Chevy Blazer was rented under the name of a man who didn't exist. A name completely different than the one on the United Airlines ticket for the flight from Washington, D.C. to Phoenix, Arizona. Anyone who tried to trace his origins would come up with nothing but a handful of dead ends. Bolin entered the old Route 66 tourist town of Dry Hole in the early evening and spent a half an hour eating a meal at the old diner. It had flourished years ago and still did okay business, enough to keep it going. He drove out of town at dusk and paced the Blazer to keep it away from the rest of the traffic, of which there was little. When he was alone in the desert, he pulled off the road and drove until the vehicle was lost into the night. When he was alone in the desert, he pulled off the road and drove until the vehicle was lost in the night. No one would see him from the highway. Then Bolin grabbed a bottle of water and started walking. He found the trailer at midnight after hiking about 5 miles. It was more or less where Kurtzman's intelligence, siphoned from the Central Intelligence Agency's secure computer system, had placed it. It was protected by at least 4 agents, 2 on either side. Maybe they were CIA, maybe FBI, maybe agents from some military branch. Bolin didn't know or care. He only knew he couldn't touch them. Ramadan would have to be taken from under their noses. He extracted an MM-1 multi-round projectile launcher and quickly loaded its revolving cylinder with tear gas grenades, then dragged on the gas mask. Positioning himself at one end of the trailer, he carefully assessed his target points. Then, he began firing. The weapon was capable of sending a round about 120 yards, and Bolin was well inside its limits. Functioning without muzzle flash, it was able to deliver the 37mm grenades to their destination unnoticed until they hit the ground and started spouting gas. Within a minute, the trailer was ensconced in an unbreathable cloud that sent the agents stumbling away. They'd be damn uncomfortable, but they'd suffer no permanent damage. He raced for the trailer, pulling out the high power as he reached the door. The doorknob disintegrated. Ramadan was standing in the living area, holding a cloth over his face. He had closed the windows to keep the worst of the gas out and stared at the gas-masked figure with frank amazement.
Who are you? Fitting, isn't it? Using tear gas to get to you?
Why are you here?
To avenge the death of 200 innocent men, women, and children of Azerbaijan.
No!
Bolin dropped the gun and disappeared into the night.
Pacific Ocean, 300 miles west of Acapulco, Mexico.
Edgar Polari sat in the sun on the upper deck of his boat, trying to read, but too distracted. He kept checking the horizon for strange watercraft. He kept an ear out for news from the bridge, but so far everything was peaceful. It seemed as if his strategy had paid off perfectly. Not that the project was a success by any means. A few $1 million down the tubes, nearly 2 years of effort and planning wasted. But really, it could have gone much worse. All the Iraqis were dead or imprisoned. Ramadan was a prisoner of the CIA. Many of the Canadians and Americans he had hired were dead. None of them would be naming him as their employer. None of them even knew who he was. He had gone to great lengths to keep himself uninvolved in the actual dirty work. He would be tied to the operation, certainly, and Ramadan might name him as the money man behind the operation, and all the circumstantial evidence pointed to him. But there was little in the way of solid evidence to link him to any of it, and he was rich enough to purchase the support he would need to bluff his way through should anybody try to lay the blame at his feet. What more could they do, really, except cast aspersions? He saw a motorboat off in the horizon and watched his armed patrol craft take off and circle his 90-foot oils well that ends well. Nothing was going to get past the patrol. It was time for lunch and a little CNN International. See if there were any hints as to what had become of his Iraqi friend, or leads on the mysterious mass murders in Azerbaijan. The news media had stopped blaming the U.S. and were concentrating more on the Iraqis. After all, somebody had to be blamed. As long as it wasn't him. Bolin left the Navy SEAL scuba transport parked at the rear of the deck of the oils well, and watched the distant patrol boat until it circled the side of the ship and was gone. Then he slipped out of the water and crouched on the rear of the deck, pulling the Beretta 93R from its waterproof case. He climbed the ladder to the deck and strode into the bridge as if he belonged there. The captain took one look at him, and Bolin grabbed him by the neck and leveled the 93R into the face of the mate who stood at his shoulder.
Make a noise, and I kill you both. Cooperate, and you'll both live. Sound fair?
The captain nodded. Bolin quickly secured them with plastic handcuffs, then, for good measure, tied them into their seats using a section of plastic rope from the deck's lifesaver. He gagged the captain with a 4-inch piece of black tape. The mate was more nervous, more likely to spill good information. Bolin needed very little.
How many crew?
Just us and the butler.
Passengers?
Only Mr. Polari.
Call him.
Mr. Polari!
No, the butler. Do you want to see him dead?
No!
Then have him come here.
The butler turned out to be a young, sandy-haired man in crisp white shorts and linen shirt, over which he wore a cook's apron. He turned to jelly when Bolin dragged him inside the bridge and rested the muzzle of the 93R on the bridge of his nose. He was quickly cuffed and gagged. Bolin hurried downstairs, finding the oil millionaire sitting in a small parlor area off the main dining room, eating a small salad. He never even heard the executioner's approach. He tried to turn, but his other hand was grabbed too and pulled behind him with a fast yank that snapped his shoulder.
Stop this! Who are you?
Suddenly, Polari couldn't move his arms. Then he was pulled away from the table, and a piece of plastic rope was wrapped around his torso and the back of the chair by a large, dark-haired figure that said absolutely nothing.
Why are you doing this? Tell me who you are and why you are doing this.
Bolin opened the waterproof pack he was carrying on one shoulder and withdrew a small blue steel gas tank. The fresh label was red and white with a skull and crossbones. It was topped with a tiny mechanical device and a small LED readout.
You have 20 minutes.
Bolin walked away. Polari leaned forward hard against the ropes, barely able to make out the sun-dimmed LED. It said 1933. The label on the canister was easier to read. It said hydrogen cyanide in large, blood-red block letters. Bolin pushed the captain, the mate, and the butler down the steep steps to the deck and into the motorized lifeboat. He took off the captain's handcuffs and stepped back, covering him with a handgun.
In just over 15 minutes, this boat will be flooded with hydrogen cyanide gas. Every living thing on board will be killed. Everything that gets caught in the gas cloud before it dissipates will be killed. Since the wind is coming from the west, I suggest you go west. And I suggest you tell the others to go with you.
Oh, but what about Mr.
What about him?
The captain started the motor on the lifeboat and steered quickly in the direction of the patrol speedboat. In a few minutes, they had transferred to the speedboat and it headed due west. Bolin and Polari were alone on the oil's well. Bolin stepped into the water, finding his scuba gear and the SEAL transport where he had left it. He started up the submersible motorized unit and maneuvered away from the ship. Jack Grimaldi was scheduled to pick him up at a location about 6 miles to the west. He had business to finish with Alexander Akhmedov in Lipetsk, Russia. Edgar Polari's eyes were watering from squinting at the tiny faded LED. His stomach, chest, and wrists were ripped and bleeding from his desperate pulling against his bonds. He got the idea of moving himself forward, chair and all, and somehow grabbing the canister and tossing it overboard. Sure, it was a long way to a rail from where he was sitting, and how would he grab the thing? He flung his body into the air and managed to make a short hop. He had done it. He had moved a good 3 or 4 inches. He tried again and felt himself come to a sudden lurching stop. He craned his head wildly and was able to make out a length of rope tied from his chair to a wooden handrail. He could get no closer. His mind cleared suddenly. He had been wild and maybe a little insane for a short while, but now he was perfectly calm, numbed by terror. At least, moving forward made the little LED easier to see. The final minute was on him. Maybe the mechanism would fail. Maybe this was all an elaborate hoax. Just seconds remained. That was it. It had to be a hoax. After all, who would have the guts to execute a man like him in this fashion? It was unthinkable. Polari felt momentarily jubilant.
No! No!
Stony Man Silent Invader is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2006, The Cutting Corporation. Performed by James Konachek, Terrence Aselford, David Coyne, Ken Jackson, Kate Torrey, Richard Rowan, Nanette Savard, Casey Jones, Mike Raplogel, and Mort Shelby. Additional red shirts by The Dead Giveaways. Adapted and directed by Dan Smith. Produced by Rick Rowan and Dwayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing by Johann Detweiler. Graphic audio sound design by Carlos Anderson, Johann Detweiler, and Temeskin Wubna. The Stonyman theme was composed by Mark Ashby. If you enjoyed Stonyman, be sure to look for Don Pendleton's Mac Bolan and The Executioner, available at road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at our new website, www.graphicaudio.net, where you'll find samples of all our Action Pump titles, as well as free screensavers, ringtones, and games.